Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
What are you doing? Hi? What are you doing, man? Hi. Welcome to the show. You are yeah, first, but dude, knock it off. I'm glad that you're having fun. Alrighty, well, I'm technically late, but on time today, so hope you guys are ready for the show. Did you miss anything? No, you did not. I just started. I know that on Wednesdays I usually start around 2, but not today. We got I had to go and spend some time with my dog. It's actually, I think, why my voice sounds a little bit off is because it's been a rough day. So she's a good girl, man. She's a damn good girl. Check her out in the Discord. You know, trying to spend as much time with her as I possibly can. So anyway, no, you haven't missed anything. We're gonna go right into the updates into India, Pakistan. Things actually. So even with the media blackout, go figure. We are still getting some updates, but it's all through X, man. So this is like that double-edged sword about Twitter where I'm just like, God, I wanted to delete it so bad, but this is the reason I didn't, and I hate to say it, I'm glad I didn't. Dogged out. Yeah, no, she's 14 and a half, man. She's kind of walking towards the Rainbow Bridge, and it's hard to watch, and everything I've been going through, man, it's a lot, especially because she's like, that's my dog, dude. Like, so I woke up this morning and wasn't inclined. So wait, incinerate. Oh, so that's good. Inclined. Wow. Okay. Starting off strong today. No, yeah. It's always a good sign, right? Although I don't think that's what would happen. Like, that's not how it works. It's literally like poisoning the air, water supply, all that kind of stuff. It's a longer process and less sexy than people try to make it out to be. You're lucky actually if you get, on that end, according to science. So either way, yeah, we got some updates there. Things are not calming down, despite what India is saying. I know that India has put out some propaganda and also has instituted a pretty much like full-on media blackout as far as independent journalism coming out of their country, because they also did I think they live in Pakistan or India. Oh, sorry. Wait, Steven? No, he doesn't. He lives in Canada. How much damage would I think we kind of went into that yesterday. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. But it is only 5 minutes into stream, and I'm trying to stay in TOS, so you guys can we can calm down on that kind of doomer talk. Because also I'm not trying to get my stream flagged, because they are doing that now. Just so you guys know. So let's be cool today, okay? Because YouTube is not playing around with the news right now. For some reason, what am I talking about? I know why. They're going after smaller news channels, but hey, some good news. I got to shout out Kirk So I found out exactly who our boy Steve, not you, Stephen Colbert Cheese. Oh God, I forgot his name. Oh my God, what's his last name? Oh my God. Okay, I might have to look it up. What is his last name? Steve Lookner. Man. But our man Lookner, he was using it's like a subscription service for news where I found this out. A lot of the channels that we watch use this service. Like, it's a way where they can just get, you're my boy. No, I was talking about a very specific one because yesterday he was he had some awesome coverage, but at one point we had a new inside joke where he decided to go take a 5-minute break where he was gone for like a half hour. So it was pretty funny, I have to say. Now you guys are my boys. Talon, you're all right too. Even though, what the fuck were you doing? Oh, come on, man. Although, yeah, man, I gotta stop swearing. Sorry, I'm all over the place today, so you should. So we are looking into that. We're gonna look into what this is, how this works, because here's how this is gonna go. Either I'm gonna pay them or they're gonna pay me. That's usually, I guess that's how that goes. Or not necessarily pay me, but they're going to let me use their service, kind of thing. Like, that's how you get payment. I don't know. It doesn't sound like the best deal now. I'm like talking this out. But either way, it's something that I could definitely use because, as I said, I found out that I probably shouldn't call out any channels. Let's be smart about this. Channels that do news clips, i.e. pretty much everybody that I watch on this show. So just kind of use your imagination here. Where they use like the Fox clips. Yeah, they're not watching Fox. Trust me. What they're doing is they're going to a homepage and going, what did they say today? Like, because they literally clip everything in like, I think it's like 5 or 10 minute increments. And then you can just take that and then you can clip it however you want. Pretty cool, I have to say. I tried to say first in both streams and the second, and I said Gers, so I just... Okay, see, I wasn't sure if you were doing that or if you were doing that weird thing where you're trying to do like a code, because we've had some jokers in chat come in here and try to do some racist crap by doing like that, where they're just like writing out a word, but then you realize that it's code because they're using the first letter like to go down. Yeah, not playing that. I've played Scrabble before. I know how to look for that. But I got you. Ground news. I mean, ground news is no. Hey, what up, Kirk? No. Ground news is still my sponsor. I love ground news. It's just ground news is different. So, hey, Kirk. By the way, I was just saying, I'm not sure if you heard me. Shout out for that information. I contacted them, and we are in talks. It's gonna. What sucks is this. It's one of those situations where I'm like, oh, I wanted that for today. It's okay though. I was just saying, our boy Steve Lookner, he's on this. He's covering some of the tensions today. So if there are any live looks, we will be able to use his feed because he is also a very cool guy. I shot him a quick email just saying that I appreciated the content and that I just wanted formal permissions. He actually got back to me, so hey. Unground news then. Hey. we will not speak of these sponsors. No, I'm kidding. Oh man. Also, yeah, we had some stuff happen where I had a bunch of copyright restrictions lifted where, hey, I think that, by the way, you know what? I'll just say it, Bud. I did find out that's why I had that little, what did I call it? Shadow ban? Yeah. Man, as I said, I am all over the place today. Hey, Cademan, rated me with one viewer party. Hell yeah. Hey, what's up, Cademan? How you guys doing? Oh, sweet. Seems like a decent program for politics. It is. No, it is. It is. I'm so glad that you found out what that was, man. I think that you actually may have kind of like turned the tide of this show where it's gonna make my job a whole lot easier. Copyright lifted. Woo! Yeah, man. That was another thing I was dealing with. I could talk about it now. Yeah. I had a situation where YouTube's really wonky with this because I got to give them a lot of credit too, and I'm not even just trying to kiss ass. Like, it's pretty cool where they give you some leeway as far as like, hey, this is like what will strike your channel, and also like, you know, that kind of shit. But what they do is the shadow banning stuff, where if you get too many warnings, they will essentially shadow ban your channel, and that's just how they deal with it. And I was just like, oh, and I dealt with something really stupid where I had permissions and it was just like, for some reason they were playing games with like going through their catalog or whatever the hell. So yeah, I started getting a bunch of strikes from, again, a channel I had permissions from, and yeah, it sent me into the shadow realm, but everything's okay now. Whole lot easier. I'm sorry, Cayman. You walked in at a weird time. I was kind of just bouncing all over the place, talking about number one, the India-Pakistan thing. But then I was talking about how my life is going to be a lot easier because of a political aggregation site, is what I'll call it, where they essentially offer services for political channels and news channels, and yeah, it's really cool, man. So I gotta say, that was a blessing in disguise. So yeah, we're gonna be covering the India-Pakistan situation. I got a bunch of updates. We got some live coverage from X that I was able to find. The media blackout is still ongoing, especially in Kashmir. They're trying to just bury everything right now, and they're not doing a very good job. Because again, man, I was just saying this before I went on my other little tirade, where I hate the fact that like I had to keep X specifically for a situation like this. And I'm not even kidding, guys. When I went to go delete it, I was thinking, this is how I found out about the situation in Ukraine, and this is also how I got like up to like real news on Ukraine and also Gaza. And I was like, ah, shit. So it was like the only reason that I kept it. Again, glad I did, because we're able to kind of get through a bunch of these media blackouts and get more information. Also, I did go searching for it on TikTok. Apparently, there is very little going on over there, and a lot of it is, I would say, I would take it all with a grain of salt, man. Like, damn. I saw some straight up, like, scary shit over there, where I was like, oh, I'm also not like inclined to now stream on TikTok because of the way that they're handling this, where I was just like, oh, so you're telling me that if I even mention this conflict right now, you're gonna get out of here. I laid into my rep so bad, told her very passive aggressively that she's dumb as fuck. Well, dude, I mean, the way they came after, like, that's what really bothered me. Again, I can be open about this. They like went after videos from November. The earliest one came back from late November. I was just like, what? It was wild. I hope this works out for the program. It might be your go-to for 99% of your content at this point. I know, Kirk. I know. Oh, man. Yeah, please, guys, put all the good vibes out there for this channel, because I need this. God, I'm not even kidding. Now I understand how guys are like that do like Kyle Kolinski. Now I understand how he's able to do his job. I never understood before, because I was one of those idiots that thought, I'm like, dude, is he surfing Fox News? Like, what is going on? How does he have that much time? He doesn't. That's the secret. Happy hump day. Hump day. Or as Emma likes to say, I invented that. It's like, oh, no, you stole it from a Geico commercial that actually, like, can we just admit that Geico has some, like, banger commercials? I got really stoned one day, and I just sat there and watched, like, a compilation of Geico commercials, and I was sitting there howling at a few of them, where I was just like, dude, I forgot about this. One of the ones that got me that I totally forgot about was just like, can Geico save you money on car insurance? Did the little piggy go wee, wee, wee all the way home? And wee! He's got the little spinner thing. Dude. Got me. Heads up if you have a mobile subscription, switch to web subscriptions. It said next month it'll start charging me $21.57 for a tier 1 subscription for my mobile subs. What? Wait, what? How's that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Shit. Is there anything I have to do on my end for that? Can I like, oh man, can I like lock out mobile subscriptions so you can like only do monthly? Oh, that's fucked up. Oh no. I didn't even know that was oh. I kind of feel bad because I should know that, but I didn't know anything was happening with that. Crap. Oh, we got live looks into India here. We're gonna... Oh, never mind. He's actually got the same feed that I have up. Okay, cool. Hump day! Hey. Mike. What day is it? Hump day. Hump day! Dude, again. Let's just... You know what? I'm in that mood. Let's call it what it is. They're hilarious. Cademan must go to sleep now. All right, buddy. So inspired by City Walk channels on YouTube. Mike do this similar thing. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I will totally check those out. Yeah, you know what? I'll do a few like Riverwalk things because I have to go to some of like the smaller towns around here. So yeah, when I do that, maybe I'll just stream on the Riverwalk. I'm also hitting up some protests coming up here, so that's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's every other Saturday. Can't remember. So, and that would be starting on the 24th, what was it, June? Riverwalk. Yeah, we have, like, Riverwalks here. So, like, you got the main one, where you got the Chicago River, where you can do that, which, that's fun. You know, I'll do that one. But we have, like, a lot of, like, they call them like the historical small towns, like all around. And they have like, they kind of follow like certain rivers and they're really nice, man. I canceled you until my mobile sub runs out and I will resub on browser. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, man. Damn, dude. Oh, that's gonna... All right, I gotta figure this one out. We all gotta figure this one out, guys. Yeah, Squish, definitely keep me posted on this one. And what I need to do, if there's anything I need to do on my end, or like how I can start advertising on this one. Hashtag canceled. Hey. God damn it, it better not be like this. It never... No. If I'm going to get canceled, it better be something good. Oh no, that's going to get clipped, isn't it? I'm going to sip my coffee now awkwardly. Hey, Bloodstone, how you doing? I like how Bloodstone's walking in and it's just like, hashtag canceled. What? No! Not Pep. We got the live look. Here we do. Nope. You're in particularly good mood. This is wonderful. I spent a lot of time with my yellow lab, and yeah, you know what? It put me in a really good mood because she's awesome. Hey, watch that. Knock on wood. No, that's not. I listen. I can joke about stuff, right? Like usually about like that, but no. Knock on wood. All the like. No, you keep that evil to yourself. That demonry. No. And yes, as I said, I was in a good mood. No, I'm in a good mood. Went for a nice walk. I actually got to meditate today, so that was nice. And yeah, I spent a lot of time with my my lab, who is, you know, it sucks with the situation I'm in. It sucks watching your animals get old, but I needed that. She's a really good girl, and you know what? Suck now. Hey, how you doing? The first badge next to my name is a founder badge. The first one's a 10 subscriber gem. Are you gonna lose those? Yeah, wait a minute. See, now I'm really confused about this stuff. Or is that is it gonna count as a new sub? It sucks. Actually, how's that work over on YouTube? Like, Miss Alice, if you got a subscription or like a membership, do you think would you keep your badge from before? No, you won't lose your badge. Okay, good. Okay, that gives me hope on that end then. Cause yeah, I was kind of bothered by that. Where, yeah, just if somebody were to actually it happened to me, but then I did notice that like on AG's channel, I was renewed as like a 3-month or whatever. So I'm doing good. I'm making Kong Lang of English dialect called Latinish. Okay. Man, that's always interested me because like me and my buddies, just as a joke, we learned Klingon and like we would speak in code at school in Klingon, and yeah, it was cool until we had a teacher that also like he was just as nerdy as us, and that went out the door. Only the streamer can choose to take it away, I think. Okay. I've made 2 languages myself, written and spoken. God. That reminds me of the joke from The Fifth Element. I always speak 2 languages, English and bad English. Per cause X. Because of? Nah, I'm good on feeling like I'm having a stroke. Let's keep it to, I'm not sure if you know this suck now, but I got a little bit of a struggle with some dyslexia, so, I don't know. This seems like an unnecessary hoop to go through for my brain, where I'm just like, oh, that seems scary. But now Klingon, let's go. I have no idea what this stuff. Yeah, you know what? I should probably, which the weirdest part is it's like I would have to just sit there and read it like a book. It sucks. I get it. No, I'm just, that's my special brain. But hey, I appreciate you, being passionate for having, like, doing your own thing. Hey, you know what? If it picks up, who am I to judge? So. Ooh. You followed? Hell yeah. Yeah, everybody should follow Kirk. Check out his YouTube channel, too. His YouTube channel rules. Oh, you should have made clay models of letters, their meanings in small words. What? Are you familiar with 133 T-Speak? No. What's that? Oh, wait, is that thing where it's like, it's like, I saw a shirt like that where it's like, intelligence means that you can read through numbers and shit. Like, I can do that, oddly enough, again. Oh, it helps with dyslexia? Oh, shit. Well, again, I got diagnosed as an adult, like, just recently. Like, actually, this stream, funny enough, kind of helped me. I had a chatter kind of pointing out some stuff, and then it went from being funny to them just going, I'm starting to notice something about you. And I was just like, what? And then they were just like, have you ever been tested? I was like, no. And then funny enough, with everything that happened, me and my sister were going through a bunch of our like old homework assignments, and we found one from like 1st grade. Sure shit. Everything was great. Except for, like, I would mix up IEs, and, like, I've always had that problem, and, my sister even said it. She was just like, yeah, you really need to get tested for that. So, here we are. I'm a 38-year-old man that just found out why my life was a little bit more difficult than I thought it was. Yeah, more research. It's, time-consuming, though. Yeah, it is. It is. Might not help if you're above a certain age. I was pretty lucky with who adopted me. Well, again, it's no failure on my parents. Like, number one, I am lucky that it's very, I don't want to like put it in like a category, but it's pretty mild. Like, it's not like mixing up letters the way that some people have said, but we had a chatter here that just told me about dyslexia, like it's as a font, which it sucks because on Streamlabs, for some reason, it does not allow me to like transfer it or like translate from it, and it also locks out some websites if I tried, so that became kind of an issue. So I had to go back to my whatever, the standard stuff. But man, that actually, it helped. So wait, all right, see how that one got. Wait, hello, pep talks. Vaflo? The hell? Okay. I saw, the thing is, again, because of that, I saw it as Vallejo, which is a painting company. So, hey. It often uses character replacement in a way that is similar. Okay. Okay, yeah. Then that actually, again, explains why, like, when I see those things that, like, are those, like, little tests about reading numbers or turning, you know, shortening words and all that crap. I mean, I've never had a problem with those. Go into your Amazon Prime account if you have one and go to Prime Gaming and you can link your Twitch account. Oh, yeah. That's the best way to do it. Yeah. If you're not already, like, you know, donating the Bezos bucks, that's the one thing from TYT I will say. Hack the paint. Or hack the planet. Ha! Hack the paint. See, I did it. I did it. The A and the I. I did it. I hate it. I hate it. Additionally, it modifies certain words on the basis of a system suffix and alternative, meaning there are many dialects and linguistic varieties in different online communities. Trust me, man. As somebody who also wasn't like always hanging out in streams and just like always being like, I don't want to say terminally online because that's insulting, and also like it's bullshit because I was watching shit like that. It was just I was out doing other stuff. And not really paying too much attention to it. Like okay, so I found this out. The fact that I didn't know who IDUBBBZ was until like this week is actually kind of impressive to people, where they're just like, "You've never heard of IDUBBBZ?" I'm like, no. And then I saw him with hair and like his mustache on Ethan Klein, and I was like, oh, I kind of know who that guy is, but yeah. It's also funny when people who like watch that is just like 3 Pakistani F-16s and 1 J-10C down by India. Okay, so actually I need to ask you this then, Ahmadi. Am I saying that right? Number one. And also, what's going on with the report about Pakistan shooting down 2 of its own planes? And I'm not, like, this is where I'm trying to break through this shit, because a lot of it is just, dude, there's so much state media between the two sides right now that I can't believe either of them. Like, it kind of sucks. This really is the, like, I think this is one of the overlooked casualties of war, is the fact that, you know, yes, we expect misinformation and all that, but the fact is, like, we really can't decipher what the hell is going on anymore. At the end of the sub, you have to go back and sub again. The subs don't accumulate. Maybe it happens in the fog of war. Again, I just saw that was what they were reporting on, that it was like an accident. The thing is, I guess the Pakistani military didn't necessarily deny it, so that's why I'm like, wait a minute. We're gonna go deeper into that though. Sorry. Indian Akash air defense system down Pakistani jets. Okay. Yeah, because they're both saying this, like the like yesterday, India was saying that they or Pakistan, sorry, I got this mixed up. Pakistan was saying that it downed, I think it was 3 Indian military jets. As I said, we'll go into that. I'm just kind of starting the show. It reminds me my sub expired there. Oh, shit. Well, let me say this. The subs over on Twitch, ironically, they're going to start mattering a whole lot more because now I finally have somebody that's helping me with this stuff. So, yeah, we're going to be loading up a whole bunch of emotes. We got some fun little things. Like, thank God for having friends that have been doing this for as long as they have, because she knows how to run Twitch like it's, you know, her oh my God, I can't even talk. Her native language. Whereas I am looking at it and it is hieroglyphics. So that is why I am happy to say that, hopefully by next Monday, because I'm going to be working on it on Friday, and then there's going to be a little surprise on Friday, just so you guys know. Look out for that. It's going to be fun. But yeah, going to have some more stuff over on Twitch, and then we're also going to, I'm going to have a bunch of, what do you call them? I almost said shorts, but I'm like, no, it's actually like small vertical streams. I'm going to have like maybe hour streams for members only. So, yeah, it's going to be fun here, guys. I'm finally getting back in the swing of things as far as being able to plan, because I'm going to be completely real with you guys. I was kind of winging this. Thank you all for being so cool and letting me do that and get my head back in the space where I can start planning for the future of the channel and start planning for all that and looking forward to it, because grief's a bitch, guys. I'll just say that. So I should go sub on Twitch, but I don't use Twitch much. Well, if it's your free one from Bezos, yeah, just do that. I mean, if you want to support the channel, that's the best way, where, yeah, you're essentially giving me something that you're not using. But that's if you sub to another channel, I'm not going, like, dude, one of my closest friends looked me dead in the eye and said, I already subbed to Hassan. And I was like, that's fine. So, Squishmo. That's the same with searching Amazon for Audible, Kindle, and the same thing annoying as, yeah, it does get annoying. I mean, I'll be real. That's why, like, Twitch was something that I didn't really use. Like, I didn't use Twitch before I started my channel. So anytime that I was like watching Hassan streams, it was usually either through like YouTube videos or like my friend would have it on. So does your language have, oh man, you guys are still talking language. Holy shit. Squishmallow, I really appreciate you walking them through this. I use Twitch under protest to watch one D&D group in particular. I don't know. I mean, there's some cool parts to it. Like, I understand it now, like, as a creator, but also, you know, there's some user-friendly elements to it. I like the fact that you get channel points and, like, loyalty points, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know, there's fun elements to it, but realistically, man, I can't say too much, but I'll just say, like, they take their lion's share, that's for sure. No, it automatically opens my app and gets me on the... Yeah, oh, by the way, guys, if you guys were looking to donate to the channel, this is now the best link to use. I made sure that I got all the Streamlabs stuff cleared on it, so... But let me know if you do... Like, if anybody tries, let me know if it's doing that again, because, yeah... Apparently that happens when you update Streamlabs, and it's just something, it's like a 50-50 shot of whether or not they're going to change your settings. So, that kind of sucks. The UI is just ugly to me. The archiving just, yeah, it is. And, like, yeah, it's almost, it's too much. Which is weird. Like, when you think about how many, like, people with autism use Twitch, you would think that it would be sensory overload. Like, at least it is kind of for me. Again, like, dude, one of the things my mom said, funny enough, when I was watching a Hassan stream on TV, she said, like, she couldn't pay attention, like, she could not watch it. She's like, I could listen to this while I'm doing chores, but she's like, I could not watch this. She's like, this is too much. Like, that scrolling chat, she's like, how does he even read it? What's the point? Like, are they talking to each other? There's no way. I'm like, man, you bring up a good point. Would you say America is a democracy, an autocracy, or an anocracy? I mean, we're floating towards a frickin' dictatorship, but no, I think that in the best cases we are a democracy or a democratic republic. People hate when you do that. I think I had to delete the app once when trying to do it from my phone. Yeah, just that does help. If you're having any of those issues, just reinstall it. 99% it is the just unplug it and plug it back in method. Using Twitch confuses me, and the way it looks gives me anxiety. Yeah. See? All right. See? Unimoogle, she said the same thing when she was trying to use Twitch. She was just like, listen, I like, because she even said, she's like, I wish YouTube would have the points, and I also wish it had the, no delay, but I kind of get why YouTube does it. Like, I don't know, as a creator, I understand why they want that 9 seconds, because, which if you guys have not noticed, that's about what it is. It's 6 to 9 seconds, depending on what we're doing. And what I'm covering, too. I have noticed that. Same stars. It makes me feel anxious the whole time I'm there, but it's only 4 games a year, so I do my best. I got my froggy emotes back. Thanks, Bezos. See? That is the fun part. I do, like, the emote part, I got it. And, like, when somebody gifted me a bunch of, like, a sub... actually, I gotta give, like, you may hate her politics. She's a nice person. Honeybee's channel, she actually has she has a lot of cool stuff on hers. And also, hey, she took time to let me know, like, hey, this is this kind of stuff that you do want to start doing, so shout out to that. I like creators that are very open source with the way that they do things, and that's why I try to do the same. Like, if anybody has questions, I always try it is. Hey, I just noticed. Yeah, I haven't really seen your fun emotes in a while. Also, yeah, it's because we haven't been able to play a lot of music because of a certain issue I was dealing with. So, but now that that's cleared up, we can go back to having some Pep Talks radio at the end of the show. So that's let it be. Buzz. Ew. Yeah, we got that in the works too. She's gonna... All right, so the last time I talked to her, she doesn't want to really do a debate on the live stream, which I kind of get. But at the same time, I don't want to do like this hard edit crap. Because she's just like, yeah, maybe we could just do like a recorded podcast. I'm like, yeah, but then you're gonna want me to edit it. I already know how this is gonna go. It's like... That's part of the appeal of this is the fact that it's like, no, I would like to get like, cause I think that I would just have to keep it to like conspiracies and then end with Donald Trump and then a few of like the Canadian like political things. What's up? What up, Big James? How you doing? What music can you play now? Oh, Kirk's. Yeah, there was a situation where yeah, our boy blew up. You know what? Let's just say what it is. He got some numbers and he got some attention, and hey, I'm proud of him. But yeah, it was one of those situations where it was just like they went through my backlogs, dude. And I just started like hey, you need to clean this up. Hey, you need to clean this up. You need to clean. It was like, I had permission from the artist. What are you doing? I don't know why my phone autocorrects. Baron. That is weird. Robber Baron. Wait, I feel like wait. That counts. I mean, you may not be Kyle Kalinske, but it counts. I want it to count. Plus, I missed my 420, so. Come on! Alright. Let's see how long it takes. Okay, I don't want it to explode. Damn, this is clogged. There it goes. Much better. All right. Now we can get to the news. Although, I feel like we're missing people. It's 420 somewhere. Did you not see that I almost popped a fucking blood vessel? Like, I'm pretty sure that the vein was popping, like, right here. I was getting that little Vegeta vein. Damn, that thing ripped me up, though. Whew. Kirk, you know, you remind me of that dude from Waterboy. Where everybody just is like, I've been out and waiting to ha 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 ha. What he said. Oh, fuck. All right, news time. Even though I was trying to figure out who. Oh yeah, that was Matesh. Matesh, and then we also got Anna. Well, hopefully we get the whole crew here. We'll start with this. How did the conflict begin? Here we go. Broken news time. I know. I was trying to go the full hour, but I kind of need to get this. Well, not in a rush. I just realized that. All right. I can chill for a minute. Even though I just teased it. I wish they could have done that in Romance Lands. Wait. Like using the 5 second or 5. Wait, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm being encouraged, like everybody stands around yelling chug 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 chug. I mean, yeah, I mean, we are an encouraging bunch, let's be real. Screw it. Sorry, guys. I just looked at how much I have to get to today. We got to get to this, so. All right, here's an update from BBC. Pakistan vows to respond to India's missile strikes.
Hello, welcome to the programme. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. Pakistan has accused India of igniting an inferno in the region by killing at least 20.
Wait, you like conspiracies? Like I'm not into them, but I'm morbidly curious about them. Like I love the idea that people believe that shit. Because like I used to believe like some of them, you know. I'd say like the conspiracy light kind of stuff, but man, I mean there are some of them like. Again, like the main one that for me is just like the JFK thing was a little meh, but also meh.
People
I don't
in
know.
a series of missile strikes and gunfire.
It's just when you find out about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, that like especially as like a 17 or 18-year-old kid, immediately you're just like, oh,
Several sites
birds aren't real.
in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir were hit, including this mosque. The National Security Council says India's actions caused grave danger to commercial airlines endangering thousands of lives, and that Pakistan's armed forces have
that's
been
pretty funny.
authorized to undertake corresponding action.
Yeah, again, like the chemtrails one, I'm legit. I've had a years-long just borderline obsession, not with the conspiracy itself, with the people who believe it.
Well, India said it hit.
And then once Roseanne gave me the gift of coming out and saying that oh my God, I wish I was making content at that point, because that would have been great. Maybe I'll just do that for fun.
9 sites targeting what it described as terrorist infrastructure. It said no military facilities had been attacked.
I was on Hassan's stream earlier. One of the chatters pointed out Trump's campaign message would have never happened on my watch. They would be scared of me or
also
something like that.
10 civilians were killed by Pakistan shelling on the Indian side of the de facto border in Kashmir, known as the Line of Control. Well, tensions between the nuclear-armed neighbours have escalated since last month's attack in Indian-administered Kashmir, in which 26 civilians were killed. India accuses Pakistan of backing cross-border terrorism, a charge Islamabad strongly denies. Well, in Muzaffarabad, in the main city in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, troops cordoned off streets around that mosque that Islamabad said was hit by an Indian missile. BBC Urdu's Farhat Javad sent this.
Just few meters from here is the Bilal Mosque, which was one of the targets of Indian strikes last night. This whole area has been cordoned off. There is a heavy presence of the troops of Pakistan Army and other security forces here who are not allowing anyone to go past this point. The building of the mosque has been completely damaged. We can see debris and large fragments of metal rooftops scattered everywhere. You can see one metal piece here as well. And these are the scenes that we have seen almost everywhere. Not only the building of this mosque was damaged, but some of the houses which were very close to the mosque, they are also partially damaged. Most of the residents, they had left last night. Some of them had managed to come back today to assess the damages to their properties and also lock their doors. I have spoken to some of them who say that they were fast asleep when they heard explosions and they saw huge sparks of light when the missiles struck this building. One of them says that we were sleeping when we heard the first blast. He says that we ran out of our homes with our families and children. The kids were terrified and shocked, and everyone was screaming.
The Vatican.
He says, another resident I have spoken with, he says that
here, I'll do my quick Vatican update. They didn't elect a pope.
That the streets were filled with people fleeing in fear and unsure of what was happening. A sense of fear, uncertainty, and trauma is not limited to this part only. But as we walk through the city, we can see that the impact of this attack is on everyday life is quite visible. Streets are quiet, but atmosphere is quite tense, and people are trying to make sense of what happened last night.
Thanks to Farhat for that. Well, India says the missile strikes are in response to a deadly attack on Indian tourists in Pahalgam last month.
The whole country is happy that we took revenge. Our country gave a befitting reply to those who killed innocent people. Our enemy countries should get this message. We have information from every corner, and if we have to take more such action in the future, we will do so with more strength.
Well, our correspondent Samira Hussain is in Delhi. She told us more about the response from the Indian government so far.
Well, we actually heard for the first time from the Indian government and officials from the Indian military. It was the first time that we'd heard anything from them in person after the overnight attacks. And they put up maps and showed details in terms of where they attacked last night in Pakistan-administered Kashmir. And
that's interesting because, like, realistically, they were trying to protect that information, like, so hard that they knocked out Indian Twitter. So
beyond that area, they said that the 9 targets were actually militant training camps. They were operating these training camps and even were housing weapons. And India said that those were their sole targets, that they successfully destroyed those targets, and they specifically picked those areas because there were no civilian, that there wouldn't be any civilian casualties, which India says that there weren't any civilian casualties. Of course, Pakistan denies all of this, denies that there were militants operating in the areas that they targeted. And they have said already.
This is my problem, and I'm already seeing people like this kind of was happening live yesterday, where people were just like, "What's your take on this? Like, have you picked a side?" I was just like, "Dude, I am just learning about this. What this pick a side bullshit?"
That dozens of civilians have.
But now I'm gonna just be honest, because people like have this attitude, like they're pressuring me, and then on top of it, then you have this situation where both sides are obviously lying.
Have been killed in those strikes, and even more have been injured. So it's a lot of what you're hearing from Pakistan, from India rather, being countered by Pakistan and vice versa.
Give me 1 second. Here we go. Well, might as well do this. This is the Ground News segment. I am sponsored by Ground News. I think most of y'all know that. If you do not already have yourself a subscription, please get yourself one. It really, really helps out the channel. So I definitely recommend using the link because it gives you 40% off. But gotta be real, guys. I don't know what I'd do without Ground News, but now we got this other situation where I was just like, oh my god. Like, you're telling me, like, again, it broke my brain, where I was just like, holy shit. But yeah, again, with this conflict, all you have to type in is India, Pakistan, and it gives you a just blanket. Both sides, here it is. This is what each side's saying, and I do appreciate that. But this really, this is one of those situations where I'm finding it really difficult to just be like, okay, there isn't. It doesn't seem like anybody's right on this one, but you should get sponsors by. Hey, yeah. Trust me, I've thought about that kind of stuff, but unfortunately, I am a news channel. I already. My branding has kind of, like, I should have been a little bit smarter about that, but hey, we have fun here, and that's what matters, you know. I'm not trying to be this corporate freaking YouTuber at all. Like, screw that. I'd rather have fun with you guys. India has arrested 3 Pakistani pilots. Amadi, if you don't mind, where are you getting your information? Like, when I know it can come off condescending. It's like, hey, where are you getting it? No, for real. I just mean, like, what news sources are reporting on this? Your branding is that you're censored. I mean, I'm glad that you guys can also. I don't know. There were elements to the whole thing. I'll be honest, and I'm glad that you can look into that. But yeah, here. I'm from Pakistan. Oh, okay. Well, no, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I think we covered that yesterday, but it's like you're getting updated news sources, or like, or you said something about your father, or I'm just, or like, you're just like, or you're giving me open source intelligence. Thank you. Oh, I didn't. I'm already bad with acronyms, but yeah, open source intelligence. Now you're no longer censored, though. It actually does seem like the algorithm has finally just got, like, or YouTube was like, hey, welcome back. So you can even talk about, hey, watch it. This is a family program there, Steven. No, Amadi, I appreciate your input. Bro, I can see everything. What are you, the watcher? What are you, the Pakistani watcher? Yeah, there's a canon event going on, guys. That's how you know shit's serious. Better check him before Pep does. He'll call it out. Well, here, real quick. I gotta get to the story. So, India fires missiles into Pakistan. This one was updated 6 hours ago. Now, here's my favorite part about ground news is where we can see the left and right bias in center. Now, here's where I was really interested by this because of the foreign ones. I was like, oh, but here. This is the one that I actually did think was really funny. Alex Jones and his Infowars.com. Nuclear powers. India and Pakistan are now at war. Oh my god, he did a car video. Oh no, he did a car video. Alex Jones, oh no. Started losing a little bit of weight. Now he's Infowars.com. Get yourself a shirt. Get yourself a supplement. Infowars. Infowars.com. Sorry. I think I went a little skits there. What's wrong about talking about buttered biscuits with cheese? Oh man, that actually sounds pretty good right now. Wait a minute. Sounds like a cool, super cool hero name. Buy my snake oil. Well, dude, I mean, the buckets. He was the first one to really start selling that shit. Survival buckets. I remember, like, in the commercials, he used to even say, he's like, you can use them as a chair, you can use them as a stool. I use them as a stool in my garage. You wouldn't even know it's there. It's just like, bro. Oh, it reminds me of when Gene Simmons, at one point, he went on Howard Stern and he was selling the Kiss coffin. Howard, I'm selling you the Kiss coffin. It's an official Kiss coffin. You have to understand that it's official Kiss merchandise. And Howard, here's the cool thing. Because it's a Kiss coffin, by the way, did you know that before the letter K existed, it didn't exist? But then I came along and made it with Kiss. And then they took it, and now I own the letter K. Sorry. I just realized that I was like, that was a retooled joke from one of my mentors. He's awesome. Actually, I got to shout him out. I'm not sure if he's watching right now, but he... oh, yeah. This is also something shitty. One of my buddies is in the hospital with a thing. It's an intestinal thing, but yeah, it sucks. Either way, shout out to you, man. But yeah, the Kiss coffin, real quick. He literally tried to sell it. He's just like, did you know that you could use it as a beer cooler? Like you can keep it in your garage and you can chill your beers. It's just like, what the fuck? Gene is a fucking marketing genius - asshole. I mean, dude, the thing is, like, at one point, again, it was on that Howard Stern, oh yeah, that was the thing that made it the best, is when he had fake Gene Simmons come in, and it was Craig Gass dressed as Gene Simmons, who does a spot-on Gene Simmons impression. But at one point, he brings up the Kiss toilet, and you see Gene go for a second, like, that's a good idea. It's fucking weird. K1 then some... Wait. I missed something. Damn it. I hate when that happens. I thought that Tim Cool. I just called him Tim Cool. Oh no. Tim Pool was the bucket guy. You thought Tim Pool was Buckethead? Wait. Is that who you're talking about? Like Buckethead? Like, you know, the weird... Primus? Wait. I think that we might be on totally different wavelengths right now. Yep, this is where the fun is. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you're bouncing around. God, you guys. I always love when you guys do that. Tim's stool. There we go. That's better. Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that. Also, it's good to see you earlier. No, he's talking about the guy standing over the bucket in ICP. Oh. part is. I know who you're talking about. All right, guys, I gotta get serious here. All right. Leave it to me to go find InfoWars and just be like, let's go with this. Let's not get serious. Let's get pissed off. Tim Fool. Oh, that one. I mean, yeah, seen that one. Tim Stool. Have I seen that one? I don't know. Oh shit, serious, Pep? Dude, I can't even do it right now. I don't know. I'm supposed to cover this, man. All right. Serious. Now, let's do the broadcast. Let me use Reuters. Pakistan vows retaliation after Indian strike over tourist deaths. That's the way they're reporting that, eh? Interesting. And Reuters is from the center. India hit Pakistan and Pakistani Kashmir with missiles on Wednesday, and Pakistan vowed to retaliate, saying it would shoot down 5 Indian aircraft. Oh, it shot down, not would shoot down, in the worst clash in over 2 decades with the nuclear-armed neighbors. India told more than a dozen foreign envoys to New Delhi that if Pakistan responds, India will respond, fueling fears of a larger military conflict in one of the world's most dangerous and most populated nuclear flashpoints. This escalation comes at a fragile moment for Pakistan's $350 billion economy, which recently emerged from an economic crisis, with the government trying to shore up its finances and make progress on the $7 billion International Monetary Fund loan program from 2024. India said it struck 9 terrorist infrastructure sites, some of them linked to an attack by Islamist militants that killed 25 Hindu tourists and 1 local in Indian Kashmir last month. Pakistan said at least 31 of the civilians had been killed and 46 wounded, a military spokesperson said, and that India had ignited an inferno in the region. This included the deaths and the strikes and border shilling. Here we go. Islamabad pledged to respond at a time, place, and manner of its choosing to avenge the loss of innocent Pakistani lives and blatant violation of its sovereignty, emphatically rejecting Indian allegations it had terrorist camps in its territory. For the blatant mistake that India made last night, it seems like a big oopsie. It will now have a price to pay. I mean, dude, India did come out with that presser and they were just like, this was precision. It's like, okay. Perhaps they thought that we would retreat, but they forgot that this is a nation of brave people. Pakistan's defense minister, Khawaja Mohammed Asif, told broadcaster Geo News that Islamabad would only strike Indian military targets and not civilians in retaliation. Oh man, that's kind of awkward because we were watching the Indian region of Kashmir, and that was a civilian region in Kashmir, and we definitely saw some of those explosions in the middle of the center of Indian Kashmir. So, oh boy, I'm not sure how much I can believe that. The Indian strikes included Punjab, Pakistan's most populous province, for the first time in the last full-scale war between 2 old enemies that cropped up over a century ago. The targets we had set were destroyed with so this is what they said at the press conference. The targets that we set to destroy were destroyed with exactness according to a well-planned strategy, India's defense minister Rajnath Singh said. We have shown sensitivity by ensuring that no civilian population was affected in the slightest. Again, just based on just a few of the videos from Twitter, it's like, again, I have eyes, but Islamabad said none of the 6 locations targeted in Pakistan were military camps or militant camps. 57 commercial aircraft were in the air over Pakistan when India attacked, endangering thousands of lives, the spokesperson said, adding that included airlines of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Thailand, South Korea, and China. In Muzaffarabad, the capital of Pakistani Kashmir, the Indian strike had badly damaged a mosque seminary at the heart of the city. 5 missiles killed 3 people in the 2-story structure, which also had residential quarters. Reuters journalists saw the roof and the walls of the concrete building crumbled under the impact of the strikes, and the household items scattered all over the first floor. An Indian source said the mosque was actually a terrorist camp, which Pakistan denies. Pakistan said all targets were civilian targets. Hindu-majority India and Islamic Pakistan have fought 2 of their 3 wars since the independence of 1947 over Muslim-majority Kashmir, which both sides claim full and or partial control. Oh, man. Actually, I appreciate the fact that they're finally giving a map of all the... Oh, wow! I just realized this, though. This is a little different than the map that we were looking at yesterday. As far as, like, what they said their strike patterns were. Because a few more of these, they seem to be over the border. It's like they just kind of pushed them back. They're like, no, we didn't. That would have been admitting that we did something like that. Because, like, I swear to God, I might need to pull up my VOD from yesterday. India had no beef. What up, Tragic? How you doing? All right, we'll get more on Operation Sindor here. Let's check in with our boy.
Just as happened yesterday, if there's some huge new news,
what up, Steve?
I will come on the air and cover it live. All right? So we'll have to see what happens. Pakistan could launch retaliation in 5 minutes. They could launch it in 5 days. Maybe there'll be no other Pakistani retaliation. We don't know for sure. All right, that is it for now.
Why do they both of them want Kashmir so bad?
Hold on, man, I was gonna wrap it up.
Listen, you're asking the wrong guy.
One of our
I don't know the full history of the dispute.
I don't have video of the press conferences.
But I have this weird thing where like land disputes have always been really stupid to me. It's like we live on a pretty big planet. Why do you need to? It's like, I don't know.
I am going to wrap this up for right now. But
all right, cool. Well,
again, when big news happens, we will do more coverage.
Checked in at the wrong time. Well, thanks, Steve.
All right, that is it for now.
Bye. All right. Well, here, we got CNN coverage. Let's go. And anybody that wants to chime in with a little bit of the history behind this, if you know more, please do. I will read it. Oh, I'm muted.
Brink of war. India carrying out its deepest strikes inside Pakistan in more than 50 years. Okay, the blast from one of those strikes was caught on camera and shared on social media. You saw it right there. India says it was targeting, quote, terrorist infrastructure on the heels of a tourist massacre, a massacre of tourists in the disputed territory of Kashmir. Pakistan maintains it had no involvement in that. The Pakistani military says India's strikes killed 26 civilians, and security forces there say 5 Indian Air Force jets and a drone were shot down during that attack. So there's some serious back and forth here. CNN Chief National Security Analyst Jim Sciutto is with us now. And Jim, just remind everyone why the stakes are so high here and what's different this time.
Well, the obvious one, as you note, these are 2 nuclear-powered states. I mean, there are no indications they're close to an escalation to a nuclear exchange, but that's always on the radar because once you're in it, it's hard to control the escalation.
Isn't it about this guy's face that bothers me?
Because
there's something. Every time I see him, there's something that I'm just like, I can't put my...
one side's proportional response could be considered by the other side.
India sees it as a legal part of its territory. So it's literally just a territorial, dispute.
To be an escalation. And here you have 2 different...
And Pakistan wants it because it's Muslim majority.
...compared to previous attacks we've seen. as you noted, the deepest strikes inside Pakistan by India.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Not just in the disputed area of Kashmir, but now also Pakistani claiming to have drawn blood as well from India with as many.
I mean, am I mistaken that this goes back before the 1940s as well?
As 5, not yet confirmed
or is that
by others.
Like when it really
5
just
jets
heated
shot
up?
down. Now, on the good side, that could allow both sides to say they've struck sufficiently, right? We struck India. Inside Pakistan, we have shown our resolve. We took Indian jets down, says Pakistan, and we've shown our resolve. It's possible, but that said, Pakistan has vowed a resolute response, and we're now awaiting that.
Yeah, look, in 5 jets, when you're shooting down 5 jets, and again, we don't have confirmation of that, but that's not a skirmish. I mean, that's close to war when you're talking about things at that scale. Proxies here. I mean, first of all, I guess India and Pakistan are such major countries with major militaries. It's not necessarily a proxy war here, but there's who supports whom is interesting.
Well, that's the central allegation here, right? Is that India blames Pakistan for this terror attack because, and it's a fact, there's a history of these terrorist groups operating on Pakistani soil with ties even to Pakistani intelligence, etc. Now, Pakistan says that is no longer the case. India still holds them responsible. But we've seen this before.
Again, super sus where like...
You go back to the Mumbai attacks, right, in 2008.
For Pakistan to just be like, no, none of that, no, none of it, none, zero.
Horrible.
It's like, well, we did kind of find bin Laden there, bro.
Attack, Lashkar-e-Taiba, a Pakistan-based group, and then that led to one of several. I was going over my notes, the number of times the two sides have shot each other: 2019, 2016, 2014, 2013, 2011, 2008, 2002. Right. I mean, these are regular events.
They are, although, again, deeper than we've seen before, with potentially more consequences than we've seen before. What's the U.S.?
Like, shit, it would almost make more sense to me if they just went, oh, we didn't know. And then they would be like, no, news to us.
Involvement here, or how much power or sway does the U.S. have to sort of calm things down?
Listen, I mean...
But then again, like, dude, my eyes don't lie to me as far as seeing the people coming out of specifically that area, that region, and what a 10-year, like, I saw, a picture of a 10-year-old girl that had gotten hit by shrapnel, and I'm telling you, man, like, this is the kind of stuff where it does get a little,
right now. Like, you saw the Secretary Rubio.
It makes it worse for them. I'm just saying, as far as for them, like, not having anybody believe their intel.
The neighbors are.
I've already watched this happen with the IDF, man.
In touch. One could expect that China IDF, might be in touch as well.
Completely doubled down, and then they pulled this. They literally did. Oh, God, I hate to say this, but they almost learned from Trump.
Each one saying, let's keep...
Deny. That's all you got to do. Just never admit that you're wrong.
...a cap on this. Now, I did speak to U.S. military officials because I asked them, what is your level of concern that this expands beyond what it is right now? And again, this is hard to predict, but they said that in recent years, India and Pakistan have managed to manage escalation, right? To take shots, which are... Let's not minimize.
What's the strategic advantage? Like, what isn't, unless I'm ignorant on that aspect of, like, they don't necessarily need one.
The danger of that.
But then I thought that's like the whole reason that you go after these regions is, like, again, like Gaza being on like where the ports, they like obviously they wanted the fucking sea.
So you at least have some history of that as well, but we'll have to see, because Pakistan, it seems by all accounts, will respond, and then the question will be, how does India interpret that?
Yeah, again, what happens next here, if there is the next, is so crucial. So watch this space.
Your civilian area.
Thank you so much.
Walk us through exactly what we understand to have happened and where these tensions stand at this point.
Well,
she has fantastic hair.
Understand at about 1 o'clock in the morning, India struck what they described as 9 different sites inside of Pakistan, some of them inside Pakistan proper. One of those, the deepest strike India has made into Pakistan since 1971, when the two countries fought an intense war at that time. That is perhaps beyond the bounds of what Pakistan had been expecting from India in retaliation for the killing of 26 civilians in Indian-controlled Kashmir 2 weeks ago. The Prime Minister here has said that Pakistan's army is...
Holy shit. Oh my God, you could see the shockwave kind of hit the car.
Entitled to act in self-defense using corresponding actions, that they should avenge the loss of innocent life. He was speaking in the past couple of hours in Parliament. It was a very emotive speech. Parliamentarians banging on their desks at time as his cadence rose and fell through this speech. He didn't talk about actions of revenge. What he talked about was a valiant army and air force being prepared. Spoke about the downing of the Rafale jets. These are the French-made fighter jets.
Oh, major water source resources originate from here in China. Even wants a piece of this action. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I remember a little bit earlier into the conflict where they were talking, like Pakistan had made a threat where they were just like, if you come for our water, then we hit the button.
In those aircraft, and
Pakistan that makes a little more sense.
Should take pride in the fact that they were able to shoot them down. So far, video appears to have emerged of at least one of those fighter jets downed in Indian-controlled Kashmir, about 40 miles from the border. It appears at this early stage of analysis that it may have been hit by a surface-to-air missile fired from Pakistan in defense. And this is, in essence, what the Prime Minister is alluding to here. The fact that Pakistan was able to do this, they should take pride in, because Rafale, the aircraft and the manufacturers themselves have taken pride until now that none of their fighter jets have been downed. I think more broadly about where the situation goes from here, the Prime Minister...
That wasn't a downed fighter jet.
Speaking about that right to self-defense and the support for...
Like, we did establish that was not like debris from a downed fighter jet. That was specifically a excess fuel tank that was dropped.
The army to take that action. It's not clear that that action is imminent. It's not clear at all what it would be. But in the past few days, Pakistan has vowed to...
That specific one is what I'm saying, by the way. I'm not trying to say, like, they didn't down planes or anything like that.
...retaliate to any Indian...
But they keep using that picture, and I'm just like...
And, of course, very emotive that children are among the dead, women and children among the injured, that a mosque should be hit, strikes a chord. But I think it's also worth just pointing out here that the leader of a proscribed terrorist organization here, Jaish-e-Mohammed, that took responsibility for a terror attack inside of Indian-controlled Kashmir in 2019, a leader who continues to use his Telegram channel to post aggressive statements against India. He said his home had been targeted and that 10 of his family members, including children, had been killed. Now, his organization is a proscribed terrorist organization, proscribed by the US, the UK, the UN, the EU, and by Pakistan as well. Becky?
Nick, stand by. I just want to bring in Vedika here. India, of course, has linked the massacres on April the 22nd in Kashmir to Islamabad. That is a claim that Pakistan denies. India says it has a right to self-defense against terrorism at this point. What more are we hearing from the Indian government? Can we expect this to further escalate? And what do we know about Pakistan military claims that Indian fighter jets and a drone were shot down earlier this morning?
I'm going to respond to your second question first, Becky. We've reached out to the Indian Air Force. There has been no response from them. But what experts here are really wanting to understand is where is the proof from Pakistan when it comes to them claiming that they've shot down these jets? If there is proof, why haven't they come out with it? Where are the images? But like I said, we're still to hear from this.
To be fair, I was watching the Indian press conference yesterday. The proof of them shooting down jets, funny enough, there was no footage of them actually shooting down anything.
Security forces here in India, there's been no word, despite a press conference a couple of hours back here in India.
Maybe it's because, like, of everything going on in our, like, political atmosphere that it's so easy to see through the lies now. Like, these people aren't Donald Trump. That's the thing. They're using Donald Trump tactics, but they're not him, so it just comes off as silly.
Time this morning where the foreign secretary addressed the press.
CNN personnel did say France official told them one or more Rafale, I don't know how to say it, might have been shot down, but nothing has been confirmed officially.
And gave a lot of details on these attacks, or rather these the offensive carried out, the military offensive carried out.
World War III is just different countries killing each other. Well, I mean, somebody had actually said that, like, oh God, oh God, I just realized it might have even been Alex fucking Jones. That when you have multiple, I just realized it was on the video we watched yesterday. Shit, but oh, damn it. Oh, I don't want to admit this, but he made a point. I'll just say he made a point where he was talking about how, like, when different countries start collectively getting together and saying, we are now an alliance against these countries, that's technically a world war.
By the Indian side. Now, ever since this
I was able to do it.
Which was in the dead of night, like Nick pointed out, 1:05.
I feel like I just threw up.
a.m. till about 1:30. 25 minutes, 9 sites in Pakistan administered Kashmir as well as in Pakistan were hit. We've had the ministers talk about it. They've come out, they've hailed the soldiers here in India, and they've congratulated them.
Russian warship, fuck you.
For carrying out this attack. Now, the national sentiment here in
we
India
already forgot about that one.
That heinous attack on the 22nd of April has been to take revenge, quote unquote. And if you remember, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the man back in 2019 who withdrew the special status of Kashmir, and he promised to bring peace to the valley. Now, the Indian government has come out today and said the reason Indian administered Kashmir, Pahalgam, was attacked on the 22nd of April was because it was economically progressing, the entire area, after what happened in 2019. And it's also because a lot of tourists were coming back to the area. And that's the reason that militant groups want
she gives like serious state-run media vibes.
To attack Indian administered Kashmir all over again. We've had the defense minister come out today, the home minister come out today, we've had the National Security Advisor of India come out today hailing this offensive, military offensive. But what's also interesting at this point is that you have the international gaze on South Asia right now, and many are calling it that India and Pakistan perhaps could be on the brink of war. But you have the Indian government now dialing all the stakeholders, the key players internationally, and telling them what went down from 1:05 to 1:30 on Wednesday morning. They're talking to their counterparts internationally, trying to tell them that we have only hit terror training camps in these areas. We've made very precise targets that we've hit really at this point. We've tried to minimize the casualties when it comes to civilians. But of course, Pakistan, like Nick said, says there's been a heavy casualty at their end.
Good to have you. Thank you. And it's important to get the
Dylan Burns and Voshers
perspective from Delhi. Last hour, I spoke with Pakistan's defense.
Okay, I guess Vosh and Dylan Burns are having a debate.
Minister.
I have to check in
I
on
asked
that.
him about India's claim that all of these sites that it struck were linked to, quote, terrorist infrastructure. Have a listen.
Absolutely wrong. There is absolutely no evidence. India would just want to justify whatever they have done last night, and they were taught a very, befitting lesson that they lost 5 planes. 3 of them were Rafale and a MiG and a Jaguar. So they came in to target supposedly terrorist camps or training grounds or training camps.
But you're telling me that you don't know whether these sites were terrorist training sites?
No. There's absolutely no terrorist activities.
Okay, this is the guy. All right.
Just the imagination, the figment of imagination of India. They just want to justify it.
Isn't Vosh in his stable, fortress arc? What do you mean?
Whatever
I have no idea what you're talking about.
They're doing, they're trying to find a justification for that. Absolutely, there's no.
You've just brought up the fact that India lost some fighter jets. So let's be quite clear about this. Pakistan claims it shot down 5 Indian Air Force jets and a drone, as I understand it. India says there's no evidence of that, no proof. So can you provide more detail? Hold on. Can you provide more detail? And is this the response that your
I'm actually genuinely curious what you mean by that.
army spokesman threatened, or is there further action to come? Let's start with this very specific allegation of 5 fighter jets shot down. Where's the evidence for that, sir?
It's all over the social media, on Indian social media, not on our social media. The debris of these jets fell into Indian occupied Kashmir, and it's all over Indian media.
There's a reason that they're not playing that.
Yeah, today.
Trust me, they would be showing the what they're talking about. Fortress Arc, a term he used to say that he will not debate again and keep himself secured in a fortress.
The reason to talk to you today, sir, it's not to talk about.
Well, I mean, it's not marked as a debate. It's marked as a talk with Dylan Burns. So, plus, I didn't know Vosh was banned from Twitch because I just went over and checked on Dylan Burns' side, and it's blacked out on the screen.
Media, I'm sorry. It's not to talk about content all over social media. I'm asking you very specifically for the evidence, for the detail. For example, was any Chinese equipment used by Pakistan to down these Rafale jets, as I understand you are alleging them to be?
Man, she's holding his feet to the fucking fire. She's badass. Did you see that little like jacket adjustment? Just like I made my point.
Chinese equipment. We have Chinese planes.
She's got that boss haircut. I mean, dude, her posture.
Chinese planes, but they are being manufactured, assembled in Pakistan now. We have very close to Islamabad. We have a facility over there where these planes are manufactured. And if India can buy planes from France and use them, we can also buy planes from China or Russia or United States or UK and use them. And let me say one thing. They have already admitted.
Yo, he just said that. Like, dude, he's a head of state, right?
The 3 planes were down.
Defense minister, yeah. What the fuck?
Can I just repeat the question that I asked? I wasn't asking whether.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna call out a Trump answer when I see it. Because I'm gonna use Donald Trump's accent to say exactly what he just said. We can go to China. We could go, to the United States. Even we can just buy some planes. If we need to buy some jets, we'll buy some jets.
Chinese fighter jets were used. Was any Chinese
we'll go to France.
Equipment used by Pakistan to down these jets that you suggest were?
This guy's kind of a clown. I hate to say it.
Well, these planes were down with the dogfight. Missiles were fired by our planes, and they were shot down.
That is the Pakistan.
She's like, I'll let you decipher that one for yourself.
Defense minister speaking to me earlier.
Guys, look at her face. She's just like, that was their defense minister.
As this situation develops, and his suggestion to me is that it will. He says that he is concerned that this is headed to an all-out war. We continue to reach out to officials in India for interviews to get their point of view as well. None have been able to join CNN since these strikes. We will continue to effort that.
The two countries have been fighting for decades, but this rapid escalation is alarming world leaders, including President Trump.
Ooh.
They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many decades. And centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Nah. Bro! Trump never ceases to amaze me sometimes. Nah, I just hope they end it quickly.
With me now, CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Army Major General James Spider Marks, and Bobby Ghosh, geopolitical analyst and former editor of the Hindustan Times. Glad to have both of you here. Bobby, let me start with you because Pakistan is vowing to retaliate against India's strikes. Is there any off-ramp, or will these hostilities...
She didn't seem convinced by that defense minister at all. No.
Continue to...
No. At one point, legit, you saw her just kind of go like, wait a minute, what?
Escalate.
Well, if you see the way traditionally this kind of a conflict has gone in the past between these two countries, both sides make very large claims. We did this, we did that. We hit so many targets and killed so many people, and we shot down so many planes. These are big claims. The other side automatically denies those claims, but these claims are designed to give each party the off-ramp. They're designed to give each party the opportunity to say, we've achieved success, and now we can be the bigger guy, and we can sort of de-escalate the situation. But also, in previous instances, when these two countries have come to this place, the rest of the world has tried to engage with the leadership and tried to calm them down. Right now, the rest of the world, including the United States, is pretty distracted. So the risk with this kind of a confrontation is that with every time this happens, there's a tendency to go one step or two steps beyond the last occasion. So in the last occasion, Pakistan brought down 1 Indian aircraft, and this time they claim they brought down 5. We won't know for certain for quite some time whether that is true. India.
Yeah, and again, like based on the footage we saw yesterday from the Indian press conference, what they were showing, like they would literally show like a plane flying and then a hard edit of just a fire.
On the last occasion, I think hit 3 targets. This time
nothing in between.
They hit 9 targets. Okay. The risk always is you never know what is the point of no return. And you always worry that by accident, without really meaning to, one or the other side will cross that point of no return.
General, let me bring you in. I rely on your military expertise. And I mean, Pakistan's military made this declaration right after the strikes. Listen.
It was an unprovoked and blatant act of war. Once the Indian government, on their instructions, the Indian Air Force, while they remained within the Indian airspace, violated Pakistan's sovereignty.
You know, India and Pakistan, they've had bad blood for decades. But, General, why does this conflict concern so many in the West?
I think primarily because of the size of the attack that took place about 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. And number one, against Indian tourists in the Kashmir region, and all of them were killed.
Here am I.
But what we see now,
the dog cam. Dog cam's important.
India, and bear in mind, India took
that's the reason I got in the corner.
That entire amount of time to dig into and determine that they had good enough intelligence, and they could then assign with a degree of credibility.
I'm gonna go check on my dog upstairs. I'll be right back.
One of the terrorist organizations that is hosted by Pakistan. Now, the Pakistani government will say no, they don't. But the LET, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, lives and trains and exists within Pakistan. They also have a charitable arm, and so, but they're they have supported Al-Qaeda in the past. So as a result of the amount of time that India took, they then have claimed, as described by Bobby, they then had 9 targets, precision strike. It was a proportional and measured strike, is what the Indians will tell you. Again, battle damage assessment must be done to determine what actually took place. The key then is Pakistan now going to respond to this response? Are we now in a cycle of action, reaction, counteraction, and then that escalates? Nobody knows, but bear in mind, culturally, both sides have achieved a degree of honor. It's proportional, it's precise. India is saying Pakistan struck first, India then responded. Is that going to be enough? If we're having a Pakistan response to an Indian counterattack, we now are in a potential situation where forces have already been pre-positioned along the line of control. That's our artillery units, maneuver units. We're talking about attack helicopters. And bear in mind that targets have already been pre-designated and pre-planned long ago. So this is a potential battlefield with the possibility of significant damage.
Bobby, really quick, does the U.S. have any influence in calming things down?
Not at the moment, it does not. And both sides, the Indians and the Pakistani leadership, mainly their calculations will be based on domestic reaction, on how they sell this to their own people. The United States, frankly, whether it was this administration or the last one, at this point in the conflict, there's not a whole lot it can do except to say, if you guys want to talk, we're here to help. But I don't think the US has enough leverage on either of those two countries, given how far things have gone. Now it's all down to decisions that will be made in Delhi and Islamabad, according to calculations that are made by leadership in both places.
Joining us right now to talk more.
Well, I don't see. Here's what he's discounting, though, that was being reported on yesterday was just how much Russian influence there is over in New Delhi. So, kind of weird that. Well, okay, so I missed a portion of that. Did he mention that?
About this, a CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel, first and foremost, we are hearing a lot of concern all over the world about how these two countries are on the brink of war. Why is this so important to the United States for this to de-escalate and for this to calm down?
Yeah, Kate, good morning. There are several reasons for that, but one of the most important is, as you've already pointed out, these are two nuclear powers, and both sides have nuclear weapons that can, in essence, do major damage on the other side. The Pakistanis have come in with not actually saying that they have a no first use policy, which means that if the Pakistani state feels that it is completely threatened by the Indians, in other words, existentially threatened, they will probably use nuclear weapons.
Yeah, so if he's not mentioning Moscow being involved, then that
at least in a tactical sense.
I question that assessment
so that,
too.
Is kind of what's at stake here. This would be, if it goes down that road and things aren't cleared up before that particular point in time is reached, this could very well see the use of nuclear weapons if it is not contained. So that's one aspect of it. The other part of it is that the U.S. is trying to develop a solid relationship with India. The relationship between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump is actually quite a good one. The relationship between Pakistan and the U.S. is definitely not what it was, say, 50 plus years ago during the early 1970s when there was another war between India and Pakistan. So it's a very, very different political dynamic. And Pakistan is basically an ally of China. India is somewhat of an ally to the United States, but it is also an ally to Russia. So there are all those dynamics that are at play here, and that's why it's one of the most important conflicts that is breaking out now here on Earth.
Which then leads to the question of what could push this over the brink? I mean, after India's strikes, Pakistan promising to retaliate because, India's strikes went deeper into Pakistan than we've seen in many decades. What does retaliation look like that doesn't escalate this further?
Mm-hmm. Good question.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the Indians may have been trying to contain some of the things that they've been doing in response to the initial attack that killed the 26 tourists in Kashmir. And the reason I say that is because their target list seems to have basically included what they deem to be terrorist installations. And apparently they struck at least one of those based on what we're hearing from Nick Robertson. So that's aspect of it. However, the Pakistanis aren't seeing it that way. They're looking at this as you're attacking civilians, and that is what's going to precipitate certainly a reaction from Pakistan, even though they reportedly have those 5 Indian fighter jets and that drone. So there's all of that. So this is basically, because of the political dynamics in both countries, we're looking at the possibility of a major escalation before there's an off-ramp.
They moved the doomsday clock yet? I don't know. I didn't look.
But until both sides agree that they've achieved enough, we're not going to see that off-ramp.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Colonel. Let's see what happens. I really appreciate your time.
Targeted 9 sites, quote, hitting terrorist infrastructure. In new video, explosions can be seen and heard in what Pakistan says is 3 areas, saying civilians, including a child, have been killed. We're also getting in this new video of chaotic scenes in a Pakistan hospital. Tensions between the two nuclear armed force powers soared after a deadly militant attack on tourists on Indian-administered Kashmir last month. There has been a long-running dispute over Kashmir between India and Pakistan Pakistan for decades. And tonight, Lester, Pakistan just said it shot down 2 Indian jets. All of it a major test for President Trump, who
I am not in favor of anybody in this conflict.
Tonight said, it's a shame. I just hope it ends very quickly. Lester?
I am trying to be as objective a journalist as I can. I can tell you right now, based on my assessment, they're both lying. Like, if Pakistan had come out and said, okay, there was definitely some shenanigans going on over there, but Pakistan, for them to come out and just say, no, they're targeting civilian infrastructure, there was nothing fishy going on there. Really?
All right, Keir Simmons with that breaking news. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Stay up.
But then you have India going, we didn't kill, we did it with such precision that there was no civilian casualties, but then you go on Twitter and there's civilian casualties.
Updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
No, shut up.
India attacked Pakistan and Pakistani Kashmir Wednesday in some of the worst fighting between the nuclear-armed neighbors in over 2 decades. Shelling was reported across the Kashmir border in the early hours. Officials on both sides have reported deaths. It comes in the wake of an attack on the Indian side of Kashmir by Islamist assailants that killed 26 Hindu tourists last month. India said Pakistan-based militants were responsible, but Pakistan denied involvement. On Wednesday, New Delhi claimed it struck 9 Pakistani sites it called terrorist infrastructure used for planning and directing attacks against India. An Indian defense source said they targeted headquarters.
They also use the term indoctrination centers a lot.
Of Islamist militant groups Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. In Pakistan-administered Kashmir, locals in Muzaffarabad awoke to sounds of heavy munitions pounding the city.
Suddenly, shelling started. I think 10 to 15 missiles hit here. We had a big mosque here where our elders, young children, and students used to come here to pray and study in madrasa. It has been destroyed in front of you. In the night, the entire neighborhood was in fear and panic, and the entire population fled from here and there. We strongly condemn this cowardly attack by India.
Indians living near the Pakistani border applauded the strikes. The Pakistani Foreign Ministry called India's actions an unprovoked and blatant act of war. It said Indian fighter jets, quote, violated Pakistan's sovereignty using standoff weapons targeting civilian population. Flight radar showed planes going to and coming from India while avoiding Pakistan's airspace in the early hours of Wednesday. Targeted strikes are extremely rare between India and Pakistan. However, India has conducted bombing raids and assaults on Pakistan in 2019 and 2016.
Yeah, both those years they
in retaliation for the deaths of Indian paramilitary.
They turned hot real fast, but then we got to the point where we're at today.
We knew after the 22nd of April, the attack there, that the Indians would respond in some way. They said they would, and they said their response would be at a time and place of their choosing. And last night we saw what it was, a series of missile strikes in Kashmir itself on a series of bases that Indian intelligence say were terrorist bases. And by and large, they were attacking Lashkar-e-Taiba bases, which they say, Lashkar-e-Taiba, they blame mainly for the attack of the 22nd of April in Kashmir. Pakistan disputes this. There's no confirmation, but that's what Indian intelligence really says. It's said by the Pakistanis that 5 Indian aircraft were brought down. I think that's very unlikely because if you look at the ranges involved, I mean, some of these places are only 20 miles away from the line of control on the Indian side. Indian aircraft were well capable of launching missile strikes against...
Yeah, this is really weird. Like, can anybody answer what the benefit of them lying about this is?
All of these.
Like, that's the one thing that I'm getting a little lost here with, where it's just like, why? Why do this thing where it's like, 5! We did 5! Like, because... maybe this is because Donald Trump has just permeated the news in America for way too long and I'm getting dumber, but it's literally like the Trump version of things where it's just 5. It sounded like a good number. You know what? Instead of saying that I shot down one, even if what did, because like they probably did. Because they even said the one is like even India is saying, yeah, we lost a plane. But then you have the whole thing where they're just like, well, technically, we shot down some Pakistani planes, and then they come out and they're like, well, the Pakistanis shot themselves down. Hold on. Like,
targets without ever leaving their own airspace. So the idea...
Where one Archduke Ferdinand...
aircraft were brought down...
According to guys... according to Alex Jones, it's already like we're already there. We're just not recognizing it because we're just lost in, like, all of these news cycles that we're not just seeing one event.
Is stretching it a bit from my point of view, unless the Indians are doing something very unconventional.
Pakistan spends 80% of its tax and other money on army. If they don't show result, coup will happen sooner or later.
But quite likely, there were drones over those top.
Interesting. So I'm assuming that like that policy isn't very popular domestically.
Targets, and they may well have brought down some drones, and that would make perfect sense. So that was...
I mean, listen, 80% of its tax.
So much expected. But what the Indians also did is that they struck inside Pakistan itself. And if you look at it further south, at Bahawalpur, this was a strike
is wild.
In the area much further south. And in Bahawalpur, the Indians claim that this is a Jaish-e-Mohammed base. This is where Jaish-e-Mohammed, who are not in the frame for that particular attack on the 22nd of April, are said to operate. And Pakistan says that...
Pakistan could be lying to make their own populace feel placated.
This attack was on a mosque.
See, that's why, like, I'm trying to be so careful with this one.
And that in that mosque, a number of civilians, including women and children, were killed. Certainly, this is verified footage of an attack. This is unverified footage of a destroyed mosque. It's plausible that this is the mosque. This is what Pakistan says was attacked last night. That's plausible. And what the Indians say, of course, is that the mosque is exactly where Jaish-e-Mohammed were planning and where they kept weapons and where they did some of their organisational work. It's plausible, of course, that both sides are telling the truth, because terrorist groups normally base themselves inside civilian buildings. They do their organisation inside civilian buildings, which have other purposes. And so when these bases, if that's what they are struck, then civilians die. So both sides may well be telling the truth about this. But why did the Indians do it? Why strike inside Pakistan when they only needed to strike, for the sake of credibility, the bases in Kashmir itself? Because they want to up the ante a little bit to show that they take those attacks of the 22nd of April very, very seriously. And what this is all about, it's not just tit-for-tat strikes. The Pakistanis have said, well, we will strike back at a time and place of our choosing, and that will happen, we guess, in the next few days. It sounds like playground politics. The grown-up version of that playground politics is that both sides are trying to re-establish deterrence. They're trying to make it clear to the other side that we will hurt you, and if you do this again, we'll hurt you even more, so don't do it again. That's the message. That's the grown-up version. But, of course, deterrence is incredibly perceptual. Deterrence is what the other side feels deterred by. So the threshold of deterrence is what you think it is. And we rely for stability on both sides having about the same threshold. If they get it wrong, if they think that the threshold is higher than it really is, then they can make big mistakes. And whether the Pakistanis have got it right when they respond as they say they will in the next few days, we'll find out probably sooner rather than later.
All right, give me one moment. Whoa, shit. Ah, where are you going? Why are you going crazy on me? Stupid Streamlabs. All right. All right, here we go. Sorry, I had to clean up some stuff. We can go into this now.
Welcome to another Q&A, our latest Q&A. Today we're speaking to Yada Hakim and Michael Clark about the tensions between India and Pakistan. We've already had lots of questions, so thanks for sending those in, but you can keep sending those in. If you're watching this on YouTube, you should be able to see a QR code on the screen. So scan.
Yeah, the thing is, like, this is where learning this, again, my basic American take is that India has always, like, they've gone out of their way to be like, Pakistan is saying that they will use, the big one. They'll use the button. And then Pakistan, when pressed on it, they said, no, we will use the button.
And you can send in, we'll try and answer as many as we can over the next half an hour, really. So let's just get straight into it. We've got a couple of questions. I think this is the main question from lots of people. It's about the fears of escalation. So this is from Vin saying, what are the chances of this ending up in a full-scale war? And who would support India or Pakistan? Yala, can we start with you? What do you think the chances of a full-scale war are here?
Well, Tom, I think with anything like this, misunderstandings can lead to miscalculations, which can lead to escalations, which can ultimately lead to war. And we're talking about two nuclear-armed nations, two rivals here, where we have seen things escalate between them in the past. In 2019, after a series of airstrikes that India launched on Pakistan, we saw that one of their pilots, the Indian pilots, the plane was shot down, the pilot was taken captive, and it actually took a situation to escalate, for it to de-escalate, because then the Pakistanis handed the pilot back to India, and it brought down the temperature. But there is no doubt that this situation, while currently contained, could actually escalate. And in terms of who is on whose side, I mean, I think India is currently watching to see A, how Pakistan responds, but B, they're also looking at what China does as well. China is a close economic ally of Pakistan. It also supplies them with their military hardware and military equipment. So India will be curious to see where China sits on this. And in the last few years, Washington and New Delhi have forged very close ties, especially to counter the rise of China in the region. So I think that's how it will play out in terms of how the different nations in the region respond to this, but also just where the United States and China might sit given their rivalry.
Yeah, and we'll talk.
Hello again. How's it going? Hope this doesn't lead to a war. Also, enjoy your...
About that diplomatic, who's going to mediate this if there is mediation. In terms of what Yalda said, Michael, about escalation, what might that look like? What are the mistakes that might be made on either side? And this also ties into a question from AZ asking if Pakistan or India don't back down, is it a military incursion into each other's side's administered Kashmir the only goal for each country, or could it be something different?
I really appreciate this format.
Well, there've been four.
Like the fact that they're doing a Q&A format, like with the newscasters that just reported on this. This is brilliant. I got to give Sky News a lot of credit for this.
Wars between India and Pakistan since independence in 1947, and three of them have been about Kashmir, one way or another. The point is that neither side need a war over this, because neither side's integrity is threatened as such. Neither side's sovereignty is threatened. Neither side has a real national stake in this, other than credibility about what's happening in Kashmir. And so, as Yalda says, there's always the possibility of miscalculation. And really, the issue is we're waiting for the Pakistani response. There will be a response. And if that response is roundabout at the level of the Indian action, then probably it won't go very much further. But if the
nuclear weapons were the biggest mistake
Pakistanis
ever
feel,
made
no,
by
we have
humans.
to go above that, because although this looks like playground politics, it looks like children in the playground, sort of action and reaction, the grown-up version of that is that both sides want to re-establish deterrence. They want to actually make the other side frightened of doing it again, whatever the it is. So both
We
sides...
know what the it is. Why? No, don't do that. Don't do that. We know what the it is. We know what the end game is. Come on, they're not even trying to mince words here.
They are talking about re-establishing deterrence because it's broken down since this terrorist attack of the 22nd of April. When we see the Pakistani response, we'll know if it's more or less at the level that the Indians have set, or if it goes above that. If it goes above that, then the Indians will say, oh, well, we've got to establish deterrence, and so we've got to think of something else. But at the moment, I'm not sure it will go there, because there's no reason for either side to want to...
Yeah, well, honestly, that's why when Steve was about to end his stream, he was kind of saying something similar, where he was just like, yeah, you know what, it seems like it's calming down. It seems like they, for all of the barking right now, they understand just what, this could amount to.
As to attack the other than what's happening in Kashmir itself.
Is that reminiscent, perhaps, of what we saw earlier between Israel and Iran, where we had the similar sort of weighing of response, and actually that didn't go any further? I mean, it was pretty terrifying watching it. But...
Exactly right, Tom. I mean, if both sides have an intrinsic idea of where the threshold is, the key the key thresholds, then you can stay...
I feel like I'm a very unprofessional broadcaster.
...within it. But if one side has a different interpretation of the threshold to another, that's where, as Yalda says, that's where the scope for miscalculation comes in. Because one side thinks it's reacting, as it were, reasonably within the threshold, and the other side thinks you've gone over it.
Professional
that's the
broadcaster,
problem. And we won't know about that sort of mutual thinking probably until the end of this week, when we see what Pakistan does.
I mean, this is obviously a new situation situation, but this is, in terms of on the ground now, this is not
Hope Steve is
a new
okay.
situation.
He was streaming.
In terms of the politics of this, the depth of feeling on both sides of this. And that's one of the questions we've got from Nick. Again, thanks for the questions. Please do keep sending those in. Nick's asked how much of this
I love Unimugle's take on him, how it's like that guy has never heard of what a power, or he does not know what a power poop is.
down to how India was partitioned and the UK's part in that. So, going
funny.
back a bit, but it is so relevant today, and I think important for people to understand. Yada, perhaps you could take us through that, both in terms of the history, but how keenly that history is felt.
I mean, you realize in these moments how keenly that history is felt. It goes back to, as the question posed, 1947, during partition. At the time, there were questions asked about whether Kashmir should become...
Based on her coverage yesterday, I'm a fan.
...become an independent state, whether it should, a Muslim-majority territory should be on the Pakistani side, or whether it should become part of India. Now, the Maharaja at the time decided that it wanted, it to be part of the Indian-administered side of the line of control, and yet both sides administer a part of it, and yet it has been hotly contested, a flashpoint, the most heavily militarized...
Steve is an Omega level grifter? Wait, what?
...zone on the
Carlitos, are you serious?
...the planet, frankly, and something...
You see,
as Michael said there, that they have fought over, disputed in terms of lines of control and loyalty for a long time. And frankly, in the 2000s...
Steve said chicken jockey and was assaulted by a bunch of young Somalis.
We saw escalation...
Oh, wait, maybe say it. Oh, no.
In terms of the number of people who were killed, the raids that took place, the finger of blame being pointed at the Indian army of the treatment of the people of Kashmir, and then these militant groups that emerged to sort of free and liberate.
Internet was definitely cut off. I can tell you that for certain. They came out and just said, yes, we're cutting out the internet over Kashmir.
Kashmir at the time, that still exists to this day.
Yeah.
And that is what Pakistan is being accused of.
I hate having a Midwestern accent sometimes. Kashmir.
Talk about the finger of blame being pointed on Pakistan.
Islamabad.
I don't think that India believes that, the civilian government in Pakistan has sat down and decided to mastermind this terrorist attack, but they've done enough, or there's enough evidence to point to the fact that they have trained and funded and backed these militant groups enough to give them sort of enough rope so that they're able to go and launch these kinds of attacks. And I think that is where the sticking point is today over the issue.
Michael, you wanted to pop in there?
Yeah, just a quick thing. In terms of Britain's
replacing those MAGA boomers while pushing every rage porn he can.
Responsibility for this. We can't...
are you dead serious?
Avoid the fact that the last Governor General of India before independence was Lord...
You're talking about, Steve from last night, Steve,
Louis Mountbatten. And he was very close to the Maharaja Hari Singh, who was the man who made the decision that Yalda talked about of wanting his princely province. They're called the... I think they're...
I gotta be honest, man. After watching his coverage and watching a little bit today, he seems very milquetoast, bro.
They're called the princely provinces or princely kingdoms.
You ate too much
to be
pizza,
part of India rather than Pakistan, and Mountbatten went along with that, and he shouldn't have done it. I mean, Kashmir was a difficult issue.
Ooh, I want pizza now.
But if Mountbatten had not been so accommodating to...
What day is it?
To his friend, then things might have been a bit different. And when people have talked about the origin of the Kashmir problem, the miscalculation, I think, or the sort of leadership weakness of Mountbatten does feature.
Tuesday, they have a buy one, get one free pizza at one of the better places by me.
In Britain's responsibility for this particular situation. But having said that, the independence of India was something Britain was determined it had to give India independence in 1945. It did it very quickly because it couldn't sustain its imperial presence. And I
think that's why I feel so good today. I had a really good workout.
Give a subcontinent as big as India, the whole subcontinent is now covered by India, Pakistan and Bangladesh. To create independence inside 2 years was always going to be a chaotic process. And of course, more than 2 million people were killed in the intercommunal violence.
He's been at this forever. Trust me, I understand. Just because I discovered him yesterday doesn't mean that he hasn't been at this forever. But I'm just going based off what, I didn't sense any, MAGA shit.
So it was a messy process of almost instant independence, which might have been handled differently. And Kashmir might have been handled differently if Lord Louis Mountbatten had been a more decisive and better decision maker at the time. And I think Britain should acknowledge
craving all the bad foods need to resist.
Some responsibility for that.
And the consequences of that being felt today. On those points that you both raised, actually, we've got two questions.
This is my snack now.
From Sunny and Kajor. And Sunny asks, what proxies are in play in this conflict? Is it like Hezbollah in Lebanon? How powerful are they? And Kajor's asked, why is India not
doing squats with an extra 30 pounds? Nice.
Provided evidence for these so-called terrorist-based attacks? And to what extent do you think Pakistan will respond? So this idea of, which you touched on, Yada, of these militant groups and India's evidence for this, whether they've produced enough, it's striking those...
I can't do squats with without feeling like I'm Zach Fair from Final Fantasy.
Said that they were going to hit
They actually have a mechanic in Crisis Core where you literally do squat. There's a squat challenge.
military targets, and they've said we are targeting terrorist sites. But just in terms of those groups, does India have cause here? Is it well documented? And how powerful are they?
Yeah, I mean, as we've been hearing, at different points, whether it was the 2008 Mumbai attacks where a number of locations were targeted by a group.
It didn't start last year. It goes back to 1947, and even we talk about ethnic cleansing. Let's not forget about Kashmiri
known as Lashkar-e-Taiba. At the time, you remember the iconic Taj Hotel and the foreign
Swift no update
civilians who were in those rooms, the Indians who were caught up and killed at the time during the 2008 Mumbai attacks, or whether we saw different sort of points where a military convoy was targeted in 2019. The finger of blame has all...
I was doing a presentation and I was running out of breath. My diaphragm was struggling, moving through all the internal blubber. I mean, I had a scary moment where, like, I was doing my cardio workout and, like, legit, I had, like, a pain in my chest that almost sent my ass to the hospital, but I'm pretty sure I was just having a panic attack.
Always been pointed at these militant groups, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, that operate in Pakistan. And as I said, they have been seen to be a proxy of the Pakistani government. And let's not forget that the ISI, the intelligence agency, spy agency of Pakistan, was long accused of backing, funding, harboring, giving shelter and sanctuary to the Afghan Taliban as well during NATO's 20-year war in Afghanistan. The Americans were often extremely frustrated with Pakistan. At one point in 2018, one of the things that Donald Trump during his first administration did was say that he was going to cut military aid to Pakistan because of accusations of playing a double game. So these are groups that operate within Pakistan's territory. They are powerful in their own right. They have proven to be...
Don't upset the idiot king.
...a problem for Pakistan as well. Thousands of people over the years have been killed as a result of terrorist attacks in Pakistan. Benazir Bhutto, when she returned to the country, the former Prime Minister, when she touched down on Pakistani soil, so many people warned her and said, do not return because of the threat of terrorist attacks. And she was, of course, assassinated in the country. I spoke to her son just a few days ago, and he's a former foreign minister of the country. And he admitted to me that actually they have had a long history of funding, backing terrorist organizations that goes back to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And they, in support of the Americans and various other groups, they backed the Mujahideen at the time. And we know how that unfolded in terms of many of them, their children, orphans of the Mujahideen, ended up being becoming the Taliban. And
no, I didn't see that. You should. Oh wait, you should see the money Steve made while covering Israel destroying Gaza while pandering to his rabid boomer audience.
Being trained in these seminaries or these madrasas where they were turned into extremists, and then they went on to become a fighting force in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So
what sucks is he's the only one that has the access right now to the live feeds. Like, he legit was the last one to have a live feed on Kashmir.
It's this murky, long history that has existed in the country.
I didn't know that, though. That I'll definitely have to look at some of the coverage. And
it's extremely murky, extremely complicated. You've also got, the Pakistan...
Because I don't know. I saw, like, how he was gutting at the chat yesterday, and he was kind of, like, shutting down a bunch of, like, people trying to get him to take a side. But maybe you know what? Literally, I got introduced to it yesterday. So
flying F6.
Also, fun fact: Steve wrote this ultra cringe book called "The Lightning Fart," a parody of Lightning Thief.
Steve's that relationship with America, which we'll talk about in a bit. Just to pick up on that, though, talking about the militaries rather than the sort of proxies, Hugh has asked Michael, I want to know, how do the nuclear arsenals and militaries of these two countries compare internationally? And also JP Roberts has said, what would a full-blown military conflict between these two nations look like in 2025, given how we've...
Actually, Alirda, that makes sense. Kashmir should just be an independent state with both Hindus and Muslims. I mean, how do the people, see, that's kind of where I also kind of played this, where how do the people who live in these regions actually feel? Would they like independence? Because it seems like it was pretty peaceful, and like the tourists, like they were saying, the tourist stuff was beneficial. And then, but here's the one thing I haven't heard on the Pakistani side is, did they get any of the benefit, or how'd that work?
In warfare developed since 2022 and the Ukraine war.
Okay, well, in nuclear terms, they've both got about the same. They're believed both to have about 170-odd warheads, which are easily deliverable from their point of view because they've got a very short distance to go. They're right on each other's borders. And that's one of the issues for nuclear politics, that there's no reaction time, which is one of the reasons why both sides get quite nervous, simply because if anybody decided to use a nuclear weapon, there'd be no sense of warning. It would just happen. We're a long
He's not full bad. He went over his audience for the pandemic stuff.
long way from that, but that's what informs a lot of the crises. In conventional terms, if you look at something called the global...
One thing I don't have to agree with everything, but like if he was like a real piece of shit about, you know, Gaza, then that's something I...
Firepower scores. I mean, you know, I look at these things, you know, as part of my bedtime reading, such a sad man that I am. But if you look at global firepower scores, which is a very mechanistic way of looking at military hardware.
Sort of top Trump.
You need to, though.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, who can do what in the world? Who's got the ability to deliver firepower, you know, with all the logistics and transport and weapons? And
damn it, Mitesh, the thing is, that would be a joke any other time except for now, apparently, in 2025. But Trump's just going to be like, okay, I got the solution. The U.S. will just take over Kashmir. I got a sweater. I love it. It's one of the best sweaters I've ever had. Not sure if you've ever had a Kashmir sweater. It'll be a beautiful. We'll build beautiful houses and ski resorts. I'll have my name on them. It'll be the Trump Kashmir.
India is number 4 on that list of global firepower scores. Pakistan is number 12. In case you're interested, Britain is number 9. But I mean, that tells you something about the difference between them. And roughly, in rough handfuls, the Indian forces are about double the size of Pakistan's forces. So the Indian army is 1.2 million, and they've got another million in reserve. The Pakistani army is about 500,000, with about they've got about 250,000 National Guard.
That would be ideal, but China's not letting that happen. Is this over the water?
Oh, they could push to about 250,000, 200,000, and they've got their own reserve. But they're about half the size. And if you look at air, land, and sea, ships, tanks, and planes, they've always got about half of what the Indians have got. If the bottom line is, if it came to a war, India will win. If it goes to above the threshold of war, India wins. It always does, because it's got more to put in. If it's below the level of a war, if it's some sort of military confrontation, then Pakistan might think it could get something out of it. But if the higher it goes, the more Indian dominance will play.
Okay, and Yada, do you have any? I know you've got to run very shortly. Do you want to pick up on that quickly before you go, or do we have to say goodbye?
No, I mean, I do have to run, but just to pick up on some of the points that Michael made there in terms of the fact that we are far away from, the idea of a nuclear threat. But again, it should be worrisome for the world because they are two nuclear rivals. And, just in the last few days, Pakistani officials have said to me that these missiles are not just sitting there on display. They are pointing towards India. India, for its part, says that we can't continue to be threatened with this, and we are going to act and do whatever we need to do. We're talking about nuclear weapons, and then alongside that, proxy groups that are being supported, terrorist groups that are being supported. And unlike peanut butter and jelly, nuclear weapons, terrorism, they don't really mix well together. So it is a worrisome time. But hopefully there is a flurry of diplomacy now that can de-escalate.
You got my nuclear warhead in my terrorism
situation. We saw tensions de-escalated in 2019 when that Indian pilot was handed back.
Just doesn't have the same ring.
And this time around, what was interesting was, although Pakistan does claim that a number of Indian aircraft was shot out of the sky, we're still waiting to sort of see any evidence of that and for India to confirm. But that situation was de-escalated through that. It will be interesting to see at what point what de-escalates this particular situation, and if it is able to be de-escalated.
The last time that de-escalation happened was, of course, with President Trump in his first term. So what he does in that will be crucial. Yada, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to keep going with Michael for another 10 minutes or so. So keep getting your questions in, scan that QR code, and we'll try and get through as many as we can. Just on that, Yada mentioned this potential downing of Pakistan claiming that 5 Indian jets had been...
God, that's weird. Okay, so, we have to give Trump credit for de-escalating that.
Shut down, which seems like a lot. There has been some clips on social media, which we're working to verify at the moment, but I don't think we can say...
See, I'm not that bad of a guy.
With certainty whether they show fuselage of downed jets. We need to work out when those are taken. How plausible is... 5 jets would be a lot to lose.
Well, yeah, I don't know how they've shot down any, because there's no reason for Indian Rafale aircraft, which is almost certainly what they were, to have left Indian airspace. If you look at the distances involved, Bahawalpur is 56 miles over the border. That's well within the range of a Rafale inside India firing a Scalp missile. At Bahawalpur, at the mosque there. And if you look at Muzaffarabad, that's only 20 miles away from the line of control. So Indian jets could have stayed within their own airspace, and they only had even a Hammer air-to-surface missile, 20-mile range. That's fine, that would do it. So I don't see why Indian jets ever left Indian airspace. If they did, they must have had a special reason to do so, and I'd be astonished. Why would they do that? Why would they put an expensive jet and an even more expensive pilot in harm's way? Quite likely they flew drones.
Jesus, this is how they see us.
Over the real targets. That's entirely plausible. Drones to confuse the electronics, drones to open a path in air defense systems, because, unless you're going to bomb air defense systems, which is a different game altogether, then what you can do is you can open, like opening a curtain, you can open a path for your missiles to go through, and that path will stay open for a couple of hours, which is enough. I mean, the whole operation seems to have been over in about 20 minutes from what I've read. So it's entirely plausible that there were surveillance drones and electronic warfare drones above Pakistan airspace. But I'd be very surprised if any Indian aircraft were above Pakistani airspace last night.
And that does seem to tally with the videos released by the Indian government. They look like drone videos over targets rather than jets traveling.
And if there's debris strewn around the area in Pakistani territory, I mean, it's your job, not mine, Tom, to verify these things. But I'd be looking very hard to look at the debris with a view to it probably being a drone. But who knows? I mean, this crisis could go in all sorts of ways. But if an aircraft has been downed, then India has got something badly wrong, and that's if so, it's very, very embarrassing for them. And the other issue is, where is the pilot?
Yeah, which was, as Yada was saying, a real issue back in the last episode.
Yeah, they lost the MiG-21, but they got the pilot back, who was uninjured, and the Pakistanis looked after him and gave him back as a sort of peace offering. But I mean, a MiG-21 is a certain sort of aircraft. That was 2019. Here we are 6 years later. Rafale is no comparison in terms of the sophistication of the aircraft.
Well, that's.
Yeah, I was about to say, so they have footage of an aircraft getting shot down that they've been circulating on Twitter, but it turns out that it is the one from 2019.
One of the questions actually we should think about is, lessons that can we learn from Ukraine? But this is very mountainous, it's very high altitude, it's a different sort of fighting.
Yep.
I mean, in 1965, I think they had a huge tank battle over this. It's evolved since then. There's that dogfight in 2019.
Yep.
What are the sort of key, areas here, and how have both sides upgraded their military to try and get an edge there?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Indians have upgraded the military a lot more than the Pakistanis have, mainly because the Indian military is focused on China. I mean, for India, China is the peer country, that the threat that they worry about, the long-term challenge, and so they look at what India has got, what China has got, and they work around that. For Pakistan, their main threat is India, and the Pakistanis, I mean, their economy is not doing terribly well, and so they're in the middle of a big IMF loan to keep them afloat, whereas India is on course to be the third biggest economy in the world by about 2050. So the qualitative edge of Indian equipment in general is greater all the time than Pakistani equipment. And although Pakistan, gets its equipment from China, it can't afford, or hasn't afforded, some of the best. And ultimately, it comes down to two big land armies. I mean, both the Indian army and the Pakistani army are 20th century style land armies. But the Indians are modernizing more quickly than the Pakistanis are doing. And Pakistan is not modernizing partly because it can't afford to, and also because the army is just much more traditionalist. In essence, the ISI, the Inter-Service Intelligence Organization, has a disproportionate role in the army, and the army has a disproportionate role in the government. And that is a recipe for a lack of innovation.
Yeah, it's a very different political system as well. That is worth bearing in mind.
Yeah.
In terms of the politics of this, away from the conflict, a couple more questions here from Ashish and from Gail. First one being, what role can the UN play in resolving the conflict? Are multilateral institutions over these days? It's very old-fashioned, or is that going to be a forum for de-escalation?
Glad that we're not the only ones kind of seeing that.
And resolving this conflict. And Gail has asked, who are the key international moderators in this conflict? Are there countries who India and Pakistan really listen?
I mean, let's be real. Every time that the IMF comes out, or the UN comes out and they condemn even like Netanyahu, it's just like it's such paper tiger bullshit, because they don't do anything. Everybody's got this idea of like the movie version of the UN and The Hague and all this stuff, and like the criminal courts. It's like,
listen to and don't want to isolate. So I think for both,
isn't George Bush still considered an international criminal?
For those who think the US and China are the really big ones.
Their...
Does the UN have a role as well?
It does, in the sense that, everyone says, why can't the UN solve problems? The fact is, only great power politics solves the problem, but then everybody needs the UN. So when the forces who are antagonistic, when they reach some sort of accommodation, they then turn to the UN to legitimize it, to monitor it, to record the fact. Nobody turns to the UN to solve the problem, but everybody turns to the UN to tidy up the loose ends, and that's where the UN will come in this case as well, I suspect. But we do live in an era now of great power conflict, far more than multilateral cooperation, and so it'll come down to who's prepared to put pressure on either side. But when we talk about China and America, the problem is China is extremely antagonistic to India. Of course, they're the big competition, and China is behind Pakistan. They won't want Pakistan to be in any way humiliated. The United States is much closer to India now than it was, and the US is very antagonistic these days towards Pakistan. The US really lost patience with Pakistan during the Afghan crisis. From 2006 onwards, with the war in Afghanistan taking a new turn after 2006, right through to the withdrawal in 2022. Washington always thought that Islamabad was not being helpful, that Islamabad was behind the Taliban, with the ISI again, was helping the Taliban, which it was most of the time, and that Pakistan was playing two sides of the same conflict, playing both sides together. And so there isn't much love lost in the Trump administration for Pakistani's leadership. And so, you've got the US on one side and China on the other. Neither of them are in a good position to play a mediating role. Do you know, funnily enough, the country that is listened to by both is Britain. And although Britain is a long way away from this conflict and certainly doesn't want to get involved, Britain is one of the very few powers that has a good relationship with Pakistan for historical reasons, for reasons of recent history as well.
There's a lot of foreign aid sent from the UK as well.
There is indeed, yeah. So London and Islamabad actually get on pretty well. And London and Delhi are getting on better than for a long time. And witness this week, the economic deal has only been announced a couple of days ago. Yeah.
I mean, that's really important, right? Because it's interesting when you mentioned China getting behind Pakistan and not wanting it might be a similar dynamic to what we saw in Ukraine, right? In terms of rival blocs, Russia enlisting North Korea, China probably with that sort of tacit backing, at least some materials going there, and the world being divided into these two blocs, Iran as well. Pakistan isn't part of that as far as we understand now, but if this became a real prolonged conflict, could that be another?
It might, yeah. I mean, it might, but I don't think it'll go that way because it's not in the interest of either the United States or China to allow this conflict to become a sort of a focus of anything else between them. I mean, this is just going to be a nuisance from their point of view. And China is very anxious to complete its investments in its Belt and Road Initiative. I mean, the Chinese are involved.
That piece of popcorn stuck in my tooth.
In building an enormous port in Gwadar to the west of Pakistan as part of this great big sort of route from China into the Indian Ocean and ultimately into Europe. There's 6 different routes in the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. The port of Gwadar is a really important part of that network. They won't want things to interfere with that. So they certainly won't want a war. But they won't want China won't want Pakistan to be humiliated or undermined by this. But equally, they certainly won't want the Pakistanis to get too aggressive. So I think unless India and Pakistan themselves elevate this conflict, the forces behind them are nobody's in a really good position to mediate, but nobody is in a position to manipulate it either. I think in a sense, this is going to be a rather self-contained crisis. And it's up to Delhi and Islamabad to decide if they really are going to take it to another level after the end of this week. By the end of this week, we'll know if Pakistan has matched India's escalation and not gone any further. If that's what they've done, then this crisis might be over quite quickly.
In terms of that, I mean, I think the reason everyone gets worried about this is you have 2 nuclear-armed states and you have a long-running, intractable conflict. But that might also be an argument for why this doesn't have to become a wider thing. You've had a long-running conflict.
Keep on managing it.
They've had
managing it since 1947. Carry on doing it. Yeah, and it doesn't solve it, but you can stop it getting worse. That's the theory.
And is that? I mean, some people made the argument that because of nuclear weapons, you haven't seen full-scale war between nuclear-armed powers.
Islamabad is going to take it to another level.
It's been the great fear during the Ukraine war.
I mean, they keep they keep promising that they are, and they're not past using the button.
Well,
so
obviously only one side in that instance.
Keep reminding us of that
with nuclear weapons, but actually that perhaps it does limit full-scale war between countries that wouldn't have it. Controversial.
Yeah, no. It's often I've made this point a few times that it's often said that nuclear deterrence, works better in practice than it does in theory. The theory of nuclear deterrence is terrible, but the practice is that people sort of understand what these weapons do. We know what these weapons will do. There's no doubt what will happen if a nuclear device is used. And for that reason, everybody gets a bit careful whenever the nuclear issue comes up. They get very careful. However, in the case of India-Pakistan, this is the
one key thing that's missing here is Modi got a power problem. Modi needs a conflict like Bibi does. That's why I'm not putting this past the fact that India is literally using the exact playbook. They didn't even bother. It's like they copied the homework and they didn't even bother to change it.
Nuclear relationship, which is the closest, the one that's got the least distance involved. It would be instant. If a nuclear weapon were to be used by one side or the other, then the other side wouldn't know about it until it went off. In effect, there's no reaction time. And for that reason, both sides get very worried about nuclear diplomacy, even though a crisis is far, way below the level. I mean, nuclear weapons would only be used by any country, it is said, if its existence was at stake, and nothing that happens in Kashmir.
Yeah, no, actually, Young Wolf, yeah, no, you got a good take here. Well, they made this suspense on India the whole day. Are we going to attack? Or, like, the whole India blackout, whole India was blacked out. So guess what? They didn't attack.
Yeah. Threatens the existence.
Well, yeah, the media was blacked out. Still is over on Twitter. Like, they still have like a bunch of stuff where you cannot get over to the, like, you just can't tweet at anybody in the, Kashmir region
of Pakistan. Or
anytime that you even try to report on it, you get the little thing from their official account.
India as presently constituted. So why would they go there? They won't. But the decision makers on both sides of the
they did not attack
border tend to get nervous that the other side might have taken leave of its senses, use a nuclear weapon just to demonstrate it, and we won't know anything about it until it goes off, and then it'll be too late.
Yeah, and you sort of memories of the Cold War and Able Archer exercises and misreading intentions.
1983, Able Archer, yeah. That was famous, an American nuclear exercise, regular nuclear exercise, and it was picked up as a genuine nuclear attack by the Russians. And one Russian operator who should have sounded the alert said, I don't believe it, I'm not going to sound the alert. And in the 20 minutes that he thought about it, it might have saved the world, because it was then discovered that it was in fact only an alert that had gone wrong. And thankfully, one nuclear operator on the Russian side said, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to obey orders until I've thought about it and double-checked. And I think we can all be grateful for that.
Yeah, I mean, a reminder, even if we think this might be a limited conflict, it does, the stakes are really high. And this escalation ladder could continue. I mean, lastly, if it is more prolonged, Anissa, a question, thanks again for the questions, and this will probably be our last one. She has asked, how does this conflict affect trade and the global economy? So let's say it's not over by the end of the week, but actually becomes something more protracted. What are the effects there? We know it's not a great time for trade at the moment in the world, mainly thanks to the US president rather than anything else. But what are the considerations there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question, because global trade is in such a volatile state at the moment, and the world may be hovering on the edge of a recession. And a war in East Asia, if it became a war, even a small war as these things go, that would be bad for trade. It would disrupt supply chains. And so it would be another factor which would likely push the world into global recession in the second half of this year. So if you said to me, if this turns into a war, what would be the effect? I'd say it makes global recession almost not inevitable, but very, very likely. And then we all suffer lack of growth, lack of trade, more disruption to supply chains.
Well, we shall see what happens, as Michael's saying there. We'll have a much better idea by the end of the week whether this does stay contained or whether it does have those effects going on. Michael, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us too and for sending in your questions. Michael will be back on Friday with another Q&A back on the topic of Ukraine. See you then.
Those, I like those. I give Sky News a lot of credit for that one. All right, Papal Conclave, don't care. Oh, man. Did we actually, make it to the end of the, situation there? I think we did. All right, India. No Pope. Nope, no Pope. No Pope today. Literally, there's no Pope. The conclave finished with no Pope, so it continues. So the smoke keeps going, right? Taps Casey Means, wellness influencer, close to RFK Jr. for... Wait, who the hell is Cassie Means? Dr. Cassie Means played a role in helping shape the Trump administration's Maha agenda. She has Maha credentials. Okay. Come back later. Dave's not here. You having a conversation with yourself over there? Give me 1 second. Ooh. Really?
Yes, it began around this time yesterday, and 9 targets so far we know have been hit. More than 37 people, civilians, have lost their lives. This includes women and children. Their pictures, videos are all around in the media, not just Pakistani media. About 58 or 59 are injured, some of them grievously. It is a serious matter because 37 people were being buried all over Pakistan.
Oh, this is why she had to go, guys. She had to interview this guy.
Today. So it is a very, very serious matter. Of course...
He's arguing with strawberries burned.
Pakistan wanted to avoid it. We have been saying for the last 14, 15 days.
Will I be reviewing Donda 2? No, but I will be going over the update that Piers Morgan produced for us.
Investigate the matter. International
I hate to say it. He is being catty.
Pakistan is ready to join the international investigation. Including UN Security Council, so many countries have requested for de-escalation, but instead of listening to that, India chose to attack yesterday.
High Commissioner, you say that Pakistan didn't want it to escalate. Do you still not want it to escalate?
We never wanted it to escalate. The attack has happened. 37 civilians have lost their lives. Of course, our National Security Committee, that is the chief decision-making body led
Pakistan
by the Prime Minister,
retaliate.
met today. And of course, a statement has come out of it. A final decision will be of the Security Committee. Let's see how it pans out today.
I mean, in your assessment, and I've been speaking to Pakistani ministers who say they will respond. From your assessment, what could that response look like?
No, it is not for me to predict what it would be. Pakistan's first choice was peace, and we insisted on that. We chose the best way forward, that we thought that, okay, don't believe us.
Piers is begging Elon to have Yeh banned pronto.
Believe the international community. Tell them, and an international inquiry can...
In terms of an investigation?
Of course,
I just want to point out to investigations, because in 2001, the Indian Parliament was...
Well, yeah, no, you got that right.
...attacked. Pakistan was invited to be part of the investigation. In 2008, the Mumbai attacks took place. The finger of blame was pointed at terrorist groups that had arrived into Mumbai from Pakistan. Pakistan was called on for an investigation. In 2016, the Uri attack, Pakistan was invited to be part of the investigation. In 2019, the Pulwama attack took place. Pakistan was invited to be part of the investigation. At all of these different junctures, Pakistan may have cooperated on the surface, but it didn't do anything to prevent these terror groups from flourishing within the country.
First, we have to have our facts right. Somebody has given you the paper, but he has
No one has given me this paper, actually. I spoke to, and I've been documenting and following this, but please,
if I may.
But this isn't a paper that someone has just...
The facts have to be right. The 2008, it was not that Pakistan was invited every time, as you say. No, Pakistan itself said that there should be an investigation. And all these investigations are pending because lack of Indian collaboration. It is the... let me complete. No.
I just want to point out, because Prime Minister Modi was criticized for inviting Pakistan to Delhi to be part of an investigation at one point, and yet
which investigation?
It was either the 2016, the Uri attack, or the 2019.
No, it can be either. We're talking of facts. There was no such thing that he was criticized for something
by the Indian public.
It is pending, but maybe, I don't know, but it is pending because India unilaterally in 2019 decided to throw all international law under the bus and withdraw the Article 370. Since then, there is no dialogue. The SAARC summit, SAARC is the organization which runs South Asia, which should have led South Asia to development, 1.7 billion people. It is dysfunctional for one reason. India doesn't want it to move forward. 2016 November, the summit was to be in Islamabad. 9 years have passed. Look where GCC has gone. Look where African Union has gone.
Wait. High Commissioner, I do want you to get your points across, and that's why we've invited you on the program.
No, but this has to be clarified that it is not pending because of Pakistan. India has to provide the evidence. We have to collaborate. The delegations have to meet. The embassies have to interact. If they throw missiles at my country, how do we...
Wait, 7 through 9 just came out?
Collaborate with them. And there is no dialogue since 2016 because they stopped everything. They walked out of the summit, which they agree... Facts, because I deal with it.
Yes.
First, on February...
Yeah, see, I hate people like this. Again, the Trump shit. It's only facts because he deals with it. Don't question it. Like, oh, what you have is not facts. Yeah, you got alternative facts there. You don't deal with the real facts. Only I know the real truth.
2016, India.
The more that people say shit like that, immediately I am now skeptical on anything that comes out of their effing mouth.
Agreed to holding of SAARC.
Came out yesterday?
Oh, shit. This agreement was in
Well, I was covering this.
In Nepal, I was there, and the date was agreed was November. Now they backed out of it.
So you're talking about a summit versus India...
Dialogue.
And a dialogue. The dialogue, correct.
The dialogue has to happen for the collaboration and everything.
But the accusation here is on Pakistan funding these terrorist organizations.
There are accusations about everything, and we can relitigate history or whatever we can do. The issue was that you said that among 5 or 6, and I can give you 5 others, in which allegations were made on us. Then there is Samjhauta Express. Allegations are on India. We have said again and again, let's sit down, Let's discuss. Let's find a solution.
Do you think, though, when terrorists launch these types of attacks, it completely derails any chance of both sides sitting down, having dialogue, talking to each other to bring about peace?
I mean, if you apply this to Ukraine and Russia, this would be a no-brainer.
I believe in that you have to overcome the terrorist attacks and continue with dialogue. Find this. That is the only way. If your dialogue process is derailed by one terror attack, then in the entire world, nothing can move forward.
It wasn't one terror attack, though. We're talking, I mean,
yeah,
I just went through it.
Samjhauta Express happened.
The parliament was attacked, the Mumbai attacks.
The Indians took Siachen, the whole glacier, Kamar and Chor Batla. The history, when you go into history, it is a very painful history.
It is an incredibly painful history on both sides, which I put to your defense minister just in the last week.
We have to come out of the defense minister thing. I think you have made the point.
But the information minister as well yesterday was talking about things like Osama bin Laden didn't exist in and wasn't found in.
We can start the history from 1947 and we can continue with it, and I can quote books and you can. The issue, what is the issue now? 1.3 billion Indians, 250 million Pakistanis.
Need to find a common ground.
Need to coexist. Yalda, this is very important. We have to find, I'm a diplomat.
Yes.
My job is to find a solution in which both the countries at least find some space in which they can move forward. My children can...
But sir, I know and I understand, and as you say, it is a painful history, but when the military, the intelligence services, the security forces in Pakistan, the defense establishment are accused, and it is a known documented fact that even the State Department has been following and the Trump administration has criticized, is that Pakistan uses these proxies. Unless that is overcome and these terrorist attacks continue,
the Samjhauta Express, the entire train was burned, people were burnt alive. There is no accusation on Pakistan, and I can quote you 10 other incidents because this is allegations counter. How do you come out of these allegation counter allegations? International investigation. Why is India shirking from an international investigation if they are so sure?
I mean, that is why I've pointed to these other investigations.
No, but this is wrong. I have quoted you.
No.
I have quoted you instances on all these. Pakistan is ready to collaborate. India has to come to the table, and of course, we have to share evidence. The witnesses have to be presented. There are legal procedures, which of course are in front of. Just quoting, like naming 10, and I can name you 20, that they took the entire Siachen glacier, and it's still controversial.
I mean, again,
like
you keep pointing to these investigations, but for Pathankot attack in 2016, India did invite a joint investigation team to Pakistan.
Yes.
And I mean,
no, not to Pakistan. India invited a team went there.
Yes, which
then
is what
it is stopped because there is no collaboration from. They have stopped the collaboration. We have not. They are the ones who walked out of Kashmir. They are the ones. Since 2016, there is no dialogue.
But if you're not cracking down on these terror groups, which is the point of contention.
We are doing whatever we can, because my country, I would know it better. We are doing what.
Again, this does not help your case. God.
Whatever is possible, much more than Pakistan is.
Man, I'm just going to go out on a limb and just say this much. At least these guys are so bad at this now where we can just go, oh.
Biggest victim on 25th of.
But this is also what I was saying earlier. This is Trump's fault. These guys listen to Donald Trump and they think that they can pull what he does. But honestly, this is what makes Trump successful, is the fact that they're like, he's just him. It's literally the stupidity mixed with the charisma, mixed with the fact that he understands that everything's made for TV. This guy is not made for TV, therefore him doing like the deny,
entire
like doesn't
train
work.
Was hijacked and entire train, the stuff of films. And clear
then
links
why
to
does the intelligence
Bros failed diplomacy 101. He got ass.
And the military continue to support
nobody is supporting anything. The links are going to India, and there was clear
No, but I'm talking about these proxy groups that exist
I am not talking of any proxy groups, and we can discuss everything. I am talking of India and Pakistan. Can we find a solution to the problem? And we can have a longish discussion of your understanding of history or my understanding of history. How do we move forward? By allegations and counter.
By not literally not doing this semantical bullshit where it's your understanding of history and my understanding of history.
No. We have to find the appetite to sit together.
It's like, no, there is like fact. Like, this is the whole, I don't know if you've ever been the third wheel in a couple situation where it's like you hear one story from one person in the couple and then you hear the other story from the other side, and then you're like, well, I was there. And you're both assholes.
Discuss it, patient, not by bombing my country in the middle of the night yesterday and killing 37 civilians. Now, you're missing entire thing that in one of my foreign service colleagues, his nephew had shahadat, 6-year-old Irtaza Abbas, 6-year-old, and he was in his home. The home was bombed and the boy is dead. Who is responsible?
And what about reports that the leader of Jaish-e-Mohammed's family, 10 members of his family were killed? Reports that have come out.
I have seen. There is no confirmation of it. I don't know. As I say, there is no love lost for anyone. Let's investigate. Let somebody independent investigate. My Prime Minister is saying. Then,
and if links of Jaish-e-Mohammed were found within Pakistan?
You can't name them like this without any, you can't be the judge, jury and executioner. We have to investigate before we start. What has India done? We presume that these were mosques that were attacked.
They're seminaries, madrasas and
mosques,
seminaries.
And you can go and see that. The international media was there yesterday. We're just taking them around. Mosques have been attacked.
But madrasas and seminaries
no,
that are
they are mosques.
Extremist building
no,
factories.
This is you can imagine anything that you want, and I would respect that. Of course, it's your imagination.
This is also actually, we can say this too. This is part of the fallout from the American campaign in Iraq, where now we've been conditioned to hear, oh, so the second that you say, well, mosques are harboring terrorists, immediately, like, now we go, that's fucking racist, because we were lied to so often about that. Then we come to find out that, yeah, that was bullshit.
Something has to be proven. Would you let anyone in Europe do that, and I'm going to bomb that country because I think there's a seminary or something? That can't happen.
I'm just going to keep you there because
Please.
We have with us on the program as well, just to get the view.
Ooh, she brought
you from India.
Ooh, here we go.
And this is not going to be a debate or a panel discussion, but I do want to bring in Javeer Singh, a spokesperson from the Indian Prime Minister's ruling BJP party. Mr.
That was his cue to shut the F up.
Gill, thank you.
It's like, this is not a debate. Please do not interrupt
so
me.
much for joining us here.
That was polite.
On the program, you've been hearing from the High Commissioner. The High Commissioner is saying that the past needs to be put behind everyone. We're talking about 1.4 billion Indians and several hundred million Pakistanis. Both countries need to coexist. What is your response to what the High Commissioner is saying?
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Ms. Yakeem, has a 3E policy: evaporate, eradicate, and eliminate terrorist and supporter of terrorist. And Operation Sindoor is a living testimony to that. On 24th April, our Prime Minister made a commitment to the nation that those who support terror will be eliminated. 7th May Operation Sindoor is a fulfillment of that promise. As far as Pakistan is concerned, the message, our Operation Sindoor, is just not a mission. It's a clear message to Pakistan and the entire world that enough is enough, no more. India will not tolerate terrorism, and India will not hesitate to
what the U.S. did in Iraq, Putin is doing in Ukraine. Yeah,
eliminate terrorism. That message has to be clear. And lastly, India's right to self-defense is uncompromisable. Now, Pakistan is thick-skinned and shameless. Pakistan talking about finding common ground. Pakistan talking about peace is like a devil quoting from the scriptures. If Pakistan was so innocent and holier than thou, why they have been on the FATF grey list for the longest period of time? Why was Osama bin Laden found there? Why the entire world today frowns upon Pakistan?
Mr. Gill, I just want to, interrupt, because one of the things that Pakistan is pushing back on, they're saying that there's been no investigation following the 22nd of April terror attack in Kashmir, and India automatically pointed the finger of blame on Pakistan without any kind of investigation taking place, that there should have been an international investigation and that Pakistan was willing to cooperate in that.
After 2001, 2008, 2016, 2019, time for investigation is over. India is now all for action against terror camps. In fact, the ambassador sitting on your show and the entire Pakistan civilian population should be grateful to Prime Minister Narendra Modi that he has done what Pakistan army and Pakistan government cannot do, that is eliminate terrorists.
Well, they're
Lastly,
concerned about
what happens?
civilian populations being hit. They say that mosques have been targeted and civilian populations have been
Oh, snap, calling him Satan already?
killed
Yep.
as a result of these airstrikes.
This is the, again, they're just trying to speed run like the dehumanization.
Let me be very clear on your show. Terrorists are not civilians. Our press release officially from the government.
Yeah, see, they're literally doing the thing where it's just like you label whoever you do not like a terrorist, and then based on that, you've already established in the populace that these people are bad and they deserve it. That it's working with Trump. That's why you see so many of these assholes going on social media, just like their answer to everything is just deport, even though it's a fucking citizen. Like they don't give a shit, man. They just want people they don't like to be gone. And that's where we're at. Like, the thing is, like, we have lost whatever, like, the world collectively gained after World War II, where we all kind of just went, nah, we don't want to do that again. We lost that.
Clarify.
And I mean, the thing is, it's time. It's the fact that the generation that lived through it's pretty much dead. And we just also had this whole thing where we just apparently don't respect history at all.
With proof, visuals, no.
Should be grateful, this fucking guy.
Civilian.
Yeah, he's like the J.D. Vance of India. You should be thanking us.
No military.
You should say thank you. You didn't say thank you.
Establishment.
But terror is scary.
And no civilian houses were hit. 9 terrorist sites were attacked and hit to ensure those monsters who attacked India do not repeat the same mistake in their next 7 lives. That's a categorical statement with proof.
Could you tell us a little bit more about this evidence that you're pointing to of the targets that were hit? Because there's all sorts of information coming out on all sorts of platforms.
Okay, well, as a non-religious person, the fact that you believe there's even 7 lives, like, maybe this does play into like the whole like why people don't value the life they have here.
Platforms about who may have been.
Do people ever actually look at this objectively and then like? Have that little hint that their faith, like that breaks their faith. I don't care what your like faith is, but that 1 second where you're just like, what if this is bullshit?
Targeted and killed. From the Pakistani side, they say that they have images, videos that show that civilians, including women and children, were hit and targeted, including mosques. And India last night, the army put out a statement.
Also, I guess I have more peace in my life because I at least like he thinks that his enemies they died, but then they go and have another 6 lives or how many ever because cat rules. But yeah, I mean, and from my perspective, it's like, once you fucked, you fucked.
To say that these were seminaries.
Religion is the true scourge of civilization. It is.
That were hit, that groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed, which they believe were linked to.
It is. The thing is, I really do think it is, but this is what, like, as somebody, like, who went through it, who has felt the comfort of religion, who has felt the community of religion, who has even, like, had the comfort of just the, like, not having to think about what happens after, you die, which, it's weird. Once you don't harp on it that much and you don't think about it like that, you do start just accepting, like, oh, okay. Well, that's a lot easier, actually.
The Kashmir attack of the 22nd of April were targeted, and there's all sorts of information currently in the fog of war that seems to be swirling around.
10:30 a.m. India time, the government of India did a detailed press briefing where all the visuals were also there. Secondly, Ms. Yatim, please understand the...
I think it wouldn't have been this big of a fight if it didn't hurt religious sentiments of the citizens of India.
Approach between the two nations. Difference. India believes in combating...
Yeah, Steve's not live today.
...terrorism. Pakistan believes in...
He already quit.
...supporting terrorism. And when Ambassador on your show talks about evidence, the defense minister of Pakistan was asked, you are claiming that you shot down 5 Indian planes. Where is the proof?
I gotta pee.
He says it's all over social media. Now, that is the kind of hallucination Pakistan suffers from. On the contrary, today Pakistan has hit a Sikh holy temple, killed children, hit civilians in Poonch. India is still warning that Pakistan should stop, resist supporting terrorists. Otherwise, Pakistan is already known as a country which holds a record for deploying their air force, deploying their army, and hitting Indian civilians for what? For the sake of pleasing terrorists and terror camps, which have put a begging ball in the hands of Pakistan. There is a reason. My last comment. India is the voice of global South, and Pakistan is the face of global terrorism. And we will slap that face hard. And there is no negotiation in that.
Well, at this point, things are tense and have escalated on both sides. Will India back down now, draw a line in the sand? Because Pakistan says that it has no choice but to retaliate, given the scale of the attack last night.
2 quick points. Number one, if Pakistan will retaliate, they will hit another self-goal and expose themselves and prove to the world that Pakistan is in support of terror and terror groups. Number two, India will not back down. India is awake. India will not sleep till each and every terror camp in Pakistan is destroyed.
Mr. Gill, thank you very much for joining us here on the program.
Thank you.
I just want to get your reaction, because there's clearly a lot of anger in India around this. It's going back to the root of what we were talking about, that terrorist camps exist in Pakistan, and India says that that's what it hit. On the point of the Pakistani Defence Minister Khwaja Asif speaking to television networks and saying that these fighter jets were struck down and referencing social media, that is an interview that I saw as well. Just your response and statement to that.
First, we should always be civilized in our comments. So the kind of language, it's very nice. Even if we go to war with India, that doesn't stop me from being civilized. So my comments will be within civility.
That's so weird. He cares more about how he looks with his language than if he is seen as somebody who condones frickin' murder.
Jets shot down.
Which
I hope you have seen in the CNN now. There's this news item quoting a French intelligence person and clearly saying that more than one planes, Rafales, were shot down. More information is coming. I am no one to doubt CNN. It is a global name.
This guy kind of looks like Sammy Sosa from the Cubs.
It has published something. So there must be some merit to it. There are others, many others.
I mean, I'm quoting the defense minister who was pointing to social media, not actual
No, I am quoting you CNN, and you can see it. Just one search.
He spoke to CNN, the defense minister.
Yeah, you can. What I'm quoting can be checked on CNN. This is a French intelligence.
Yeah, we watched that.
They are quoting. I'm not quoting anything. That their planes have been shot down. And we should be still, whatever we go to fight or not, we should be civil and we should have logic in whatever we are saying. Just by claiming that they are terrorists, I am this means nothing. Please, let me. Now you have.
Oh, no, I see. I think you're missing that I just call, I don't know, the killing of any human being murder.
I do want to, I know you're making
this conflation of like, oh, well, this was in the fog of war.
I know you're making a civility
This is not how,
case.
It's my country at stake.
It's also like a way to just like, do that thing where it's just like, oh, that makes it okay.
It's not my persona this is not acceptable, the kind of language that he was making. This is the reputation of your institution.
I think this is also why I am a little bit more, difficult to win over with propaganda, because I can hear, literally, dude, all I hear is bullshit from this guy.
Also, we should be, fine, we go to war, but that doesn't take us out of the civility.
This guy doesn't come from this universe? No, he doesn't.
Anger you mentioned.
No, and the fact that, this is my favorite part. For anybody that thinks that this guy's doing well, you might want to just take a step back and go, maybe rewind this and go, oh, yeah, because if he was doing really well, he wouldn't have all this pushback, and she would probably just go, oh, okay, oh, I see your point.
Oh, they mentioned there's anger there. 37 of my civilians are dead, and there's anger there. This is crazy. How
did you think India was going to respond to this attack?
I mean, it's the same thing we're talking about for the last 2 hours.
Which attack?
This the 22nd of April attack that took place in Kashmir.
You have to, for God's sake, you have to prove something. You can't be the judge. I respect you a lot, but whatever you say can't be taken on the face value.
It's not me saying it.
No, see, again, this guy was told by whoever the fuck is running his media, like the state-run media, I'm not kidding, guys. They're using Donald Trump's, like, Robert Cohen's book or whatever, and they're like, listen, look, it worked for him. We have to just deny. Keep telling the media that they're false, that everything's fake, that do not believe your lying eyes, do not believe your lying ears until we tell you the truth. And you can only believe us because we're the only ones that give you the truth.
There is a history of Lashkar-e-Taiba. There is a history of Lashkar-e-Taiba, the military, the ISI backing these groups. So we can go back and forth on this.
Is Pakistan still denying the terror cells? Yeah.
But there is a reason that Pakistan was on a grey list for many years. And up until 2022, the State Department said that there were terrorist groups and organizations within.
Something was checked that this is okay, fine, the international community respect.
Well, I mean, this guy, he even tried to conflate the thing where it's just like, well, you know, the French fighter jet, I guess those French are just really bad at making jets.
The law. They said that you're not on the grey list anymore. Accept it then. That's fine. Somebody must have checked. Somebody must have verified. There are institutions.
So
there was something.
No, I understand that, like, the conflict goes. I think you're missing my point. The difference is now, like, in a pre-Trump world, this guy probably even would have just been like, you know, okay, I can't deny this, or it's like. A little bit more of like okay, just show me some evidence. But the way that he's pushing back just like, do not let up. This is Trump 101. You're being very mean to me. I think you're nasty. That's a very nasty question. Like he attacked the journalist.
Every seminary.
I don't know. You should ask the FATF, nah? If there's a question mark here, please ask the FATF. That why did you take them? You know, you have to respect something. You don't respect the UN. By you, I mean, you know, them. That you don't respect the UN Security Council resolutions, which you accepted that you'll ask the people of Jammu and Kashmir whatever they want. They agreed to it. Now they have walked out of it. You don't accept the Indus Waters Treaty, the treaty that negotiated for 10 years and everything, and you say, we are walking out of it. A country which is like in a habit of not following international law is telling.
I mean, they would say the same about Pakistan.
No, but
that's kind of the point.
I'm quoting you.
I know you are so, and I know that you're a diplomat, and I know that.
Yeah, you're not very good.
Pakistan's civilian government has long tried to distance itself with the history of funding and backing terrorist proxy groups. But that is also part of Pakistan.
To be honest, the journos are hardcore meanies. Oh, the meanie bobinis.
History, which Bilawal Bhutto has admitted to me, which your defense minister has admitted to me.
Is sadly not just any terror group. It is the Jammu and Kashmir dispute, which is there for 78 years.
And that's why these terror groups exist within Pakistan, to target.
Sane politicians do not follow the Trump model, dude, only towards like Bolsonaro, Malay. Yeah, that's the thing is, that's why I'm saying guys like these.
Oh, they were there.
Like this guy might be on that level.
Or not there. The problem remains.
Modi is on that level.
You are not ready to ask the people of Jammu and Kashmir what they want.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
You want to impose upon.
Like, I'm just saying. If I was in Pakistan, I'd be like, maybe we need a new guy.
Them Indian terrorism, like what they did with Pakistan yesterday night.
So terror groups go in and launch
Pakistan
these types
will
of
no. I
attacks
never
in
said
response.
that. Pakistan is not going to accept such kind of attacks. Let's be very clear. We cannot be cowed out because they launch missiles or something. We will remain civil. We will retaliate whenever we are attacked. There should be no doubt about that.
High Commissioner, we're grateful that you've joined us on the program.
Thank you very much, Alda.
Okay. Also, Pakistan has more to fear in this conflict, which is why this guy seems to be a bit defensive. There's being defensive, and then there's just being, like, literally combative. I am surprised that they didn't try to get a like a viral moment there and get them yelling at each other. Just saying. All right, what else we got? All right, we got some brutal polls for Donald Trump here. Let's pivot away from India and Pakistan for a little bit and cover some American politics. Because, yay, that's right. We still have American politics going on. And you know what? Maybe that's why I was in such a good mood today, because I got to take a break from actually looking at everything going on in my country, and I got to kind of just be like, hey, look, there's another region in the world that's not doing too hot. That's kind of nice. So let's take a look.
All right, y'all. So we have what can only be described here as a brutal and devastating poll for Donald Trump. In fact, I don't know. You guys tell me. Is this his worst poll ever? I'm not sure I've ever seen him on a specific issue collapse to this extent. But what I'm referring to here, and this is cold comfort, I know. I wish it was on a bunch of other stuff too. But on the idea of him remaining president beyond 2 terms. This is, you actually have seen a big twist in the storyline here. So let's watch and I'll break it down.
I think there's a reason why Donald Trump is backtracking or saying, no, I won't actually do this, because this idea is about as popular as New Coke was back in the mid-1980s. I mean, should Trump run for...
Did he just say the 1980s? Oh, you son of a bitch.
For a third term. 76% of Americans say no, 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 compared to just
76% say no. 21% say yes. So I'm curious.
And the year is 1985.
Your thoughts on this? I may have to revise my Trump floor. You guys know I've been saying for a long time now
21%.
that the percentage of Americans that are truly in the Trump cult and they've drunk the Kool-Aid, it's anywhere from a low of 26% to a high of 33%. And the reason I use those numbers is because in polls asking people, should we steal Greenland? The low was 26, the high was 33. So if you're answering, yes, we should do that to that question, I think you're too far gone. I think there's no hope for you. I think you're crazy. I think there's nothing I could say that could ever change your mind. Having said that, now we have a number as low as 21% for a question directly about Trump. Should he run for a third term? Should he be able to be president beyond 2 terms? Only 21% say yes. So maybe the low actually is 21% and not, say, 26%. I don't know. I'm curious your thoughts on it. Am I being too kind? But let's keep going.
21% who say yes, including only 16% of independents. This is one of the least popular ideas I have ever seen. And when you get 3/4 of the American people agreeing on anything and it's in the no, you know it's 999. This is one of the most unpopular ideas I have seen in polling in a long period of time.
No, honestly, because the thing is, it is also realistically, he's not doing well. Like, I'm not sure what you guys are getting as far as Trump news, and I'm trying to be as objective as possible because I'm not the Midas touch. I'm not going to fucking clickbait every little thing. But he is tanking the economy, and he's doing it just because of his incompetence and his misunderstanding of his ability to actually make a deal.
9 reference in there. Wow, impressive. Okay, that's independence you have right there. But what about by party? Like, how do Republicans feel about this?
Yeah, I think this is the key question, right? How do Republicans feel about this? Because, of course, he has...
How is she a grifter?
...to win a primary. And, 88% of Republicans hold a favorable view of Donald Trump. Yet, the GOP on Trump running for a third term, get this, a majority of Republicans say no. 53% compared to 44% who say that he should. Now, that is a...
So remember when Hillary said 50% of the Republican base, 50% of the Trump voters they're deplorables?
Well, yeah, the thing is, she wasn't wrong.
And it was like a multi-year scandal.
She wasn't wrong about the fact that there is just a base there that literally view him as a god.
Well, that she said that.
And there's nothing you can do to convince them otherwise.
Even I was somewhat critical at the time because I didn't think the evidence was in yet to be that definitive in basically hand-waving away that percentage of the population. It turns out she was wrong, y'all. But she was only off by 6%. It's 44%. That's the number.
It's kind of funny when you break it down like that.
That are TFG. Relative to other polls, when you ask the Republican base about Trump, this is actually a devastating poll against him. There's no way around it. But here's the other thing. He could just, we know what this guy does. He could just relentlessly talk about it, relentlessly badger everybody, start arguing about it, and, do his marketing thing. And I'm not convinced he can't drive that number back up to 60% of Republicans saying he should get a third term.
Oh, no. Again, if the economy booms, that will totally go boom.
Right? So if he were to somehow get on the ballot, even though this is illegal, I'm sure there'll be court cases over it or whatever. But if he were to get on the ballot, that would still be enough for him to win a Republican primary. You understand what I'm saying? I understand this is all unconstitutional and we're all talking theoretical here, but are you convinced that he can't get this number up to 60% of Republicans at least?
Servant, King Stan is feeling a tad famished.
That's actually, no, I was wrong. Because we've seen this before. We've seen this after January 6th. His approval rating dropped to something low 30s or something like that, right? And it seemed like, oh, bro, he's cooked, bro. I was somebody who thought he was largely cooked over the 91 crimes he was charged with, and the fact that he became a convicted felon. I thought, like, yeah, Americans will draw a line there. And certainly the Trump base fucking did not. If anything, they circled the wagons. They got more aggressively in favor of
Thank you for the $5 donation, and Stan really appreciates it.
him. So right now, as a snapshot in history, right now, we're looking at this and everybody's going, yeah.
It's, I'm not sure if it's just because of his breed, but it's the little, like, the crooked arm and just, like, the laying back, like, yeah.
Third term, nah. But I'm not convinced that that number won't go back up among the Republican base and more will join the cult. Now, having said that, it's also possible that it goes in the other direction. Why? Because we're about to get hit with all the impacts of the trade war. The economy is about to completely collapse. Globally, the world's already fucking fallen apart with all Trump's warmongering and now other countries, Israel doing the genocide that we're arming and funding. Now India's bombing the shit out of Pakistan. So it could go the other way too, where he destroys everything so thoroughly that eventually that number becomes like 7% of people want to see Trump run for a third term.
But when a majority of Republicans are disagreeing with the idea of Trump doing something, you know that this is an unpopular idea. And it's literally half the level who say he should run for a third term that actually have a favorable view of him. The bottom line is it would be.
But they'll get mad at you for when you point out the obvious that they're in a cult, irrational morons.
Difficult at this point.
Well, I mean, the funniest part is watching like Scientology documentaries kind of made me go like, oh, I see it now.
Point to see Donald Trump.
And then I had a little personal thing where I was kind of like, I get it. Like, I will not be one of those people that, or I can't be. I just have to say, I have been like indoctrinated into that kind of mentality. I have seen just like how it happens, and like I had to break down how it happened to me.
I'm sailing away in a Republican primary.
The thing is, I was young and impressionable and didn't know better.
If in fact he decided to run, he would face some real competition there, given that
just hoping Stan spares me from
53%, the majority of Republicans are even against the idea of Donald Trump running.
Mitesh is on the safe list
for a third term.
But the question is, can he get on the ballot, and does he want to do it? That's the real question.
He really does look down. He gives us those looks from back there, kind of like the Twilight meme.
Because they're gonna come up with some if he wants to do it, they're gonna come up with some bogus fucking bullshit legal argument where it goes through the courts, and then are some states gonna cave and allow him on the ballot while other states don't? Because I'll tell you what, again, in a 8-way race in a Republican primary, if he gets 44%, he wins.
Comparing the past, you're looking at it in comparison to 2021.
Right. Okay. So you remember 2021. It was after January 6th. Donald Trump was kind of right there in the trough of his political popularity, right? So get this.
They should, though.
GOP who say that Trump should run for another term. In May of 20...
The thing is, Obama has to, like, kind of... he at least has to, like, play along with the meme.
21 for a second term. 66%, the clear majority of Republicans said, yes, he should run for a second term. Compare that to now where it's just 44% who say he should run for a third term. This is simply put just not a popular idea. When you are getting this fight back from the Republican base to a degree that we simply put have never seen before, you get the idea of why Donald Trump came out yesterday with his most forceful comment to date, saying, you know what, really, it's 2 terms for me, because even on this particular issue, he does not have the Republican base with him. And when it comes to the...
Well, on top of that, I think he is kind of realizing he's just like, you know what, maybe I was a little bit hard on that Biden guy, you know. The job was hard. The job was easy after I had a good economy, but it's almost like when I left him with, you know what, I'll say this privately, but the guy did a good job. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that get him?
The overall population, I'm going to end the same way I started, is about as popular as the idea of New Coke was in the mid-1980s.
Okay, yeah, he said the other day, it's true, he said the other day, nah, I'll just do two terms. But he's also hinted like 8 other times that he might want to run for a third.
Yeah, but you keep taking the fucking bait. Like every other stupid fucking leftist creator, you just take the bait. like the Midas touch has broken this entire subsection of the internet where you just have to react. That's what we do.
Term. So I don't know why, like, to take Trump at face value.
God, does Kyle ever sit in his sunroom and just wonder how many times he's given 45 minutes or a half hour or 15 minutes to a story that turned out to be just blanket, just bullshit, just complete bullshit.
Value at any one given moment is such a folly. Like, why would you do that?
And also, this is what contributes to the boy who cries wolf thing with everybody that doesn't want to listen. This is why the left loses, because they're always freaking out about everything because everything's a big deal.
He could just wake up tomorrow and change his mind and say the fucking opposite. Like, what are we talking about here? So I want to ask you guys, do you think the number...
And sorry, like, that was an impression of somebody that recently did actually kind of like throw that at me, where they were just like, oh, because I was going off and I was talking about, I forgot whatever the hell I was talking about, but they were just like, this is why nobody listens to you.
Of Republican voters who want to see him have a third term.
Just reacting to Orange Man content. Like, again, like it's fine. Like, I understand reacting to Trump because I'm not saying to do the other thing where it's like, just ignore him. Like, don't do that. But like, save your outrage for the shit that actually fucking matters. Not this bullshit where they literally do it just to piss you off, just to get you talking about it.
Will it go down because he's destroying everything in real time?
But then you get mixed up because they packaged it in AI, but then they start moving on Gaza and forgot about that.
Time, as we know for a matter of fact. Or will it go up because he starts doing his relentless marketing where he drives the poll numbers in his direction? I'm curious what you guys think of it because I genuinely don't know. Or maybe it'll stay the same. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think.
Nobody wants this.
Enough said. It's good to see you here.
Nice to see you.
John?
Well, she says nothing about Tab, by the way. People have
I love Tab. Can we bring that back?
Of course loves
People
Tab.
feel differently about it.
I'm not sure I've ever had a new Coke. I'm not sure the new Coke. Remember, he's saying it came out in the 1980s. I was born in 1988, so maybe I just missed it completely. I've never had one of those. Tab, I think I've had that. That's fine. RC Cola, fine. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about this. I got more for you. So recent polls have shown a 20-point increase in support for global free trade. That's because of Trump destroying global free trade. A double-digit spike in pro-immigrant sentiment, which, yeah, I mean, when you start seeing what they actually mean by mass deportations, he's saying you have to deport a minimum of 1,200 people per day. Well, guess what? Within the first week or two, we're out of any, violent, criminal, undocumented immigrants. They're all gonzo. And so then who do you go after? You end up going after a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old. And the 4-year-old has cancer. And by the way, they're American citizens, but they have a Guatemalan mom. So you send them out. You send out innocent people like the gay makeup artist who was sent to the slave labor concentration camp in El Salvador. You end up sending people like Kilmar, who they admit it was an administrative error to send him. You end up sending all of these people who should not be kicked out of the country. So yeah, we should see at least a double-digit spike in pro-immigrant sentiment. That's how I feel right now.
I'm sadly not surprised that he still has so many supporters left. Just listening to his base try to debate those guys who do online debates, it's just lies and yelling from MAGA exhausting.
It really makes...
Yeah, like Vinny from PBD. Like, anytime that those guys, like, they have to get red-faced, indignant, and it's always just like, you just don't like Trump! You just don't like Trump! You're just not even giving the guy a chance!
You stop and reevaluate and go, hold on.
You guys are just always reactionary. You guys are, this is why no one likes the left. This is why no one likes the left.
Why is everybody so convinced at this bullshit argument from Trump that immigrants are just very bad? They're just very bad. They actually hurt everything. They hurt the country. They're terrible for us. And by the way, where does that stem from in Trump, his anti-immigrant sentiment? At the same time, he's cracking down on...
As a crisis within capitalism, we are suffering from a crisis of overproduction and of outrage.
Immigrants.
Yeah.
He's saying we want white South Africans to...
Well, we're also like, let's be real. I forgot how long ago this was. I feel like this was at least 5 years ago. But I read this book by a psychiatrist that was talking about how we have this common misperception that things are way worse than they were before. He's like, no, actually, like when you break it down by the numbers, things are better. The thing is, we're just exposed to all of this, and our brains are not made to actually handle it. Like, our brains are only meant to really handle like our little circles, like our towns are like, but when you like start absorbing all of the news and all of the politics and everything from all over the world, it does create an overload that starts making people go fucking insane.
To come in this country, and we'll have a program to do that, and we'll pay you to come to this country. So he doesn't.
Sam Cedar telling Vinny to put his volume down was gold.
Doesn't think immigrants are bad.
Dude, I mean, after he found out that like his volume was all the way up, dude, he at one point Sam was doing this.
Which begs the question, well, what kind of immigrants is he sending out of the country? And oh, would you look at that? It all happens to be brown-skinned people. Just like when he said about, well...
Yeah, I brought that up to this one Polish guy that was being a real asshole about this, where he was just like, I love Trump. I love everything Trump's doing. It's just like, you're illegal. He's just like, he's not coming after me. I was just like, wow. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Shithole country. It's a shithole country. Clearly, he is an ethnostater at heart.
Yeah.
In the same way that Stephen Miller is openly an ethnostater. That's what they want. So that's where this anti-immigrant sentiment comes from. I don't know about you guys, but in my personal anecdotal experience, the immigrants that I've met in my life are some of the best people I've ever fucking known. These are the hardest working people, the most family-oriented people, the most loyal people. These people would give their fucking shirt off their back to help you out if you're in trouble. And by the way, all the data shows this, as we keep pointing out. Native-born American citizens are criminals at a much higher rate than both documented and undocumented immigrants.
They're also assholes at a higher rate, too.
What are we talking about here?
Like, let's be real. Let's be fucking real. And this is something that also bothers me, is that people just don't talk like this. When you go to a restaurant, whether it be fast food, whatever, and you have that moment where like they're staffed with a bunch of teenagers, do you get good service? Or are they on their fucking phones acting like they're well beyond what they should, like they're doing there? Like they all have this attitude of like, this is just a pit stop in my success, my success story, and I don't need to take this. I don't need to take this. I don't even need to be here. Versus the people that like when you do, like he's saying, have an immigrant doing the same job. They're like usually, in my experience, and this is anecdotal on my end, but way better.
Immigrants are
faster, more efficient, and more polite.
Are phenomenal for the economy. They pay taxes and don't get back nearly as many services. It's just...
And the thing is, I'm using that because I've heard fucking right-wingers use that exact argument and then not realize what the fuck, like, just,
bullshit to try to pretend.
And then they do this thing where they're just like, yeah, well, actually, we don't need teenagers in these jobs. We just need to pay less to adults who know what they're doing.
Like, oh, actually, they're the problem and they're bad. No, they're fucking not.
Like, honest to God, everybody is so disingenuous when it comes to this shit. Like,
as we always say, the problem is not immigrants in this country. The problem are not trans people in this country. The problem, very clearly, are the billionaires. The problem is the corruption and the legalized bribery, which makes it so our politicians
have a good meeting.
Never represent us, and they only represent the wealthy. That's the problem. But instead, what we have is Trump doing classic scapegoating, and it's blame immigrants for all of your problems. Blame trans people for all of your problems. And he was so relentless with that, and there was zero counter-argument from the Democrats. In fact, they met the Republicans halfway and started doing their own anti-immigrant sentiment.
And then they started playing, like Jake is even doing it now.
Not as extreme. And guess what? Well, then you saw the poll shift, and it was a massive anti-immigration sentiment in this country.
You're the second person who tried to spell robber baron today that couldn't get it.
Well, of course it's going to be that if all they're hearing is the same fucking thing.
Except you got it on a different word.
From everybody that immigrants are bad. What if you actually made the counter-argument and said, no, bitch, this is a nation of immigrants. Immigrants are objectively good for this country. And oh, yeah, by the way, read the poem on the Statue of Liberty and tell me about that. So I'm happy it's gone up double digits. It should go up fucking more. I mean, people should be pro-immigrant, especially now seeing what it entails to do a mass deportation. You're not getting criminals. You're not getting violent people. You're not getting bad people. You're getting innocent people ruining their lives and also dragging this country down with it. So there was also a 16-point rise in support for doing more Ukraine aid. Basically, what we're showing here is that there's negative polarization happening now against Trump, against Trumpism, against MAGA, because when you see their ideas in practice, people are horrified by it. Now, the flip side of that is...
Well, yeah, they're also starting to figure out that, like, again, I don't know why there was this collective just amnesia of the fact that they cannot govern, but here we are again.
when it comes to, the actual, what should be the Democratic position, the social democracy position. When people get a taste of that, there is not negative polarization against it. In fact, the opposite happens. When you have somebody like FDR go in there and say, I'm going to do the New Deal and give everybody jobs and give you a social safety net and tax the shit out of the wealthy, and by the way, I welcome their hatred, what happens? He created an entire dominant political generation where he won 4 elections and Democrats held 80% of the House and 80% of the Senate at his peak. Because when people got a little taste of social democracy, there wasn't negative
He's also a class traitor in that regard.
Polarization against it because it helped everybody. All right, I got another one here for you. So Nate Silver basically came out and said he's now tracking Trump's approval rating in 4 key areas. And as you can see, Trump is underwater.
The thing is, it is that serious because I don't think you understand just like what he is doing in regards to the economy. And listen, if his plan goes through, fine. I'm one of the rare ones that if things go well, I will admit it. But the thing is, you can't just keep pulling this game because you guys keep moving the goalpost. It's only been like 3 months, bro. That was the excuse. It's only been 3 weeks. It's only been a month. It's only been 2 months. Shut up. Acknowledge that he's fucking up, and then just maybe I'll start taking you guys seriously. But when you come in here and you're just like, it's only been 3 months, but everything's going down, we're definitely closer to a world war than we were before with Biden, even though, old man bad.
Water, and this is like the average of polls, I should be clear. This isn't like...
Then, did you think that way with Joe Biden? Or were you saying old man bad, whatever, let's go Brandon bullshit? Were you that, or were you objective?
One individual one. This is how Nate Silver does it. He takes the polls he thinks are the most credible, and he does...
Well, if you were objective.
It's like the
because
average of them. On every single issue, Trump is underwater. Even on immigration, which was historically his strongest issue, he's now minus 0.2. Granted, that's basically dead even. But at the same time, in the past, he was like, plus 20 on that issue. Now he's even. The trend is very clear which direction he's going, right? Oh, okay, to be fair, he was plus 10 seemingly at his peak. But I don't know. If you go back far enough, I think he was probably plus 15, plus 20 at some point. But economy, negative 13.5. Trade, negative 17.7.
You do realize gas prices have nothing to do with him. Like, see, that's where I can't take you seriously because you don't understand it. You bought into and like this is a base one, like OPEC and APEC. They're the ones who fucking control the flow of like the gas prices, right? It isn't a U.S. president, and you can kind of like you can do like little ticks here and there where it's just like based on some policy. Okay, so it starts going up, it starts going down. Here's where it doesn't make sense. Because he was doing the drill baby drill thing, and then Biden opens up he literally had the most oil fields and the most oil production from America that we've ever had, and then people were still going, but the gas prices are still high. Dude, I paid $3.99 for a fucking dozen eggs just 2 days ago. So no, stop with this.
Inflation, negative 24.
And then the people that are talking about the inflation going down, it's like, yeah, it was trending down since September. And you want to talk about the Biden economy? That was the one thing that Trump inherited. You know what's kind of funny about that? He's still somehow fucking that up. And that's why he was mad at the interest rates not getting adjusted, because he knew that this fucking tariff stuff was going to backfire the second that he said 145, which again, you want to talk? He said big number. I said a bigger number than 50%, which most economists understand. That is essentially putting out an embargo.
4.7. He's underwater on every fucking issue. And what the Democrats need...
My favorite thing that's going to happen is if there is... Because look at how America freaked out about one empty shelf, toilet paper. Apply this to any, like, a few other products. They're going to start feeling it, bro. And once you get, like, the back-to-school supplies one, that's going to be a fun one.
Need to do is they need to look at this and understand the facts don't sell themselves. You need to sell them. So, okay.
Trump is pretty dumb, too, I will admit. I don't support him.
Okay. His immigration rating is basically dead even.
The thing is, domestically, he is stupid.
Why not try?
Like, the thing is, people got him in here because he was a businessman. He's going to help us prosper.
Try to drive it to minus 20. This is why all the idiots who...
And again... Just applying all the Trump logic to this argument about how, well, he inherited the Biden economy 6 months early, or not even 6 months early, 8 months early before the election even took place, because it's an anticipation of me. Everybody knows I'm going to win.
Who came out and said, oh, don't mention Kilmar, don't take the bait. What the fuck are you talking about bait? The whole question.
Yeah, inhaling copium hardcore. I mean, that's the thing. Like, at this point, it is kind of funny to watch them flail because, as I said, like at the beginning of that, they keep moving the goalposts. That's how I know that there is no adjustment period. And the adjustment period in their argument is when they can finally go, look, number go up. But until then, they keep going, oh, number went down. I guess I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, just give them time. Just give them time.
About due process and rule of law and the Constitution and living in a
As I apply the same standards that they would apply to Joe Biden, they fucking hate it.
Civilized society and abiding by the fucking Magna Carta, which was written.
That's my favorite part about this, is just also pointing out how big of babies these people are.
12-15. Don't take the bait. Shut the fuck up. Let's make that dead even number on immigration go all the way down to -20 or -30 when people realize this is flat out fascist shit. That's what we need to do.
Simultaneously being like, we don't even buy anything from Canada.
So, yeah, these polls are
what a joke.
Pretty devastating for him. They're pretty devastating for him. And look, I really do think that as time goes by, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Again, at this point, this is my favorite part, is it's almost too late. Like, now it's going to be like he's going to need that miraculous thing to adjust the economy, and like things keep happening that are only going to make this worse. Do you know how much he shit himself when he realized that if this Pakistan-India thing does actually like blow up even harder, that could send the world into an even harder recession, and that could literally tank the US dollar? But whatever. But to be clear, the reason Trump won the election was because more Republicans are getting more... What? No. Do you understand how politics work? No. He won because almost 200,000. Yes, because that's how many people voted. 2 million people that voted for Joe Biden decided not to even show up. Like, the popular vote doesn't even matter. Search it up, Bucky. I actually understand how, like, my country works, and what are you talking about? Was because Republicans are getting more seats and Democrats are leaving seats? What are you fucking talking about? The Democrats leaving seats have been doing so with special elections. Like, most people who are leaving seats did so with special elections. I am literally, like, my senator, Dick Durbin, is leaving his seat. They're going to do a special election for this. The problem is we're losing the incumbency, so now everybody's doing that shock thing where it's just like, oh, we're uncomfortable because we don't have the guaranteed win. Oh. Republicans are getting more popular. Where? Where are they getting more popular? Have you seen their town halls? I've seen, like, I see this. Like, you can, like, dude, you really are huffing some copium. It's kind of fun to watch. Trump supporters blame Biden for everything. They never admit they're wrong. Nah, that's why it's like, this clown is, it is very funny. Search it up. Search what up? I don't know. Make an actual argument that, like, I don't know, backs up anything you're saying instead of just being, Google it, brah, Google it. Fucking clown. And this is the funny part, man. You guys can't even engage, like, with somebody who's pretty fair. Like, I'm not your average left-winger on Twitch where it's just like, hey, you know, I'm just going to ban you because you're a Trumper. There's plenty of those guys on this platform. No, what you are is just kind of like a coping idiot where you're just like, oh, Republicans are getting more, they're definitely more popular. They're definitely more popular. And every poll shows that's not the case. Dude, they just lost a special election in Texas. Do you realize that just happened? That you don't, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Pepper monster, I know. Trump support. Oh, yeah. All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec. Watch, it's going to be from Breitbart. Breitbart, Fox News, Daily Wire. Any of those, I'm just gonna instantly laugh my ass off. Search it up as code for there's this Rumble video I watched. Oh, that's it. Search it up. That does sound like a Crowderism. Fun times. Fun times. Speaking of fun times, we're getting closer to the fun half here. Ooh, you know what? I wanted to watch this video. It's been a few days, but I missed this one. I want to hear Bernie calling out the Democrats.
You've been out talking to Americans. Do you think that they're prepared in the way that President Trump says they should be today?
No. Look, Caitlin, I think one of the great political crises we face is we really don't appreciate the pain that ordinary people are feeling. You are living ostensibly in the richest country in the history of the world. 60% of people are living paycheck to paycheck, living under extraordinary stress, trying to put food on the table, pay their rent, worried what happens if their landlord raises the rent, worried what happens if somebody gets sick and they can't afford to go to the doctor. That is the reality in the richest country on earth for 60% of our people. Not to mention that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country, and too many of our seniors are living in poverty. That is the economic reality. And it's a reality that Trump is in the process of making even worse. So when I go around the country, what I'm trying to do is rally the American people to say, yes, of course, we've got to stand up to the horrific policies of Trump. But in addition to that, we need a political movement which is going to stand with the working class of this country and take on the oligarchs and create an economy that works for all of us, not just Elon Musk and his friends.
So you're saying they don't have the breathing room that the White House seems to be saying, you got to give us a little grace here.
They really don't. And, you know, it's a bit arrogant to say, well, kids may have a smaller number of toys and the price may go up a little bit.
There's a year
I think
that should
billionaires
absolutely
like Trump and Musk do not have a clue about what it means for a working class family trying to buy presents.
Hold on. I will address this. This is a month old, number one, and why people are leaving blue states and why Dems should be worried. That's actually kind of funny. I live in a blue state that we just had our census. We actually grew. So what are you talking about? Like, good luck, man. Because the other thing that you're negating, like this recount douchebag is probably negating here, and I'm not going to watch the fucking video, so I'm going to just cover that right now. But I will just assume that he's going to say something about, well, there's this big blue state exodus, while also failing to see that that's changing the politics of red states. But okay.
For the basic necessities of life. I think it's
and again, you're also negating the fact that they just had a special election in Houston. It was in Houston. This was a deep red area in Texas for a school board. Guess what? It flipped entirely liberal. So tell me again how that is supposed to make me feel like, oh, the Democrats are losing popularity, even though town halls have literally been attended at a record rate. Bernie Sanders rallies have been attended at a record rate. So
incredible arrogance and ignorance on the part of these people who have so much wealth and so much money.
It is a pretty striking scene to see the president surrounded by many billionaires who are in that room that make up his cabinet, telling kids that the shelves may be emptier and they may not get as many toys.
Well, you're only going to have to pay a few bucks more, really. Well, for Trump, it doesn't matter. He's a billionaire.
Mm-hmm. But well, he doesn't understand, dude. He literally used the term groceries because he doesn't use the term groceries. He's like, it's a very old term.
If you are struggling to take care of your family, that few bucks.
Yes, because they can tell the future just by those, because they've never been wrong on projections like that either.
Buying toys or the increased price of groceries or the increased rent that you may be.
Again, if you need that to cope, then you can use that to go suck your little binky and go to bed. But you know what?
Paying or the increased cost for.
Facts are, if Trump doesn't run for a third term, you guys are fucked.
An automobile that you may want to buy. Yeah, that's a very big deal.
And this isn't even like because I'm a Democrat stan. This is just objective reality that they can't govern and legit. This is my favorite part. People that like believe this shit, they're the ones that go out here and they're online right now probably going, did you know that the Democrats, they voted against the bill that would have provided us with all the $5,000 from Doge? Did you know that? Did you know that? Even though it's complete fucking horseshit.
Guys have a clue about what that's about.
He says President Biden is to blame for the last quarter of non-economic growth. It kind of went in reverse, and that he might be to blame for the current quarter. At what point do you think the president is responsible for
Never.
GDP?
Never. He's never responsible for anything. It's always somebody else's fault. That's
clear.
his modus operandi. He's always blaming somebody else and takes no responsibility for anything. I can tell you this.
Do you think if it was good, though, that he would take credit for it?
Of course, you got to take credit for what you do. And one of the things that's happening and what's rattling the entire global economy, not just our economy, is this arbitrary trade war that he has started, the arbitrary tariffs that he has imposed on countries all over the world. I mean, I'll give you an example of what he has managed to accomplish. Canada is a longtime ally and friend of the United States. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border in Burlington, Vermont. Trump supported the conservative candidate there, and these guys were ahead by 24 points 2 months ago. Trump's support managed to cause them to lose the election. And all over the world, people are responding to this Trumpism, and I think it's going to have a negative impact, thank God, on right-wing extremism all over the world. Because people are saying, if this is what right-wing extremism is about, we don't want it.
Well, I mean, Canadians have been so upset with the president's tariffs, and also how he's talked about making Canada the 51st state. In terms of the trade war that he's carrying out, you know, you have appeared with people like Sean Fain, who's the president of the UAW, that you two were together at an event in 2023. I think we have a picture of that. Fain has been praising the president and his auto tariffs. He's been on this program saying he likes that. Obviously, he was someone who was a supporter of Vice President Harris's. Then there were exemptions that happened this week for those U.S. automakers. When someone like that comes out and praises the president and then he goes back on this to give them a temporary relief, as he called it, I wonder what you would say to someone like Sean Fain about that.
It's kind of funny how you guys have the Democratic favorability hits record low in 2 polls in 2024. Savannah Kushner, USA Today, March 16th, 2024. We are in May now, and I'm not going to sit here and carry fucking water for the Democratic Party, who is very unpopular. But one thing you're missing there is how popular are the Republicans right now?
Well, look, let me say a word. Tariffs unto themselves.
It's easy because again, you guys can sit here and do your cope. I'm admitting where it's just like, yo, like if this goes bad, that's on the Democrat side. But what you're doing here is you're trying to just be like, no, look, the polls say that the Democrats are so unpopular. So I can just sit here and be like, nope, we're fine. 2026, we're fine.
Are not necessarily.
This is just another tactic that you can use, like that you're trying to use to just not live in the objective reality that we all are.
Bad. I helped lead the effort against permanent normal trade relations with China, that trade agreement, and with NAFTA, the Canadian-Mexican trade agreement, because those were agreements written by corporate America, and the goal was to allow corporations to lay off workers in America, shut down factories here, and move to poor countries around the world where people were making pennies an hour. So selective utilization of
that's funny because I have somebody in this community that thinks that the full country will be full-blown socialist, not just a little bit, but full-blown socialist by 2032. So why don't you take that up with them?
To protect American workers and American industry is a good thing.
That's really funny. That's actually really funny. Like, we literally have two people in the same community that one believes that it's going to be a referendum in 2032 where it's going to, I mean, seriously, how much more extreme right can you get than this before you put on the red armband? Let's be real.
But that is very different than coming up with some crazy proposal based on nothing that anyone can understand, imposing arbitrary tariffs on virtually every country on earth. That is kind of off the charts.
If the president's policies continue as they are and the economic data that we're seeing, do you think the U.S. is going to go into a recession?
Look, I fear that it might. And I would hope very much that my colleagues in the Democratic Party begin to bring forth an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families. I think that one of the scary things that's happening in this country is that a whole lot of people are giving up on democracy itself, because they look at our government and they say, does anybody in Washington have a clue about what I am going through?
Yeah, the polling is
We're not asking him to run.
bad for Trump, but it's just as
Nobody
bad
is.
for Democrats who you caucus with.
That's actually the funny part, that you guys are still like locked in there too, where you're just like, oh, you guys can't see it. You can't see that they're literally pushing AOC to the front of the ticket and also exposing the blatant misgivings of guys like Chuck Schumer and the old guard.
And so I think the answer is that people are saying, I am hurting.
I mean, this is also just an objective thing. The farther right that you guys like that this country pushes, the farther left is going to push back. Like, you're not going to have everybody just respond to extremes with a little bit of trepidation.
The rich are getting richer. Who cares about me? So what we are fighting for right now is an agenda that speaks to the needs of working class people. It is not good enough just to go after Trump. You've got to do that, but you need something in addition. For example, you tell me, we have a healthcare system in America, which in my view is completely broken and dysfunctional. How often do you hear people talking about the need to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee healthcare to all people? Am I missing something? Do you hear that discussion?
No, but I'm glad you brought that up, because on this front, we pressed Senator Schumer about this last night in terms of what is the strategy coming from Democrats on the Hill. Do you guys have a cohesive message on how to deal with Trump 100 days in? This is one part of what he had to say in response to that.
Our caucus is united. Look at this. The Republicans on this upcoming reconciliation bill, which sets the funding for the whole government, they're fighting with each other. Compare that to the Democrats. We're totally united. We're totally united in my caucus.
What Democrats lack right now is a vision for the future.
I'm assuming you're...
I think that last guy was right. Not the other guy, but the guy was on last.
So, it's not surprising. You believe you're right and Senator Schumer's wrong here.
No, absolutely.
You need an agenda. Did you hear it? United around what? Are we united around guaranteeing health care to all people? I'm proud, by the way, that the Democrats supported an amendment that I offered to raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour. That's a start. Are we united in tackling a corrupt campaign finance system? Now, you tell me, you're an observer of these things. How do you deal with politics in America without understanding that billionaires play an enormously destructive role in both political parties?
Well, and you've been on this oligarchy tour, fighting the oligarchs across the United States. I'm going to show you the crowds in a moment because I want to get to that. But Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a Democrat who's new to the Senate, said that she doesn't think that that's helpful, that that's a good tactic for people like you to be using. James Carville was saying...
Yeah, weird.
People...
Weird how a CIA agent is...
like AOC and Bernie, they're not winning elections.
She really is just so unlikable. And people are just like, she's going to be the leader of the party. It's like,
I do wonder what you make of that, because it is...
Okay, and if that is the case, then you know what? Then I have to say the guy that's glazing Trump's nuts over there just might be right.
Real question.
Well, look, that is part of the old Democrat.
As I said, I don't carry water for the Democratic Party, especially the Democratic establishment that has literally shot themselves in the dick.
Democratic establishment.
Like, they did it to themselves.
And they are interested in winning elections, which is very, very important. But in my view, you can't win elections unless you have something to say to the vast majority of the people in this country.
Yeah, even Trump understood, like, at least I had something. What did you guys have? And a lot of people resonated with people.
I do not think.
Because you did have to, like, grasp at straws and, like, even, like, I remember when I had to answer that at one point where they're just like, what's Kamala even offering? I'm just like, like $5,000, like a $6,000 credit? I don't know.
That Donald Trump won the election because he promised tax breaks for billionaires and to cut Medicaid and nutrition and education. That's not why he won the election. No. He won the election because a lot of people are saying, who is going to do anything? Yeah. And Trump comes along, I'm going to smash the system.
I'm going to take a hammer to the system. And they're just like, we like hammers.
Better than nothing. What the Democrats need to do right now is to have the courage to take on...
Meanwhile, they're a bunch of nails.
...the very powerful special interests...
There we go.
...who to a large degree control the political process and the legislative process in the United States.
And you clearly don't seem to think they're doing that. I will also say Trump says he won't cut Medicaid. We'll see what Republicans do on the Hill. Trump was in Warren, Michigan last night. You were just there not long ago. Yeah. And last night when Trump was in Warren, he made a point about crowd sizes between the two of you.
And when they say that Bernie Bernie's probably the best they have. By the way, he's about 7 years older than me, more, 8 years older. One thing I got to give him credit, he's a lunatic, but he's still pretty sharp. And he's going around with AOC +3, you know, the +3 follower. They hang on for little bits. They hang on for nuggets. And they get crowds. They say, oh, our crowds are so much bigger than their crowds. Their crowds are small. If I ever had a crowd like their biggest crowd, they'd say it's over for Trump. He's lost the magic.
I think you're a little more than 4 years older than him.
Something.
If I'm
He didn't
right.
tell. I know it will shock the audience. The president did not tell the truth. All right, I realize that will shock everybody, but that's the case. And in terms of the, not that we want to get into crowd size, why would anyone want to do that? We had twice the turnout in Warren than he had the other night.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Got rid of that. Oh, that's right. I forgot that we have a debate to get to. Here we go. Apparently, Piers Morgan actually does call out a racist in this. Let's be surprised together.
The way things are going, you're going to make a millionaire out of a woman who racially abused a child.
Did you call the child word? It is my own business. You call him a
What you're advocating for, it seems, is that for the rest of Shiloh's life, she should be canceled and silenced rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation.
If you call black people the N-word and racially abuse them, unfortunately, yes, it has consequences.
Everyone's flipping out over Shiloh Hendricks saying the N-word. Nobody flipped out like this when the United States was getting destroyed in 2020 because of black protests destroying every liberal city in America. So I don't want to hear it about, oh, she made $100,000 because she said the N-word. Who cares?
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
well, go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say the N-word, go on.
No.
No.
I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it.
Two recent stories in the US have laid bare the shocking levels of racial division in American society, amplified by extreme and viral takes on social media. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony is a black teenager charged with stabbing a white boy to death at a school track meeting in April. More than $600,000 in donations have poured in, not for the victim's grieving family, but for his alleged killer. Last week, Shiloh Hendricks went viral after a video showed the young mother racially abusing a 5-year-old.
I was about to say, he better at least bring that up.
Allegedly for stealing from her young child.
Call him a child? Did you call the child word? It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Fuck you. Huh? All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old.
Well, as you can see, Hendricks doesn't deny using the slur. In fact, she repeats it many times. That's all the stuff that's bleeped out.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still kind of shocked that the GoFundMe page that is, they're getting some really bad publicity from that, so they really should probably shut that down.
When a bystander in the park follows her...
But whatever, I guess capitalism reigns. Spend your money on fucking supporting the worst people alive.
With his smartphone. Hendricks set up a fundraiser on the same website as Carmelo Anthony's supporters, on which she wrote, "I called the kid out for what he was." Incredibly, that campaign has now raised more money than the first one, surpassing $655,000 at the time of taping the show. Well, the boss of the website, Give, Send, Go, is accused of facilitating brazen racism on a platform whose motto is "Money is temporary, Jesus is eternal. He will join me later."
What a fucking prick.
Liberals say this is exactly what they've been warning about, that the post-BLM backlash and the crushing of DEI has provided a fig leaf for outright bigotry. Conservatives were similarly outraged by the support for Carmelo Anthony, an alleged murderer who's been glorified by some as a victim of a racist system.
Did you mention what happened leading to that?
We're here to debate all this. As the host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, Myron Gaines. The host
they went and got a real winner on that one.
Of Night School on YouTube, Mark Lamont.
Mark Lamont Hill, though. There we
Lily
go.
Gaddis, a social media commentator whose video defense of the N-word mother has so far been viewed millions of times on X.
Another shining. I mean, let's be real.
And the New York.
At this point, I'm just starting to see blonde hair, and I'm starting to be like, eh.
Post columnist and author Ricky Schlott. Well, welcome to all of you. Ricky, look, my take on this is a stain on all their houses, right? I just don't know what is happening to society when you have such reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're fighting ugly with ugly right now. And I think this level of racial tribalism and hostility is just simply not sustainable in such a diverse democracy like America. I think it's, one is really a reaction to the other. I think both campaigns are really hideous, and I think we're showing our ugliest colors. I mean, in the scheme of things, these are small sums relative to the population of America, but you do see, I think, a really tremendous explosion of ugliness and racial hostility that I think that we should all be ashamed and embarrassed of.
Yeah, I mean, you described it, I think, in one of your posts as genuinely, is this a psyop? This would be the best $1 million invested by a foreign adversary to start a race war in America. And I knew exactly what you're getting at, because many of the comments, I think the comments have now been suspended actually on both of these funding pages, because people were quite obviously deliberately misusing them to post race baiting commentary.
Absolutely. I mean, if you go through some of the comments on either of them, you have White Lives Matter on one side and like suggestions that the teenage boy who was stabbed was somehow like a manifestation of white supremacy, and it seems to be just a fight at a track meet that has nothing to do with racial hostility in the first place. And the poor father of this young man who died too said, please don't make this into a racial issue. And yet on his own Give, Send, Go campaign, there are comments after comment saying this is White Lives Matter, we're avenging against Carmelo Anthony's family. I mean, on all ends, this is ugly. I think that it's really co-opting the charity and giving community. I mean, I feel bad for the fundraising platforms, because I don't think this was
No, but you know what the nice thing is? You can use other platforms, kind of like Kickstarter or GoFundMe, which does not allow this. Like, they would shut this down. That's why it's on a different platform, honestly, and this is why the guy's allowing it. So this is literally, any publicity is good publicity.
The intention originally, but unfortunately, I think that.
But the fact that all these grifters are literally making money off of this and they're getting clout off of this, that kind of shows you. It's like, oh, there it is.
People are really starting to take over good intents and the charity industrial complex to make it into a victim industrial complex, and it's really sad to see.
Well, we're going to have one of the founders of the Give, Send, Go site a little later in the program. But Mark Lamont Hill, you were shaking your head there. I mean, what's your take on this?
There are a couple of things that were said that I think are really interesting and important. One, there is,
as I said, I'm starting to see blonde hair and I'm starting to be like, oh God, is it the new red hat?
Outside audience,
at least when it comes to seeing a woman with blonde hair,
of people who are watching all of this and opportunistically using it for their own agendas.
I'm kidding, by the way.
You know, I have an investment in believing X, so I'm going to jump in the comments of this GoFundMe, etc. I have an investment in Y. I'm going to do the same thing. But what I don't want to do is compare these two things as if they're opposite sides of the same coin. For me, the intention of the campaign matters. In the case of this woman who is using the N-word, the woman isn't disputing using the N-word. The woman isn't disputing being racist. And the comments that are being left on the site before they were suspended, and the attitudes behind it, weren't saying she's being railroaded, she's being misrepresented. They were simply saying, we support
leftist audio.
Racism. And I think,
God, it really is the most real thing.
That's disgusting, no matter who's doing it. On the other hand, the people who are fundraising for Carmelo Anthony, the argument here isn't, yeah, we did something and we don't care, like the other woman. The argument is,
I was waiting for that.
We're being misrepresented here. We're being railroaded. This was a self-defense claim. This is not an act of violence. This isn't first-degree murder. I'm saying what they're saying. This isn't my argument. They're saying this is a first-degree murder claim that is wrong. This is actually self-defense, and we need the money to make sure that we get a fair trial. I think, and so whether you agree with his argument or not, I think raising money for a fair trial is different than raising money for a racist.
I mean, I think the common theme between the two, and this is not to pass any view about it at this stage, although I have strong views about it. I guess the common theme is that both of them say that as a result of all the publicity, they've been doxxed and had all their personal details put everywhere on social media, which is, of course, the modern scourge which gets involved. And that as a result, they've had death threats and they have security issues and they have to move home and so on. You know, I understand that part of the argument. You know, when you're at the center of a firestorm in America and you're not used to public attention, then
it's not always white blonde ladies, but it's always white blonde ladies, especially when they got them crazy eyes.
Levels of intimidation, threats, and so on that can come your way.
If I see a blonde woman with a cross necklace, immediately I'm crossing the road.
Can be extremely intimidating, if not outright dangerous. So it's different, really, to taking a view about either of the cases to simply say that the commonality is that they both, I think, have said in defending the amounts that have been raised is, well, we have to defend ourselves. Either, as you're putting it, through the courts, but also in his case, the alleged killer, that he has also, I think, had direct threats against him. And in the case of the mother using the M-word in that despicable manner, she has said she's had a lot of threats too.
My quick response to that would just be, let's assume everybody's telling the truth. Let's assume she's telling the truth, and let's assume he's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth and he was doing self-defense, and he's getting harassed and doxxed, and of course we already know lies have been told about his GoFundMe campaign, saying they were spending it on mansions and cars, all the kind of racist tropes. If that's true, he's being mistreated, and I think that's a sort of very easy case to make. When it comes to her, however, let's assume she's also telling the truth, that she used the word, she thinks the kid was acting like one, she feels like she has the right to use that word against that small baby because of what
new Scarlet Letter, the cross necklace.
Age-appropriate thing the kid did.
One of my favorite Sam Kinison bits was the one where he's just like, yeah, you know, it's kind of weird. I've always thought that the cross was weird because it's just like, if Jesus were to come back and he sees all of his supporters wearing the thing that they murdered.
If she's telling the truth and she's getting doxxed and harassed, I don't know if I want to reward her behavior with $500,000. I don't think she should be doxxed. I don't think she should be harassed. I think she has been mistreated to the extent that no one should be. You have a right to be racist. You have a right to free speech in this country. But I'm not donating money for it, and I feel a lot worse about her.
He doubles down on it. He's just like, yeah, and then, you know, could you imagine just being Jesus there? And they're just like, Jesus, is there anything that I can that I can do? It's just like, you can give me a hammer!
Fund me than the one for the person who's been railroaded.
Yeah. Well, Lily Gaddis, you posted a defense of Shiloh on X. It's been viewed 2.5 million times, in which it was entitled, White People Are Finally Fighting Back. Stand with Shiloh Hendricks. What did you mean by that? Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans...
Tax day has passed, but we still need to make our money.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism.
Wait, did they really just ignore what the rest of what he said?
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for...
No.
Here's the thing.
.com/peers.
That's
Let
wild.
Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism. As much as Black people and people of color want to talk about systematic racism in the United States, it's quite the opposite. They get preferential treatment when it comes to getting a job, when it comes to getting into colleges. White people, on the other hand, have been getting attacked.
She doesn't even believe what the fuck she's saying.
Relentlessly. Look at 2016 and BLM and all the riots. We
That's
just had
the
to sit
funniest
back
part. She even knows what she's saying. It's bullshit.
and watch people burn down our cities and do nothing about it. So the way to fight back against essentially this anti-white hatred that's been systemically, you know, ingrained in U.S. society is with white unity. We don't see white unity on our side.
Hang on. Okay, but hang on. Sorry, just to be clear, this has got nothing to do with anything you've just said. This is a disgusting, racist...
See, but Piers... Good job, buddy. Good job. I love when you do this. I love when Piers does this, where he brings on somebody so reprehensible that actually represents his point of view, but then they go full mask off, and he goes, whoa, 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 you weren't supposed to take the mask fully off. Holy shit.
Woman who repeatedly spews the N-word,
Yes!
first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity, does it numerous times. We are talking about...
She really is just dumb as a box of rocks.
A bona fide...
I mean, look at the emptiness behind those eyes. But this, again, hey, you know what? What am I saying? I'm 1,000 viewer Andy. She got millions of views on TikTok. She's literally on Piers Morgan. So, hey, you know what?
Questionable racist.
Being dumb and hateful does get you places, I guess.
So I don't understand why what you've just said to me bears any relation to white unity or anything that you've just said. She's just a racist. End, isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
It's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
Well, it is about her.
Coming together and supporting another white person. And it doesn't matter.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would.
I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well,
so she's the piece of shit.
Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist.
This is my favorite part. Like, mask full off, and she's sitting here acting just like, why are you shocked? Why are you shocked? Again, I love that Piers Morgan. Look at his fucking face. Guys. I'm going here. I'm going to move chat for a second. Look at his face. Look at this real time, him realizing what he just did. Here, we're going to rewind this just a little bit, because I love this.
Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
You would? He's legit shocked right there. He's just like, oh, I thought she was going to make this... I thought we were going to look better.
I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, but if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
They did. Okay.
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word? When would it be appropriate?
This is great, guys.
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you...
Oh, my God. She just had that moment that her dad never gave her.
Despicable.
Well, shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically discriminated against in the United States. This is our country. This is a country that should be...
What do you mean your country?
Because I'm white and my...
What, there are no black people in American history? Is that what you're saying? That they've all just landed in America, invading your white country? Is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they were brought here technically.
My God, do you understand how dumb you sound?
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist, and at some point we have to ask ourselves, do we want to reward this kind of disgusting behavior by platforming it?
I don't disagree, Mark. Listen, I didn't know she was going to say that. I don't disagree with you.
No. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think you knew ahead of time. I'm saying at this moment, someone who's saying it's technically black people brought up. No, technically Africans were in...
Usually I don't do this, but holy shit, dude. Check this out. Got this Mediterranean place. The falafel is delicious.
Were stolen, enslaved, and they built this country. And the idea that you can justify calling a baby the N-word by saying that white people are losing the country is absurd. It's morally bankrupt, and it's honestly besides the point. I mean, all these these are just distractions from the fact that she wants to justify dehumanizing and even animalizing a small black child. It's disgusting.
What is it?
Yeah, I never said that. I never said that.
No, but you may as well have done because you're just an unashamed.
That's the implication of
proud
your. That's the
racist. Let me
implication
bring in Myron Gaines because you've been smirking and laughing. What's funny about any of this?
Well, I mean, I find it interesting that you guys want to virtue signal and wag the finger and say she's a racist and everything else like this.
No,
but
she admitted she's a racist.
Well, let me
I'm not
finish my
wagging a
point.
finger at anybody.
She's
I don't need to
self-identified as a racist.
But Myron, with respect, Myron, I don't need to wag a finger when somebody says.
And here goes Myron trying to fucking both sides of this because he's a contrarian douchebag that just doesn't understand when to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word against black people. I don't care. That's a racist. I'm not wagging any finger. I'm not accusing anybody. She is admitting it proudly. Even
Here's the
you
thing.
can't defend that, surely.
Everybody is racist to some degree. The reality is it depends on a lot of people want to be politically
Oh, this guy wants to hook up with her.
correct. A lot of people want to sit there and say, I'm not racist at all. We all have biases. We all have stereotypes. We all make jokes. We all are racist to some degree. Now, how racist you are is a whole other situation, but everyone is racist. That's number one. Next thing I want to say, see, I think this Shiloh Hendricks and Metcalf situation is a microcosm of a much bigger problem. And that bigger problem is what I call systemic organization. And what I mean by this is for decades, we've had black people literally running around with black supremacy, committing crimes, not getting accountability for their actions, and then they blame the system for it. For example, George Floyd, criminal. Ferguson, criminals. Freddie Gray, criminal. A lot of these people are criminals, and what ends up happening is they challenge the police officer, they get into a physical altercation, things go left, they die, something happens, use of force is utilized, and then they want to cry about the result. When in reality, it's not the police killing black people, it's black people killing black people. And if you want to talk about black on white violence, black people kill white people 2 times as much. And on top of that, most of the shootings in America, a lot of the times, are white people killing, white cops killing other unarmed white men. So this whole systemic racism or police brutality or, oh, it's all so messed up, the reality is this. Black people have been able to get away with a ridiculous amount of privilege in America for a very long time. They're able to be racist with impunity. They're able to call white people crackers without being challenged back. And quite frankly, white America's had enough of it, and the chickens have come to roost. Now, look, am I saying that's awesome? Am I saying that's great? No, but for literally the better part of almost 2 decades since the Obama era, we've had to have BLM and liberalism shoved down.
I like watching this other one on the end just realize how she's like, oh, I thought we were keeping masks on.
Our throats, and quite frankly, we're all tired of it.
Right, but just to be clear, you would have no problem with one member of this panel openly saying she uses the N-word at black people with impunity and is proud of being a racist. You have no problem with that?
My worldview on the protection of the First Amendment and freedom of speech overrides my personal feelings. She has the right to say
That's
it.
fine. You can support the First Amendment, but you can also have a personal view.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
About what she said.
My feelings are irrelevant. The Constitution is the Constitution. That's what matters.
Oh, that's
And
fascinating. Hold on. So when it comes to chastising black Americans about their behavior, about calling white people crackers, as you say, about their moral claims about the racist system, you can levy a judgment against black Americans for all the things they do. But when it comes to this woman saying the N-word, and this other woman endorsing it and saying that she herself uses the N-word, now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous. And it's as the only black American up here, that's quite frustrating to hear.
Here's the thing. If you want to be soft and get offended by that, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Let me ask Ricky.
We're not even.
Let me ask Ricky. Ricky, I want to.
This isn't about being soft.
It really is just, dude, a bunch of these guys had really shit fathers. That's my seeing Myron, it is kind of like nice just knowing that his dad was just really, really shitty to him.
Any more than when you were desperately
like you do not grow up to be Myron with a good father.
You know what?
Saving these white people.
Hold on. This sensitive nature that you have is precisely why we have this problem.
It's not about being sensitive. It's about I didn't articulate. Hold on.
Somebody in his life that cared enough for him to be like, hey, man, no.
Let me finish, Myron. Let me speak, and then I'll.
He doesn't even got an uncle who loves him.
I'll let you respond. Myron, I didn't articulate any sensitivity here. What I said, in the same way that you levied a judgment against black people, I'm levying one against the claims you're making. I'm no more sensitive than you were when you made your claim. I'm simply saying I disagree with you. And to immediately jump to your...
It is kind of funny how he was like, oh, look, he's so sensitive. He's so sensitive. I'm triggered, bro. But the second that he gets challenged, he's just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's just a distraction. I'm making an argument here. Just respond to my argument.
If you're struggling with sleepless...
You see that creep with Bella Thorne? Bill Maher? I actually made a video about Bill Maher being creepy with Bella Thorne.
Nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's Dream.
No, and my argument...
Oh, are you talking about Myron? Myron was creepy with Bella?
To respond to that is this. Political correctness, liberalism, and making sure that we are politically correct and don't use certain words to offend people is precisely why we're in the situation that we're in. For decades, we've had to literally tiptoe around saying certain things around...
No, and you don't get it. This is where I hate this conflation of fucking not having any repercussions for the words you say. Dude, you don't get it. You have the freedom to do this. And this is overstated on every social media platform, but holy shit, I guess it needs to be overstated more. You do not get freedom from consequence. You can say what you want to say, but then you can get fired for it. You can get ostracized for it. Just because we have the right to say it doesn't mean that you have the right to be liked.
Certain people, while the other group of people has been able...
God, anybody who thinks like this in this chat, in my community, please do me a favor and leave.
Able to have impunity and be able to be as racist as they want to be, as violent as they want to be, without any type of consequence. And if you
pretty sure that's like nobody here, but God, if I'm weeding one out,
you're labeled a racist. The reality is this. Black people don't want to live around black people. I don't want to live around a bunch of black people. I move to neighborhoods where it's majority white because I know I'm safe. Now, this is uncomfortable reality that no one wants to say, so I'll say it for them. Black people commit a lot of crimes. A majority of the violent crime committed in the United States is committed by a small percentage of people, and they tend to be black men. Look, the reality is the reality. People don't want to say it, but the political correctness and being nice and not wanting to tell the truth is precisely this problem. And the reason why you're seeing all the support for Metcalf and Shiloh, etc., is because white people have not been able to step up and say what they want to say for a very long time because of what I said before, systemic, organized, where they don't take accountability for their decisions.
Let me bring in Ricky to respond. Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that I agree that virtue signaling went too far, that political correctness went too far, but we're going from virtue signaling being the norm and being praised to now vice signaling being the norm and being praised. It's not just a matter of does this woman have the right to use
I like that
word. I believe that she has the right. I disagree with it. But is she now being rewarded with $500,000? Why are we rewarding people for performing vice instead of virtue? This is not healthy. This is destructive to our society. This is destructive to our social fabric, to our culture, to our ability to live with other fellow Americans. It's gross.
My favorite part is this media is forever here. So we can always go back to this Piers Morgan episode and just be like, hey, you remember that one lady who like went super viral for the N-word lady?
To reward someone.
Her 5 minutes of fame, I hope this was worth her tanking her entire fucking life.
For bad behavior. It's one thing to tolerate it, to say that she has the right to do it, but she called an autistic 5-year-old the N-word. Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like we're kind of like missing the point in the actual context. You can say that it's part of this bigger meta story of black and white America, but it actually is just like a short little clip, and you don't even know the context of it, and it's actually gross, and if we can't just say that it's gross and bad, then I don't really know where we are.
Well, I think it's interesting to me that Lily Gaddis, you retweeted Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist, by saying he said black people just raised $500,000 for a cold-blooded killer who stabbed a white teenager to death. So I don't want to hear one word about the Shiloh Hendricks fundraiser. Either everyone gets to be tribal or nobody does. Why would you retweet that?
Because I agree with it. Because we have to fight fire with fire. I mean, at some point, why are
nobody does?
Why are Jewish people allowed to be tribal? Why are black people allowed to be tribal? But as soon as white people stand up for themselves, we're like...
Dude, he's a certifiable piece of shit, dude. Again, this is why I don't believe in God. These types of people would not be successful in a world where a good God, a God who rewards good things and good people, would reward this bullshit with access and just like... Are you serious?
Labeled racist. And by the way,
I'm sorry,
you call
guys. I don't mean to ruin your own personal religion, but damn.
people racist when you want them to stop talking about
No,
things.
no, I called you a racist because you admitted you were racist.
Question the existence of a fucking deity.
Hang on. I called, just to be clear, I called you a racist because you openly, proudly admitted you're a racist. So it wasn't a question.
Calling a 5-year-old the N-word is not white people standing up for themselves. Oh my God. This is how lost in the sauce it is, man. Dude, this is it. Like, this is why I do have a little bit of a smile on my face, because I have seen where this was gonna fucking lead.
Question of...
I'm glad to watch Piers Morgan deal with exactly what he curated, and I love seeing his shocked Pikachu face. God, we need to make a meme of his face, shocked when she said that, as Pikachu. If somebody has that...
Posing you, or pointing my finger, or
skills.
trying to get this out of you. You proudly sat there, bold as brass, and said, yeah, I use the N-word all the time against black people. I'm a racist.
You know, she doesn't believe any of this crap.
So I'm proud.
No, the thing is, she does. She does. I mean, for her to like quadruple down on it, no. She doesn't have friends. Like, she's one of these ones that calls every other girl a pick-me, or says that they're all blue-haired libs, and you know. But even the ones that are conservative look at her and they're just like, no, you're too much. Like, she doesn't have friends at church. She doesn't. This person does not have any good people in their lives.
Proud of it.
And she did it to herself.
That's what you did.
Racism is just having a preference. I prefer not to live around black people. I prefer not to live in a country where white people in our country are disproportionately attacked by black people. Where in my country, you can have an Austin.
That's not true.
Metcalf.
That's actually not true. I know the crime stats on this one, and no, it's white on white crime is way higher than black on white crime. Sorry there.
Ask a guy to leave. And he gets stabbed in the heart. I prefer that. That's a preference. Now, what a real racist is, in my opinion, is seeing someone as less human. I'm a Christian. I believe everyone's created in God's image.
Yes, you are.
So I don't see anyone as less human, but that doesn't...
I need to literally pause on that one and just take that in. I know that you guys probably thought the stream froze. It broke my brain.
I mean, I'm not allowed to have a preference and say, I don't like what happens to be coming out of...
Oh, man, her brain's gonna, like, when she finds out Jesus isn't white, oh, boy.
This community or that community.
Anyone who agrees with any of this BS, I just don't see, just don't see some people as humans. That is just how racists think. She kind of believes it because she's a grifter. But those who follow her definitely believe it. No, she believes it.
How is that?
Not everybody's just a grifter.
A bad thing. How is that not just a preference?
Because you've literally...
No, it's actually pretty easy for me just to believe that she is just this stupid.
Made black people sound lesser humans. You don't want to live around them. You want to use the N-word in relation to them, a word that you know causes that community unbelievable offense.
My fault? Is that my fault? If they have bad behavior, if they want to act in a certain way, if I have to cross the street and be afraid that maybe because of the...
As I said, I'd cross the street the second I saw her evil ass.
Crime statistics that are very real, by the way. Is that my fault, or is that their fault for having bad behavior?
That's mind-boggling to me for multiple reasons. I mean, we're talking about bad behavior. You know, we've never lynched you, we've never enslaved you, we've never done any of the deep-seated structural forms of injustice to white people that white people have done to black people, and yet to claim some kind of moral superiority in the midst of, and again, in the context of a conversation where a white woman is calling a 5-year-old autistic child the N-word, and we're talking about black people.
I believe in shawarma. Sorry, I was really happy with my dinner.
Bad behavior. This is absurd.
The shawarma is good.
And the idea of fighting fire with fire, again, is a dishonest argument. Just to take us back to the point here, the people who are supporting Carmelo Anthony's campaign believe that he was wrongfully charged, and they're trying to get him legal defense. The people who are defending this woman are saying, yes, we know you called the 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word, and we want more of it. We approve of it. We support it. These are not the same thing. And it's bonkers to me that we couldn't all stand and say, hey, it is wrong to call a 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word. I mean, Myron, let me just ask you that question. I think this is a yes or no question. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think the woman was wrong to do what she did to that child in that park?
I don't approve of that. But what I will say is that it's very important to understand the entire context of what led us to this position. Because again, Metcalf and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Earlier, we were talking about tribalism when you were mentioning Nick.
Actually, look up the history of why it's called jaywalking.
Went to this tweet. Here's the thing.
And we can get into the whole, like, why Mark Lamont Hill has some points here.
People could be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about black power and marry black women and keep it in the hood and all this other stuff. But if white people assemble and say, you know what, white power, we need to keep our nation white, they're immediately ostracized and labeled as supremacists, and they get banned off every single platform. I find that interesting. And matter of fact,
what is it about these guys like who are using that are literally know their tokens? Like, that's wild. That's so wild to be such a grifter and a token that you accept that as your reality. That's
You
wild.
isn't that the same thing?
No,
That's
actually, it is the same
wild.
thing. Because here's the problem with black people.
No,
You
it's
guys
not.
hold on, let me finish this. Black people practice the very racism they cry about.
Myron is so pathetic. He literally defends a dude who calls him inferior. Well,
You guys can gather together and say Black Lives Matter, Black Power, but if white people get together and say white power, gather together, they're considered white supremacists and they get banned off every single platform. Why is that Jared Taylor and Nick Fuentes are banned off every platform for practicing white nationalism, but black people are allowed to stand every single platform getting interviews on a Breakfast Club? Explain that to me. There's a two-tier situation here where black people are able to benefit off of being racist while whites are not. And what we're dealing with right now in America is literally a backlash to this black supremacy has been able to run around unchecked for a long time, and no one has the balls to call it out. Here's the other thing I want to say. Everyone's flipping out over Shiloh Hendricks and saying the N-word.
Hey, can I respond to the point you just made, though?
No, hold on. Nobody flipped out like this when the United States was getting destroyed in 2020 because of black protests destroying every liberal city in America. So I don't want to hear it about, she made $5 about 100,000.
Yes, it destroyed. We live in The Last of Us, guys. It destroyed our cities. We cannot walk within the city limits without incurring crossing, through the martial law zone.
Who cares?
What a fucking.
They destroyed billions of dollars.
You know what, guys? I know this might offend a few people here, but I have to. Myron's a retard.
It was a structure because someone got killed who was a criminal. That's the problem in America. You guys get a privilege that no one else gets to enjoy. You could be racist.
Okay.
And
all right, I have to hang on. I've got to hold it there. We've got another guest joining us. Mark, I'll come back to you to respond to that in a moment. But we've been joined now by Jacob Wells. He's the Christian founder of the Give, Send, Go donation site. They're both.
Oh boy. Well, after watching that, I hope this guy feels real good about his, his beacon to Christ.
Campaigns I've been hosted on. Thank you very much indeed for joining me, Mr. Wells. First of all, your reaction to what seems to me to be a blatant hijacking of both of these fundraising host sites for different reasons, but definitely been hijacked by...
I hope this tanks Give, Send, Go, and this guy has to suffer through a bankruptcy.
People for racist motivation.
No, I think that's completely
5-minute
correct.
warning, guys. By the way, we are near the 420 fun half.
Pierce, I do think that there was an element here that did hijack.
Which we do actually have a 420 fun half today, by the way.
Came at this and really became a racist, tribalist element between the two campaigns. Independently of themselves, I think that they would have existed on our platform in a whole different manner, but because of the narratives around them and the proximity to each other, they created a life of their own, and it is unfortunate, it's sad to see, because as a Christian myself, what I respect about humanity and the image of...
Every time I hear somebody say, as a Christian, it usually is there to justify some horrendous shit that they're about to say afterwards.
God on us.
I don't understand it, but man, this has been a constant since I was a kid in the religion.
I believe that we're all valuable. I believe that people have dignity and worth, and we want to see that upheld for people, even in difficult moments. That's why our platform exists.
I hope this guy's website effing tanks.
And it's been a difficult.
Honestly, at this point, Anonymous has got to get to work with some of these people.
Several weeks of just navigating the complexity of these situations as a platform.
Studies show that strength training, but
I'm gonna come and platform this Christian gay.
And use promo code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, for your discount. That's getjackedup.com. But let me ask you, I mean, in the case of Shiloh Hendricks, it seems to me pretty open and shut. This is a woman on camera repeatedly using the N-word, first of all with a 5-year-old autistic child.
Navigating the complexities of the situation.
Then an adult who's filming her, doesn't care, is blatantly racist. Why should someone like that be allowed to raise any money on your site if, as you say, you are driven by a Christian purpose?
Because Jesus was, very anti-black. Didn't you know that? Come on, man.
Well, that's a fascinating question. I would almost flip it around. It's like if we tried to create litmus tests for everybody to come onto a platform.
No, I just say that build the rock. I hope Elon just builds the rocket and they all buy a ticket on it. And then it just final destinations on its way up.
Use it. I pretty much could guarantee nobody would pass the litmus test because the reality of humanity is that we're broken. This was the whole principle of Jesus in the first place says is that we needed a savior and that's what he came for.
So just to be clear, then, hang on, just to be clear, so that's interesting what you just said. So you would let anybody onto your platform to raise money for anything? Is that your position?
No, the position is that there are laws that define what is legal and what isn't legal, and we adhere to the laws as the framework for what is and isn't allowed.
But inciting racial hatred is a crime, right?
Huh? Sorry, my inbred brain took a second to hear that my chromosomes, they need to speed up.
Inciting racial hate.
No, that's not how it works.
Hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen that as a law on the books, but
I've never seen that as a law on the books.
That was part of the reason.
I'm not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to incite.
No, not the guy that looks like a fucking penis.
Racial hatred or violence against ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring example than someone on camera calling black people the N-word?
Violence and words are two different things, and we do make a
oh my God, he really is actually certifiably stupid.
Distinction of that in America. They are very clear.
I bet he has a theology degree.
Clearly different things. I don't know of any law.
I have a doctorate in theology.
Happy for you to inform me with what that law is, because I don't know.
That one might hit somebody personally.
Everything. I'm happy to admit that, but as has already been mentioned on the show earlier, there are needs that exist outside of the reality.
The donation comments literally said the 14 words, by the way.
Of that
Tons
moment
of
for Shiloh. I don't condone the behavior. Obviously, we didn't see the actual behavior that was accused in the moment. What we saw was the aftermath of a kind of baited moment.
Yeah, but she carries on using the N-word to a black person with impunity. That's a racist.
Yeah, well, she might have some racial elements. I don't know. I don't know Shiloh
some
personally.
Racial elements. She uses the
You can't
N-word.
even call her a racist? You can't even... Wow. Your testicles just merged and became your head.
Repeatedly to a black man, and she doesn't deny having just used it to a 5-year-old black child. I'm not sure what more evidence you need that this person's a racist. And my question for you is simply, where is that line for you? You say it's the law...
Well,
but if somebody is literally raising hundreds of thousands of dollars to support them because they were blatantly racist, I'm just curious how that fits with the Christian ethos of what your site's supposed to be about.
Well, it fits actually very well because we can, like I started to say, we don't operate on a litmus test of your past behaviors as far as the services that you get to provide. The moment that you start walking down the narrative that we're not going to provide you electricity, water, because we don't like you, the structural elements, the movement of money, which is a basic element to society.
So let me just ask you this. So if someone was being blatantly anti-Semitic, for example, right, would you allow them to raise money on your platform to defend themselves over their anti-Semitism?
We sit in a very interesting position as a platform in trying to navigate the complexities of these issues.
Yeah, so
in
what's
a country
the answer, though? What's the
you
answer?
can say things. Well,
yeah, very Christian, like the Very Christian like these guys, huh? Silly little Christians and their hatred of people, no dog whistles anymore.
I'll say historically, we've stood on that principle of saying we're going to
literally using Jesus's word to justify their hatred. You know,
allow things that we disagree with.
Okay.
It's like they skipped both the Corinthians, because that's kind of where he covers like, hey, by the way, if you start being hypocritical and like, this is my favorite misinterpreted Bible verse, is the one that talks about using the Lord's name in vain. Now, every Christian and every dipshit, they'll use that to say, well, that's like you saying, oh my God. No, it's not. Actually, and you can talk to like a theologian about this and they'll agree with me. No, what it means is being a hypocrite and using the Lord's name to justify shit like this, and using it in vain to justify things that you know are blatantly against his word. They conveniently misinterpreted that one. And again, this is one of the problems with the Bible, where when instead of actually reading the damn thing, they just want to have their little Bible studies, get in a group of 5 people together that think just like them, and then use this to justify their hatred.
And we've allowed things that we completely disagree with.
Do you allow
on the
people to
platform,
do
but our
pro-abortion?
mission-
Do you allow pro-abortion fundraising?
Actually, there's 2 caveats to what Give, Send, Go has carved out, and one of them is it's broken into 2 pieces, but it's the protection of children. So we say we're going to protect children because they don't have a voice. So we're not going to allow fundraising for abortions on Give, Send, Go, and we're not going to allow fundraising for the transition of children.
Okay, but what about a
fundraising on Give,
5-year-old
Send, Go.
child what about a 5-year-old black child being called the N-word?
What about that?
Where does the protection for that child come in?
Well, that's their parents' responsibility. That's like if my child, and I have
he will not
several children, if my child was called something bad, I would take my child aside and I would tell them.
But you just said that one of the
caveats.
caveats. Hang on, you just said one of the caveats for Give, Send, Go.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy's face is a gift. Oh my God. The fact that he wears all of his emotions, including his stupidity, on his face. This is wonderful.
Is the protection.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's literally.
Of children. You talked about the transitioning process.
I usually don't we usually don't get this overt of just like uncomfortability like with a guest like this, but holy shit, this guy knows that he is so full of shit.
Yes, you talked about abortion, which is obviously your Christian perspective on that. And I'm simply saying, why doesn't it include children being...
I'm on national TV and I'm looking really stupid.
Racial.
Oh, dude, his bald head is starting to sweat. See, now that's the bitch about not having hair. And I'm sorry to any of my bald audience, but I will just say like that you can see when you start sweating a little bit quicker.
Abused.
Case in
Why
point.
is that suddenly the parents' responsibility? Not
he should not have done this interview. No, this guy is a loser.
Yours is a
Lex loser.
No,
No, Lex loser.
Literally
exist on Give,
you are
Send,
going to
Go.
make him. Well, look, let me just spell it out to you. The way things are going, you're going to make a millionaire out of a woman who.
The funniest part is I made that joke by accident by reading her comment and then your comment, Mitesh.
Racially abused a child. And if your
Well,
caveats of
that's incorrect.
Well, hang
I was
on.
like, oh, I like that. Lex loser.
Well, you are.
No, I'm not. Because one, we're a platform. We don't make donations to these campaigns. These are individuals that are making donations.
I'll get you, duper man.
This person will
of their
become a
own volition.
millionaire
This is
because
not
of your
Give, Send-
platform.
No, it's not because of our platform. They could
is.
send
Bald.
checks and they could send money a million different ways.
I'm sorry, but the way you get this guy is just you have to have one of those ultra bright flashlights and just constantly just hold it up
To individuals.
But they're using your platform.
and then see if you can get your cat to chase it on the ceiling.
Avenues.
And you've already said to me you carve out things.
I'm sorry, guys.
Because
I
you
feel
want
like
to
I'm going a little hard on the ball there.
protect children. I'm just curious. Why is racially
I'm gonna
abusing a
get cursed.
child
Wait a minute. My beautiful locks. Hold on. Knock on wood.
not one of your carve-outs?
I do not recognize this man as part of the ball community. He does not represent us.
Well,
All right, then.
what the campaign
He's been disavowed. Fair game.
is fundraising for. So we have to make a distinction between what happens on Give, Send, Go and then what happens outside of Give, Send, Go. Because we can't police everything that happens outside of Give, Send, Go.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
All that we can police is what happens on Give, Send, Go. So the two instances that I gave.
Oh no! He's gonna be like, I can't solve all the world's problems.
Were about campaigns that, if they were created on Give, Send, Go, that we would, for those scenarios, we would prevent. But things that happen outside of Give, Send, Go, we can't police around. So does someone have the right to raise funds for their security, for their protection, because they've been doxxed, because of a snapshot moment, because everyone has a camera
this is personal.
in their pocket? And
this is personal for him.
And today, we can see the outworking of this. 3 years ago in...
He's doing really, really bad because, like, again, as the CEO, he was trying to look, you know, like, hey, look, I put both of them up there, right? Why are you calling me the racist?
New York City, in the middle of the city, there was an altercation between a woman and a black man over bird watching and dogs, and her name was Amy Cooper. And to this day, 3 years later, she hasn't been able to find a job. Because she made a bad mistake, saying the wrong thing in a particular moment
she
where
racially
camera was
abused
pulled
him.
out.
Yeah, she racially abused him. It's almost like you have this thing called consequence. It's kind of weird how you want to save these people. Weird. Why? What are you trying to save these people from?
If you racially abused him, if you racially abuse people, you are made accountable for your actions.
So for the rest of your life, the rest of your
you
life,
know what?
you're shut off from society.
If you call black people the N-word and racially abuse them, unfortunately, yes, it has consequences, probably for your professional life.
Now, I'm not...
He's telling on himself. He's got some videos out there. There might be a picture of him in blackface.
For the rest of your professional life.
We understand that there are consequences.
Yeah.
I understand this.
That was a lot of makeup.
Consequences. What I'm saying is what you're advocating for.
When the bald alien guy gets kicked out for being a supporter of a racist and being a loser, like, buddy, pick a struggle.
Or it seems is that
dude, the fact that he's on Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan, it's not even a leftist. It's just Piers Morgan himself is just like, oh, so you're a racist. I like the fact that we did get, like, the little the appetizer of the blonde racist for this guy, because that made Piers that much more kind of unsympathetic to this whole framework, because he is I think that he finally just had it. Where, like, did you guys sense it that he was like, oh, if I keep doing this, they're going to start actually lumping me in with these people. Okay, I got to push back.
For the rest of Shiloh's life, she should be pushed into the recesses of society, and that she should not have a voice, that she should be canceled and silenced. This is what drives people to suicide. And
you care about people getting driven to suicide, Mr. I support, not supporting trans people. I support collectively nut punching every one of these guys.
It's this cancel culture mantra that thinks that the best way.
I'm not racist. I just don't like people that don't look like me and think like me and are way less human. Yeah, exactly.
Society is to cancel them rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation.
I mean, at least, again, hey, you know what? Maybe this is where I have to say, at least she did take the mask off. This guy, he's still trying, and he's failing. And I think one of his eyes actually just I think his soul is leaving his body, and it took one of his eyes with him.
And for Give, Send, Go, our purpose and our hope is not that we agree with every single campaign. It's why we started a prayer team at Give, Send, Go.
He does look like an alien, yes.
We actually call.
If you guys watch Invincible, he's like the alien guy that becomes the stretch man or whatever.
Every campaign owner.
I am totally 100% a human, fellow humans.
And we pray with them, and we actually talk them back from the ideological edges that they find themselves in by saying,
Zeep Zorp.
You know what?
It's
There's
slipping.
a God that loves you. You don't need to get into this tribal space. You need to focus on rebuilding that relationship with him, because that's the fabric for a principled and moral nation.
Here's the flaw.
I'm pretty sure God doesn't work that way, my guy.
Here's the flaw with Shiloh. Here's the flaw with Shiloh Hendricks. She, in her message left on the donation site, it goes on, sentence after sentence, playing the victim. She never once mentions that she repeatedly used the N-word. It doesn't exist in her description of the victimhood statement she puts out there. So it's incredibly disingenuous because people who read that will not realise, if they don't know the story, that she racially abused a child and then an adult.
Nah, I recognize him from his most famous part. He was the baby at the end of 2001.
The most horrific manner. And I'm curious for you.
I knew I recognized him.
You, as a company, you take, I believe, tips and donations from each of the donations that come in. Is that how the system works?
The system works on voluntary donations.
Okay.
So
No, but you take your cut. That's how you make your money.
the only thing that we
You're making what? You're profiting off racism.
So just out of
Good job, Piers.
interest, of the
back for Piers.
$600,000 plus that have now been raised for her,
Oh,
how much
he's getting nervous again.
have you guys made, Give, Send, Go, from that money? Presumably you know, right?
I actually don't know. I haven't kept track of what the donations to that campaign in particular to Give, Send,
But do you
Go
feel
are.
comfortable? You feel comfortable making money out of that?
What I feel comfortable doing is,
The Anthony story.
last week flying out to Detroit, Michigan.
What? From Opie and Anthony? What are you talking about?
Michigan, and stepping into somebody's brokenness who had a campaign on Give, Send, Go because their car was stolen and another car was in an accident and they found out that their 3-year-old had cancer.
Well, that's
and
a
we
different
stepped in and
story.
bought them a
That's
new
a different
car.
story completely.
And it's a
I'm
completely
asking you-
different
I'm
story, but
asking
it's
you
a
very
reality of what we
specifically-
use the funds from Give, Send, Go for.
The bottom line is you're making, I don't know, tens of thousands, maybe more, out of a particular part of your site that has been set up by a racist who was proudly racist.
Who me another piece of scum?
On camera
Oh yeah, I was about to say.
repeatedly, and you say you want to
Not exactly a hot take.
protect children.
Although Jimmy Norton's new show's hilarious. Dude, he had Colin Quinn and Voss on. I needed that. It was so fucking funny.
But the reason that she is so infamous is she originally, in that exchange, racially abused a child. And you might laugh and smirk
you know what?
and smile,
None of
but
us.
I don't find any of that funny.
You keep jumping. Yeah, I don't think it's funny either. You've put me in a position
Well, I mean, that's why he's standing.
to try to defend
I almost made a really mean joke. I'm going to stop myself right there.
Shiloh, which I have no defense for Shiloh. I don't defend calling a child something like that. What is very evident is that, one, we don't have video of
Yeah, and she's hot too, man.
her doing any of those things
Good for
outside of
Jimmy.
the
Like
post.
seriously, I'm so happy for Jimmy. Like the fact that I mean, let's be real. The fact that he did have to also kind of come around and be like, oh, you mean that I was doing this whole thing where I was getting arrested for this and I didn't need to?
Video. So
I just needed to own who I was, which he did. He always owned who he was.
She literally
we do
uses
have to
the
take a-
N-word repeatedly, and she doesn't deny using it against the child. In fact, she makes it clear
Yeah, she makes it perfectly clear.
she did do it because
Yeah, please play the video.
he was behaving like one, she said. So
Somehow this man was conceived without an egg. The sperm just mutated and became a human.
I don't know
All right, bro. You and
why you're being so
I
mealy-mouthed
understand.
about it.
So-
The bottom line is she's obviously
Oh my
a
God.
nasty racist. She's proud of being a racist.
He looks like an amorphous sperm.
She admitted being a racist, and we heard her being a racist.
All right.
There is no doubt about what happened. What you're trying to do is cast a little bit of
You don't
doubt.
need to nobody needs to try any harder. Amorphous sperm is exactly what this guy looks
You don't
like.
mind me saying, because it helps your corporate position, which is you're making a ton
Chef's kiss.
of money
Well,
out of a
you know,
racist
it
who
just-
is going to be a millionaire out of being a racist because
If
of your.
He wouldn't be in this position if he didn't continue supporting a racist. He could just have, he could just not have that on the site. He could just not support this racist. He's just racist.
Platform.
If you think allowing this campaign helps our corporate position, come on, Pierce.
You know what
look
would
at the
help your
reaction.
you know
The
what would
reason
help
why-
you corporately if you were genuinely true to your mission statement as a Christian site, that you want to protect children, and you were big on that at the start of this interview. I want to protect the kids.
Right.
As long as they're Lily Watts.
Then you would remove her site immediately once you had established in your own brain that she'd racially abused a 5-year-old, which, by the way, she admits to doing. Right? So you
Pierce is even like, bro, this is not the one to stand up for.
could just do that.
Like, what are you
that.
doing? It's like you swallowed your dog whistle, my guy, and every time you open your mouth, it's just like.
Yeah, no, we could do a lot of things, but in the country that we live in, there are certain fabric elements.
Huh? What's that, boy? What's that? Huh?
That make this America what it is, and they need to be defended. So
There's a bunch of dudes in white hoods show up at his door.
Each one of them.
I heard our calling.
Upset feelings.
Free speech?
Free speech, freedom of expression.
Really? And yet, how odd? Because, Mr.
freedom of
Wells,
association.
unless I'm mistaken, you have now removed the ability to comment and removed all the comments on.
Oh, coming in with the steel chair! Oh!
This particular donation site.
Bro, okay, didn't see that one coming.
Where's the free speech rights of those people who commented? Or are you just a hypocrite?
That was sneaky.
No.
How are you just a hypocrite? Piers, you know what? I have to give it to him. I don't get to do this often. You know what? Credit to Piers Morgan on this one.
Well, recognize what
you stammering asshole.
Free speech is. Free speech is a prohibition against the government.
I'm gonna say what?
Enacting laws to prohibit your speech.
You literally
It's
just
not
made.
a
You just literally
prohibition.
just.
Piers is even laughing at this. He's like, bro,
made a speech.
This guy is cooked.
Talking about freedom of expression and free speech, but you have removed.
We ringing up the W for Piers here. We gotta be real. Yeah. I give credit where credit's due, even if it's with somebody that I don't necessarily like. At least, dude, this is the rare W for Piers.
All the comments from here. Why are you?
People just need to say what they mean. They will not be seen as pathetic losers if they just be. Well, I don't know about that because I look at that one lady as a pathetic loser. I almost said I almost actually said I give her credit, but I don't. There's no giving her credit. She's just too. There's no giving credit to someone who's too stupid to know otherwise.
Pressing and censoring people's right to free speech to comment on these sites.
What am I supposed to do? It's like, nah.
We have, as
somebody definitely should, I don't know, put a life jacket, maybe a helmet on her.
a private business, the
Sorry, that was me.
right to operate our business the way that
You
we
have the
want
right to
operate
suppress
our
free
business.
speech. I don't dispute it. I'm just curious why you pretend to be this great defender of free speech when you're literally doing the opposite.
No, what we saw.
Let's be real. She does bathe with water wings.
Very clearly in this situation was a campaign for Carmelo Anthony, and on the back of it, a campaign for Shiloh, and they were competing off of each other. And they were in a cycle of vitriolic tornado of sorts. And we said, we need to put some calming effect on this by removing the back and forth element that's going on in this particular situation. It wouldn't necessarily have happened if these
Oh, that would be hilarious if they had the Give, Send, Go donation.
campaigns were
donate.
completely independent, months, years apart from each other.
But as a Christian,
But
again,
there
look,
was
as a
something
Christian
specific
again,
that was happening around
as a Christian again, because I'm told that the Give, Send, Go site for Luigi
I'm loving this.
Mangione, who we saw allegedly executing a healthcare boss in cold blood. I don't think there's much allegedly about it, but we'll let the process take its course. He's got nearly £1 million for his defence.
I see you've already made up your mind.
By your site. And, it's sort of odd, isn't it? Is it not an inconsistency in your Christian position on this? That on the one hand,
it shows your lack of understanding what Christian faith actually
Let me ask you the
stands for.
question. On the one hand, if you want anything pro-abortion on your site, that's a no-no because you're all pro-life. And yet, on the other hand, you're helping a bunch of alleged murderers raise millions. Do you not see an inconsistency with your Christian hat on?
Well, it just actually goes to the shallow misconception of Christianity that you have, and I would implore you, Piers, to go after reading the Bible for what it says. The number one critique of
Thou shalt
Jesus
not kill
by the
is
religious
ringing
leaders,
quite loud in my head.
The number one critique of Jesus by the religious leaders of the day was that he hung around with the prostitutes, the drunkards, and the sinners. He was the guy that went to the lowliest of low places, and he actually shared hope in the midst of the worst places. We find ourselves in a very...
He was a friend to them, and he was kind to them and had compassion. You dipshit.
very similar situation. And our goal at Give, Send, Go is to share hope to people.
Man, there are days I wish I actually still actually believed in Christ, so I could just be like purely outraged at this dipshit.
In the midst, and part of that is navigating how we do it. We have a prayer team that calls people and prays with them.
Jesus, just like me.
Actually shows them that they're valuable. We have an initiative, like I was mentioning earlier.
All right, but I kind of look like their version of
bottom line, look, the bottom line.
This guy can't even cosplay right.
Mr. Wells, I appreciate you coming on, but the bottom line is,
I unbless you, my child.
The reality of the situation is that if you racially abuse a kid, you can become a millionaire on your site and you won't stop it happening. And if you kill somebody or allegedly kill somebody, you won't stop that happening either. But with your Christian hat on, if somebody wants to put anything up...
Oh, did I do that with my left hand? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was my devil hand.
That's pro-abortion. Whoa! Not having that, Gov. And if you want to put a comment under one of these more contentious sites, your free speech rule immediately collapses.
Listen, I'm sorry, Pierce, if you can't recognize that children don't have a voice and they should be protected.
What about the voice of this? What about the voice of this little 5-year-old black kid? Where was his right not to be racially abused?
He doesn't have a campaign on Give, Send, Go. I would love to see a campaign for him on Give, Send, Go.
Okay.
He doesn't have a campaign on Give, Send, Go. But to the deeper question of the other campaigns, if you think undermining the presumption of innocence until proven guilty in a court of law is a good position to take, well, so be it. That's why we find ourselves in the mess as a society that we have found ourselves in, is because people continue to undermine the principles that our country was founded upon for the sake of some type of social outrage.
I mean,
rage.
I actually,
which apparently is what seems like you're parroting towards us.
Okay, let's just.
I had this moment in when I got kicked out of school. I'll just say it. Like I got excommunicated from the church and the school, but I also got like
the viewers can make their own minds up about
part of it.
Who's parroting what here. But I appreciate you coming on, Mr.
My doctor and teacher hated me.
Well, thank you very much.
Hated me.
Thanks, Pierce.
Okay, let's go back to the panel there. I mean,
you ever have a teacher, like, when you put your hand up, just go like, ugh?
It seemed to me a lot of inconsistencies in Mr. Wells's position, not least the donning of the Christian hat when it suits them, but then removing it when it doesn't.
Oh, she pulled out her cross necklace. She didn't have that on before. Oh, she's about to burn. See, this is, again, why I don't believe.
You know, I think it's definitely tough to make the call here and there and where to censor. I err on the side of not censoring as much as possible, but I agree with you that the selectivity of having issues with abortion but not with these campaigns is certainly a problem. But I also want to go back to our point before, too, and make the point that
All right, so we have right-wing dipshit and then right-wing dipshit.
hate this argument that because some people were tribal, we should be tribal too, and shouldn't we want to live in a society where we say tribalism is bad in general and negative in general, and so therefore we should be erring towards individualism and not fighting.
She looks like that swimmer, the swimmer that got like the position with Fox News.
Tribalism.
Oh no, that's what she's doing. She's like, I'm gonna get a job. Although I think she might have just crushed that one with this fucking interview.
With more tribalism,
because I think that she might have misperceived like just how that media space works, because now she has nothing to stand on, and even Piers Morgan's just going to be like, oh, do not hire her.
I think that's a net negative.
I agree. Myron, your last words on this.
Okay, I never got to respond to Myron's other.
The thing with tribalism, it's a natural human instinct. Like, we are literally designed to want to be in communities and want to be a part of a set community because it ensures our survival. It's been that way since the beginning of time. So the thing is that people are typically going to align with people that share similar features, and that's why we have the tribalism we have going on right now. So the problem is it's not going to go anywhere. I think the problem is that we've had this penting up for literally decades, and this has been a response to it. You have people that are coming out and supporting someone who you guys might deem as a terrible racist, but I think it's also very important
I'm not sure if you
to
guys
understand
noticed,
how we
but
got here, because if we're going to look at
my skin has started melting, and I'm starting to burn a little bit.
smaller problem, we can't look at the bigger problem, and it's what I said before.
It's hitting me.
Unchecked systemic.
All right.
All of a sudden, I burst into flames like a blade vampire.
Mark Lamont Hill, your last words on this.
This repeated use of the word, I think, first of all, I want to just register that as offensive, particularly as someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly
I'm the definition of African American. I'm the definition of African American.
and troublesome. And to as a Sudanese American or an outsider who's using African American, the very technical term, the same way that Elon Musk is an African American, I think it is a bit disingenuous. But the bigger issue here, I think, is that this idea of equating of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power. To use his example, when Black people stand up and say, "Hey, let's build our own stuff. Hey, let's have a Black power movement," that is not the same as a white power. I'll let you speak uninterrupted. Let me finish, please, my Sudanese brother. So when a Black person says, "Hey, let's preserve our culture," I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else saying, "Let's preserve our culture." But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, and when white people say, "Let's preserve whiteness," it's an exclusionary practice. It's about
look at him calculating that because he thought that was a gotcha, but then he's just like, oh.
It's about preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A Black power movement was about opening stores and building businesses. A white power movement was a white power. That's the giga. A white power movement was about something very, 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 very different. A white power movement included lynchings and included Ku Klux Klan, etc. So let's not pretend that these are opposite sides of the same coin. When white people say, "Let's save our country," and even using language of our country, when Black people built this thing, when you say that, you're talking about forcing people out of the country. You're talking about laws that discriminate. You're talking about doing harm to people. Let's not pretend these are the same thing, just like these GoFundMe campaigns are not the same thing. I'm okay if everybody gets out of the GoFundMe industrial complex. I'd love that. But let's not pretend that supporting someone for a fair trial is the same thing as supporting a grown white woman berating and calling the N-word to a 5-year-old autistic Black child. And the fact that everyone in here can't be unanimous in condemning that says exactly how they're not the same.
I totally agree. I'm going to go to Lily Gaddis and just ask you one more time. I mean, you've been so unashamedly proud of being a racist today, proud of using the N-word whenever you feel like it. You've had a bit of time to think about this. Is that how you want people to leave this panel debate, with thinking of you as a disgusting racist?
I don't really care what people think about me. As long as you care about what people think about you, you have no power and you lose your country. What I care about is freedom of speech.
What TikTok did she learn that off of? What? Wait a minute.
And if you're not allowed to say the most offensive things in this country, you do not have freedom of speech. I don't care what anybody says. So that's the main crux of this situation. That's what I care about.
You know what? God, this is where I really wish it is just like, oh, okay, let's play.
About with this situation, it is,
let's play.
We have lived for far too long in a country where you can have your life destroyed, and people say, oh, she doesn't need this money. Her life's destroyed, by the way. She'll never be able to get another job. She's got children to have to support. And I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, Black people can say things to white people all the time, and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want.
I want Lady in Red to realize that she's on the same team as this broad.
Unashamedly. And you will
well, go
not
on, then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M-
not
Go on,
Oh
say,
my
go on.
God.
Say the M word. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I used the B word for her. I don't usually refer to women like that, but as I said, let's play.
No. Don't invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me, because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here, you and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist, and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you all very much.
Ooh, that was actually Piers finally going, I might have taken that one a little too far, and honestly, if I do let her do that, and it's like, yeah, that ain't gonna sit, yeah. Ooh. Go Mark. All right, now let's see. Did Mark Lamont Hill do a response to that? Marion acting like he didn't get offended by the whites only chat. Right. Exactly, dude. Like, no, and that's what I mean. Like, I hate this shit because it's just like, whatever. Being disingenuous, I guess, gets you far in life. That's why I will always be at the bottom.
Hit like. And subscribe. You're watching the Mark Lamont Hill official YouTube channel.
Peace, family. This is your brother, Mark Lamont
You got to get better internet.
Hill. I'm here today to talk about something that happened on the Piers Morgan show last night. I was on...
As a woman, call her the B word when the B word aura is powerful. It's okay.
On
Just say
Piers.
it.
As I often am.
Oh, I like how my B word is literally the one from like the 1920s. Ah, this broad.
To discuss issues around race, issues around society, and you know, it's often controversial. We often don't agree, and I often leave frustrated. But this time,
did I mention that when I go out on dates, I'm searching for dames?
Was different. For once, me and Piers weren't even on a different side of the aisle. Me and Piers were basically agreeing. But the conversation revolved around this white woman.
I take him to the soda shop, and we go to the motion picture show.
Who was caught on tape using the
Sorry,
N-word against a 5-year-old black autistic child. And no one, let me take that back. Piers wasn't disagreeing that was wrong. He was just asking the question, you know, what does it mean for there to be
Oh my God, you filmed this live? You went live with this? No.
GoFundMe.
Do you know how? Okay, I'm gonna just admit something. I have been self-conscious about the fact that, like, using Wi-Fi to go live, like, I've had the opportunity to use a laptop, you know, off-site and, like, do a show, and I was like, no, because you guys don't deserve this.
For this woman, a GoFundMe, which is worth now over $500,000 for this white woman. At the same time, of course, there's a GoFundMe for Carmelo Anthony, the young man who's accused of stabbing a white, or he's charged with murder now, not just stabbing, but with murder, for killing a white classmate, which he says was in self-defense. And so we were having a debate about, are the GoFundMes the same? Obviously,
you guys can hear him, right?
People who are supporting Carmelo Anthony aren't saying, yeah, go out there and stab somebody.
My audio's
people
a little...
who are supporting Carmelo Anthony are saying, hey, we think he was wrongfully wrongfully charged.
Yeah.
There's more to this story. It was self-defense. It wasn't an act of aggression.
It's still.
We want to investigate we want to investigate the case, and the GoFundMe is used to build a legal defense. That's very different than the people who are funding this white woman. They're not saying she's wrong.
Then again, Florida's like, I don't know the full case, but, you know, Florida being Florida with the stand your ground laws, like, to sit there and just be like, he shouldn't have had a knife.
Accused. They're not saying she's railroaded. They're saying she
because I realized I almost said that shit. I was just like, that was dumb.
They're saying, yo, she should be able to use the N-word. And so we have this conversation. I don't know who's coming on.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's even on Wi-Fi. It looks like he's on a cell phone data plan. Even on the data plan, like, get a better data plan. Dude, I did not have this choppy of a video when I was protesting. This is insane.
I don't usually ask on debating because, to be honest, it don't matter. I feel confident that I'm a defeat.
I don't know why this
bad arguments, no matter who makes them. I'm going to defend my side no matter who.
Why does this bug me?
But I find out it's Myron Gaines.
It's in Texas. They have stand your ground.
Podcast. I don't know much about him, but everything I've seen has been disgusting.
Okay, then he actually might have a case.
I've seen him and his crew physically attack a woman.
They should mention that more.
A black woman, of course. I've seen him say anti-Semitic slurs.
You can't stand your ground to the death? I thought that's what stand your ground was, where it's like then technically you're using self-defense.
Slurs, but just the worst anti-Semitic shit. I've seen him say the worst things about black women, the worst things about...
I live in Illinois, man. Our laws are pretty intense. We walk away, or we just say, hey, man, you want to go get a beer and some cheese?
Black communities.
Maybe a pork sausage?
Black people. And of course, he's not a black American. He just pretends to be one. His name isn't even Myron Gaines, but he pretends to be one so that he can make conservatives happy. And it looks like, oh, here's a black man finally speaking the truth about his people. He ain't our people. Like they say, they ain't like us. He ain't like us. And I was on with this white TikToker. What is her name? She's so unimportant. I almost don't want to give her
don't do that.
credit by saying her name, but
She
I
is
will
unimportant, but don't do that. You can't.
One, I want to be accurate, and two,
This
I want to I want people to know that she's trash.
Fox,
you know what I mean?
future
So
Fox
her name
News
is
host.
Lily. What is her name? I just had it in front of me, but Lily Gaddis. Lily Gaddis is her name.
Lily.
And
oh my God, she's literally Lily White.
We're going back and forth. I'm explaining to them
no.
why what they're saying is stupid. I'm explaining to them how absurd it is that we're even having a debate about
my
whether
God,
you should call.
if she had an ounce of gray matter in that head of hers, she would totally just rename herself to Lily White.
A 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word. I mean, what are we talking about? But at the end of the
and then immediately put in her fish woman.
What was basically a 1-hour
Okay,
conversation. Piers is still pressing this woman about the N-word. Earlier in the show, she said, yes, I use the N-word. She said, I use the N-word. I say it freely. She said, I am a racist. She did not deny that. At the end, though, it got even worse. Piers was trying to really point out that she was a racist. He was trying to really show who and what she was about. And so Piers invites her, dares her really, is probably a better way of saying it, to use the N-word. Here's what he said. Check this out.
This is wild. I mean,
and I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, black people can say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
well, go
not
on then,
have
say
free,
it. Say
you
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
say.
speech.
Go on, say the M word. Go on.
I'm
No,
not
no,
ashamed.
no, no,
hang
don't
on.
invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say.
Let me pause for a minute, because this is where it is crazy to me. My head was spinning. I already had to hear Myron Gaines say all this wild shit about black people. I already had to hear the slurs or the stereotypes. I already had to hear the lies and the disrespect of black people. I already had to watch all of that ridiculousness. But now he's saying, go ahead, use the N-word. Now, I think two things are going on in Piers Morgan's mind right here. Thing number one, I want to see if I can get her to really put a spotlight on her own racist self. I want to show the world how fucked up she is. I think that is on his list. I don't think it's number one on his list, but I think it's on his list. I think number one is if I can get this white woman to say the N-word, if I can get this white woman to say nigger on national television, international television, the ratings are going to be crazy. Now, I know some of y'all are like, what do you do in that situation? As he's saying it, I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't expect that. I already didn't expect to be on with a self-identified white racist. Piers says he didn't know that she was a racist. And I've never been on anything with Myron Gaines, so I didn't expect that either. But then it gets stupid.
It is kind of funny where he's just like, she just stood up for a racist. I didn't expect her to be a full-blown racist.
And I had to respond. Here's what I did.
Go on.
No.
Don't
invite. No. I don't want you to.
Piers, don't tell me to hang on. No, it's your show. I don't care. Not now. Not with this.
Invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it.
He released this. He could have refilmed this. Even though he did this live, he could have refilmed this. This is...
So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a
I'm
bunch
not
of white
trying to
people
be a quality hawk, but holy crap, dude. Like, your video's so bad that, like, for real.
Now,
this isn't my connection at all, and that's... See, now, I just got that, like, this second-hand embarrassment where I was just like, oh, what if you guys think this is my internet connection?
Again, you see their faces? This loser's smiling and laughing, and she's happy as hell, right? Now, I know y'all saying I gave them the satisfaction because I got angry. I didn't get angry, by the way. This isn't me angry. Anybody knows me knows I'm not actually angry. I'm being animated because I needed to stress this.
That's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. One Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous.
Now, people say you call him an Uncle Tom. I did. I never call people Uncle Toms on TV. I don't believe that because somebody is conservative or because somebody is on the right or because somebody has a different opinion than me, that they are an Uncle Tom or that they're a sellout, even if I don't agree with their politics. This dude, I think, is a sellout and an Uncle Tom.
No, but optically, you did not handle this. Like, dude, I mean...
Because, for one, the entire conversation, he's referring to blacks as those people, you people, them, they. He does not identify as one of us, and he shouldn't. He's not a black American. He is a fake black American.
Right there. The thing is, he's been profiled. I can, like, as far as the police go, he's been profiled the same way. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, stop it. And this is where it's like, no, you don't really come off great.
I'm not even making some kind of nativist claim
And dude,
here.
for me to have to go and just be like, no,
This isn't
like for Myron, come on.
You're not black enough to be. No. I'm saying something different. I'm saying that he is Sudanese. He is literally not from America. And if you ask him, even on the show, what he says is, I'm African American. Yeah, he's African American. He says in the true sense. Yeah, he's African American in the way that Elon Musk is African American. He's from South Africa and he's American citizenship, I guess, or whatever, right? So this man, whose name is not Myron Gaines, it's Amadou Fadl. Amadou Fadl is not a black American, but he pretends to be a black American so that when he talks shit
I gotta say, dude, this is not exactly what I was
about black Americans.
Ooh.
And I don't even know if he's American, to be honest. But when he talks shit about them, it looks like it's coming from the inside. And that's why I don't respect it. He is literally a Sudanese immigrant who comes to the United States.
My guy. Sudan is literally like, it is in Africa. My guy, stop.
Tends to
stop. You need to stop. Okay, guys, I'm gonna call out something real here because Mark Lamont Hill is a pretty big part of this, like the left community. This shit is not how you do that. Like, I don't like Myron Gaines. I don't like Fresh and Fit. I love dunking on them. As a matter of fact, after this, we're probably going to dunk on them with the ABBA and Preach video that's making fun of them just because I got the appetite for it. But what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? He's literally pulling the "you're not black enough" card because, again, the fact that my dumbass had to check, though, and just go, all right, where's Sudan? Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Like, what? He's African. Now you're just like, he's not African American. What the fuck is this? Like, bro, I'm sorry. Like, this is wild. Like, Mark Lamont Hill, you be wilding on this one.
A black American, and then says we black Americans ain't shit. And when he gets really in his bag, he says those people ain't shit.
Like,
that's
fucked up.
Call him an Uncle Tom. And even here, you see he's holding up a flag. It got blurred out, but that flag says nigger on it. Nigger. The flag, he had a nigger flag in the tuck.
Yo, TOS, brother. Oh shit.
Nobody was
I bet, bro.
Uncle Tom as a nigger.
Damn it. See, this is my problem. I'm a wrestling fan and I say bro. So this has been misconstrued before. I've had a friend actually call me on that where he's just like, what'd you just say? I was like, oh.
Just say it.
You would not sit here
I have
with
had
a
the same problem calling
Jewish person
everybody
and say,
dude.
please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous.
Being
I
lazy
understand
with your
you don't have any bad
language
intent.
does tend to actually have some of
I
that.
understand what you're trying to do,
I-
but we
you know
already
what,
know
Mom?
she's
I
racist.
hear you.
Oh my God, this internet connection.
I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you.
I have to make sure this isn't my video. I have to make sure this isn't my video.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
No, it's not my video. What is going on? Why is his connection so bad?
I mentioned the Jewish thing. I think that's an important point to make. No one would say, hey, we think you're an anti-Semite. Oh, you are an anti-Semite? We'll call this
He's trying to make the difference between those who were descendants of slaves and had to deal with the oppression. Oh, okay.
next to me.
Oh, I did miss that then. Okay. All right, fair enough.
Jewish slur. Oh, you're homophobic?
Thank you, Mitesh. I didn't. Yeah. All right.
Call this gay person next to me a homophobic.
All right. Mark's got a point. My bad. I walked that back. My apologies.
Slur. Oh, whatever the thing is. Like, why would we invite that? And if you would do that, then that's even worse. I don't think they would, but I think there's something about black people in the N-word that white people still feel some sense of ownership over or desire to have ownership over, where they're like, oh, yeah, you gotta.
No, it's literally as stupid as it's like it was the no-no word, and people want to say no-no words because you told them not to say it. It's the same thing as telling a kid not to touch a hot stove.
You gotta let me have a little access to it. If I can't say it, at least let me.
How do people forget that?
And get this white woman to say it. And for what? She's already said I use the N-word. She's already said I'm a racist. Making her say it on national TV does not expose her anymore. It does not out her anymore. All it does is get ratings, and I will not allow myself to be used in that way on this program. I will not allow racial harm to be invited to me
Yeah, but somebody set it up here. You could have said it better. Like, you could have handled it a little bit better.
For your benefit. That's where I get frustrated, right? Because now all of a sudden, as a black person, I'm just an object here. I'm just a thing.
You deal with Myron the way Abba and Preach
sitting
do.
here, and you can just say, "Oh, call Mark a nigger." I bet you won't.
Bro, fucking chill, West, bro.
Oh, I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Yo! Block it out for other people, man.
Now, again,
Damn!
I don't think
now you're gonna make me have to edit my video? Come on, man.
that was Pierce's intent.
Don't make me work harder.
But Myron ain't the only ain't up there as representing the victim of.
I'm on your side here. Damn it.
Niggerdom. These two.
He's dead.
White women aren't, and the white woman on the right, by the way, was fighting the good fight. She really was. Lily was trash, but the other woman was fighting the good fight.
No, she wasn't.
In fact, she sent me a wonderful note. Good people. And
she did look fucking confused the entire time, though. It was kind of funny.
Piers.
She had this look.
Ain't black.
Wait. I gotta sell this one better.
Yeah, you don't get to decide or tell me to hang on. I don't care whose show it is. When you telling somebody to start using language like that, so that's how it went down. Here's the
on the left here, and asking her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person.
I think he's coping a bit because he reacted and gave them exactly what they wanted. Yeah,
and said, "Please use a Jewish."
No, it is, and that's why honestly, like he's, bro, you got to get better about that.
Slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous.
Like you could look at how she's smiling, like bro.
I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do, but we
you know
already
what,
know
Mark?
she's
I
racist,
hear you.
and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there. Thank you all.
Now, I gotta say, this might be the first or maybe second time in TV history where I said something to a host who disagrees with me in general, and they said, "You know what? I'll stand down." I got to give Piers respect for standing down. I got to give Piers respect for saying, "You know what? I hear you." I think he really heard me in that moment. I don't think Piers thought about it, and I think in that moment it hit him, and he said, "You know,
I'm half black, half white."
You know what? This is crazy. Let me stop.
That shit just happened. God, telling you, you're fucking stupid.
Respect to Piers Morgan for that. I don't like the choice you made, Piers, to do it.
Guys, if you don't know what just happened, we just had a dude in chat calling out this guy is just like, "Oh, I bet you don't even have any black friends. You're so white." And then he's just like, "Dude, I'm half black and half white."
But I love the fact that you stood down on it and didn't invite more. That was
Thank
dope.
you for that.
As far as the rest of this shit, man, like I'm good. But I just want to say we have to do this.
That was hilarious.
We have to stand up for ourselves. We have to assert our dignity. We have to assert our self-respect. We cannot allow people, especially our open enemies, to disrespect us or to use that type of language.
Oh, cell phones. Those are rare.
And people say, "Well, why are you getting so hung up on the N-word?" I'm not that hung up on the N-word. Right? I'm not religious about a word. I'm not flying out of my seat. Like I wasn't going to roll up in a ball and cry because somebody said it. That ain't what it is. There was an attempt to be disrespectful here.
Who let you put this out? You must have editors. You have 100K.
There was an attempt to inflict racial harm, and whether I am personally going to fly, jump out of a building when it happens is irrelevant. The point is, no one has a right to do that, and they damn sure ain't got a right to do that. And so I had to stand up and say, "No, not here, not in front of me, not on my watch." And we have to do that, unfortunately, as oppressed people, because if we don't, they'll do anything to us. We have to assert our dignity. We have to assert our self-respect. And that's all I was trying to do. And I want to let y'all know that. So thank y'all for watching. Check me tonight on Night School. I air Night School every night here.
I feel like that wasn't... Sorry, guys. Man, I gotta say, that was not what I was expecting.
Or on the Mark with my Hella Fish.
Did not handle that quite well. Specifically that. Like his response. Like that was... Yeah. But I did promise an Abba and Preach video, so I want to watch one of those. What am I at? 5 hours? Very cool. Oh, there's a new Pop the Balloon. Oh.
I'll be honest, like, yo,
I'm sorry,
that
guys.
corset holding
I
up
gotta
the-
play it. I gotta play it. There's a new Pop the Balloon. I love these. This, I'm sorry. This is like a thing that I really enjoy. So
He's
enjoy it
like-
together. As I said,
Like
this is the
Rafiki.
420 fun house. This is we have fun. House.
Like, so this episode of Pop the Balloon, I'm going to turn it into 2 episodes, but this one I just wanted to really watch, okay? So this one, apparently everyone really felt bad for this guy. Tell me
Bet
what
you
think.
anything someone says they're an interpreter.
Hello, welcome in.
Hey, happy Saturday to you.
Okay, happy Saturday. What's your name?
Alvin.
Alvin?
Yeah,
How's your
like
mic up?
Alvin, like the chipmunks.
Okay. And how old are you?
35.
I watch some of these their videos. Not as much fun as when you cover them. Oh,
And what do you
cool.
do?
I appreciate it.
I'm a server and I'm a bartender.
Okay.
No!
What, you
It's over for him.
You think it's over? Why?
Dude, what was that? 4 pops? No.
Cause
Dude, it always strikes me. It's just like they don't even let him get the words out. They'll just say like his name, and then it's just pop, pop, pop.
I think the girls on the panels are not mature enough to like a guy like that.
A chipmunk?
Yep. Because the guy looks lovable. Looks
okay.
happy. He looks what. But I'll see what it is. But from what I know,
I'll see.
The vibe I get is high school, where the guy that's just happy. All the girls were talking about they want a bad boy.
Some of them are not paying
The girls
attention.
wanted a bad boy until the bad boy is a bad boy.
So you think they don't want him because he's a bad boy?
He's not, because he's not.
Chris.
But
you think that's why they don't want him?
Yeah, because he comes in and he's like to them, he's too corny, or he's too happy, or he's too
interesting.
Like he's too. He looks lovable. I want like a little bit of danger. I want to be like, sweep me up my feet.
Okay.
Now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
Damn, 5 out of 8 already popped.
Yes, and the
I was off by 1.
girls are gonna say, I don't like the shorts. I don't like the short. You brought shorts to a date? Really? Shorts? I'm more than a short. Look at me. Look at my dress. Look at my dress. I think they're gonna say some shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, just I would like to meet someone like-minded, kind of like me.
Got it. Hi, my name is
Oh, she couldn't even look like.
Dina Rem. I'm 30 years old.
Okay.
I just popped because I didn't see like a physical attraction. I'm
No
big on
worries.
energy.
Shay, 27, the compatibility, just kind of your hobbies are
What do you say?
doesn't align with mine.
No worries.
My name's Jasmine. I'm 31 years old.
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. You are so nice. You seem kind. So it's the fit is a little not my style. It's just a little. The pants are a little dirty. Your shoes are a little too.
Man, if I showed up to one of these, they'd just be like, "Did you just come up?"
Too
It's
big.
like, "Yes, I did."
But
I just smoked some weed. Do you want to smoke some?
and that's really about it. Just the physical.
No worries.
I don't know.
Sorry, my name is Shanice, and I'm 31. I just don't think we will vibe out together, and your outfit just isn't my style.
No worries.
Hi, my name is Naila. I'm 24. I ended up popping my balloon just because of your wardrobe choice.
What? Huh? Okay.
Hi, I'm Kanaya. I'm 26. What did you say you do for work? Because I had to ask.
For work, I'm a server and a bartender. I work 2 jobs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I popped. I couldn't hear you when you first came out, so I had to ask the other lady. That's why I was kind of delayed. I don't think there's nothing wrong with you. I think you seem like a really nice guy, but I feel like I'm looking for more of like stability and like a provider, and I don't see that in like a server or a bartender. No,
damn, he's not an
That's why I was
entrepreneur.
kind of delayed.
No.
Oh! Not an entrepreneur.
He's not an
He has a real job.
Shit.
Carlitos,
Yeah, bartender.
you're
server.
wrong.
So they all popped him. What you think?
I'm not surprised. It's super nice and everything and stuff. But they are, the wardrobe, I know the wardrobe was not going to cut it. I knew it. The shoes that, like, you fit, I knew it was
I just feel like your shorts are just. Did she say dirty?
And you see how they was dressed. You see how these girls was dressed.
Yeah.
Like, they come up, you see all the girls that are there lining up, they made an effort. They made an effort. They went there, they really did their thing. You show up in shorts, they're not going to be like, they're not going to see past that.
No.
You know, everybody want to say that. Everybody want to say that, and that's why I say like I said the maturity thing before, not because they're immature, but everybody's talking about, oh, it's the inside that counts. Is the inside that count? As long as you're, and it's not true. It's not true.
It's a balance, right? Like
it's what?
It's a balance. Like the inside definitely counts. I think the women really did like the fact that he was kind.
Yeah.
But it's like when you come on a show, you're not the most handsome. You don't have like the cool, like you in your 30s, you work as a server, as a waiter, that's fine. But for people who are looking more of like obviously a mate and a husband, they may not see that as like the most endearing thing possible, right? And then at the same time, you also came in shorts and an oversized shirt. It's like, it don't seem like you got your shit together.
Yeah.
You know?
I understand.
It's what you project.
Does.
So it's not about
I'll be fair.
things on
I'll be fair. I wouldn't, like, if he was my friend, I would not allow him to go on that show like that.
Someone could be...
like, for real.
So a girl could be the nicest girl. And it matters to men if a girl's nice.
100%.
But if you come in dressed in sweatpants and she don't look like her hair's done and her makeup look like a clown show, I'm not going to get over the fact that all that because she's nice.
Yes, I know it's a balance, but I think...
Although my version of looking nice is literally like a Canadian tuxedo, or like ever since they did sports coats with t-shirts, ever since that became okay, I was like, I like that look.
It's more important.
But immediately I would get popped, so whatever.
Then people say
standards too high.
Like people say that it's important, but it's not. They don't say that it's that important, you know. But I think it's actually more important than that people are trying to say it is.
What's more important than
the appearance? The appearance.
Oh. Well, the appearance is what gets you through the door.
Yeah. So I agree with that.
So both can be both can be equally important, or just as important the other. But it's just like, I'm not gonna know she's nice if she dressed like a bum.
I understand what you're saying. Is that my impression is that people don't really what they're saying. What they're saying is that it's not that important. I've heard that a lot of times that it's the inside that counts. Maybe it's because I hang with too much yoga people, but they're really talking about it's beautiful. It's a beautiful inside that counts, and and the real fact is, no, it's not just the inside that counts. Your business card is gonna be this right here, your appearance. They're gonna see this in the first time. So yeah, you have to do.
There's layers to it, right?
As he's wearing a Michael Jackson jacket.
So when people say looks isn't everything, they're not just saying looks is everything. As like everything about how you look is everything, because some aspects of how you look is a reflection of who you are.
Yeah.
Okay. So for example, I might say looks aren't everything, but if you're a giant fat slob and you come on a show, it's not just about your looks. It's also a reflection of how you feel about yourself to some degree, or some of your lived history, or some of your day-to-day habits. I'm not just judging you physically. I'm also seeing other things. When you come on a dating show and you're trying to set a good first example and you came dressed like a slob, it's like, are you somebody who really puts in effort to actually put your best foot forward? I'm not saying you got to come in the top dime shirt or, polo shirt or business shoe.
No, you got to do the minimum. I understand. We
right. So I'm trying to say, they may not even be judging him necessarily based on his looks, but the way he chose.
As I said, more complex than calculus.
To present himself says about him as a person.
Sure.
You know? I guess that's what I'm going for.
And then you add the Alvin the Chipmunk on top of that. I'm pretty sure they was good enough, and I gotta say they were good enough to just phrase it nicely, and they were not bitter about it. Yeah. If he would have an attitude, he would get lit on fire. Yeah. But it's just the shorts, the big shirt, and the Alvin the Chipmunk. I know when they had
Alvin and the Chipmunk. I like how he has that at the end.
Short having ass Nick. I know, but I understand why they pop.
I saw a clip because everyone felt so bad for this guy, and they were like, "Oh, he's probably a millionaire." People wrote these narratives in their head about this guy. Like,
how do you know?
But it's because people see a perceived victim, and then they want to create a narrative that makes them feel better about themselves or the situation.
Yeah.
Rather than he got rejected by everyone, but he has a role to play in that.
Yes. Yeah, he does have a role to play.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm all for helping people improve themselves or people trying to do better. Now, I hope this guy does. I'm not trying to flame him or anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of minimum stuff that you didn't do that's just like one of the girls says your pants was dirty. I don't know if that's true because I couldn't see.
I couldn't see it.
But if that's true,
then that's crazy.
I mean, can I get mad at these girls for popping? It's like we all show up on this show. We're all trying to make an effort to find a match or whatever it might be. And that's what you do?
All these girls made an effort to look good.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the dirty, but maybe it's just, whatever. If you come up with dirty shirts.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw his fit, I'm not even the person to talk about people's fit, but when I saw it, I was like, on a dating show?
Mm-hmm.
You know what makes me think
I
of?
gotta say.
Remember that other girl with that nasty fit? Have I ever showed you this video? I need you to see this shit.
Wait, thank you. And let's go on over to our next pop balloon. Your name and age.
Hi, my name is Shahida, and I'm 33.
All right, Shahida, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
What made me pop my balloon was the styling of the outfit, the look, but... And also, I really didn't feel like we...
I'm like, girl, is you talking? Yo, that corset is on life support. Yo, that corset has already written its will. Be like, please.
Yo, what's going on?
I told you.
What is going on?
I don't
You're
care.
talking about the fashion, and you're saying that his style is neat. Can you bring it back? I want to know what you said about his style.
So what is it about the style? I know you're into fashion a lot, so what is it about his? You know, feeling?
I feel like...
What up, Goldman?
It is the shoes, but I feel like you can... But it's not even like the shoes are bad with the denim. I think maybe a different top, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. But I feel like you have like probably like a very niche, laid back kind of like...
A niche? A niche? She called his...
I guess I'm out, guys.
Fit
Just like me.
niche. That's what I thought I heard the first time, and I thought I was crazy. She called a shirt, an open shirt with a tee and jeans, niche. You're wearing turquoise pants with an over green, I don't know what the fuck that is, showing the rest of the titties, and a corset under, and he's niche?
I'll say, you know what's not niche? Yo titties. Because everyone got access. Them shits look crazy.
Them shits look crazy.
I'm telling you.
A niche? The audacity to call it a niche. Some people,
Dude,
the self-awareness of some people is really just not there.
No. I have never
you
seen-
said that out loud and you didn't hear yourself when you said that?
I'll be honest, like, yo, that corset holding up them titties like... like Rafiki.
Yeah, I was about to say that! I was about to say like, no!
You know you a fucking hoe. All right, look, but you get what I'm trying to
Not
say.
the bang, you got big ass tatas.
The circle of manipulation.
Yo!
I'm just saying, this one had me rolling when I watched this clip.
Now, she's someone that's your type?
She's attractive as well. I'm also not necessarily feeling her, the way she put it together.
Okay.
Especially the top, the green is not connecting with the bottom part. I'm not really feeling it, but she seems cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, I like the titties.
Sorry, the green is not connected to the bottom part. It was really funny.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I
Look at her.
take that. We go for jab for jab.
You know, tip for tat.
It's not a jab. It's not a jab. It's after you said that shit and you're dressed like that. It's not a jab. I'm in awe in what you're saying to me about my fit. I'm a niche. I'm the niche.
Bro,
you wear what you... Do you have mirrors at home?
You know what's killing me? You know what he said? He said, the green not connected with the bottom. I said, the green not connected with her titties. The green not connected with her midsection. The green not connected with nothing. Okay? There's I've never seen this before. I've never seen an outfit where it's just like the area right above the nipples that's showing, and then the other part's covered. Have you ever seen that before?
It's three different things going on. It's 70s pants. It's 70s bell-bottom pants.
You know what this looks like?
With lingerie corset.
I understand what happened. You don't got no mirrors. 1, 2. What? It's just like, you know when you get ready, but you do it fast? So you just leave kind of like halfway. You're like, what's up? And you're like, yo, Naruto, nigga? And I was like, what do you mean? What's Naruto? What you mean? What's wrong?
Sharingan!
My feet. You don't like my feet? And for some reason, you can see my belly button and shit. Okay, Kakashi Sensei. Huh? What you mean?
Yo, we're ready to film. Your jacket's upside down, huh?
I can't breathe.
Yo. All of a sudden, he turns into an Akatsuki. Yay, man. That's a little on point.
Your shit is kind of niche, my nigga.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ain't no way.
I feel like your top.
What's going on?
Can I just say, without any context, this is fire. Like,
I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, going to leave me. I'm a model, you know what I mean. I just do my love.
That shit does work a little bit. I don't know why.
Yo, your jacket's upside down. What you mean? I just, I got ready real quick this morning.
Hey man, didn't they make like a whole
my girl? You got
look
audacity.
Nah, this is gonna be
backwards pants
not fit for the
at
rest
one
of the
point
day.
in the
I'm feeling
90s?
this.
Am I just like fever dreaming that?
You got that.
Whatever this is, I'm feeling it.
You got audacity.
Yo,
My
and she
girl.
really walking around like, yo, I slayed, didn't I? How you present yourself matters. It says something about you.
Shit's funny.
Like the fact that this girl walked out and said this outfit was okay is wild.
Oh my God, ukapab. In Creole, we say ukapab, which means you're capable. Which means you got audacity. You shit.
Someone said, yo, that fashion designer really thought she put that shit on. She looked like the mystery machine from Scooby-Doo.
She does look like the Mystery Machine. The Mystery Machine from, oh yeah, it's all the colors.
Nah, they roasting the shit out of her.
But yeah, because it makes no sense.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't want to get too much into it, but all this to say, if y'all going to do these things, I don't think it costs her anything to put the minimum amount of effort. First impressions matter. Yes, there's more to a person than that, absolutely. But like, do the bare minimum. If you show up on a date with me on the first date and you dress like that in your sweatpants and I take you to a nice restaurant, I'm like, I'm not the biggest person to judge people for their fashion, but you didn't even come appropriately dressed for the event. Like, you knew what we was going to. You knew we were going to a nice restaurant. And now I'm the dude in the restaurant with a girl who came in sweatpants and a t-shirt looking like she just woke up. Like, I look stupid. And whether we like it or not, we may not have huge fashion expectations of our partner, but how our partner dresses reflects on us to a degree. I'm gonna be going out in public with you. My family gonna meet you. Can I trust you to take care of that basic thing? So, and it's not like we're 20 or 19. We're in the mid-30s. We've been to business events. We've been to friends' birthday parties, friends' graduations, friends, everything. Like, if you don't know how to dress by this age for an event like this,
Oh my God.
I feel like I'm saying the most basic shit.
I'm
nigga.
just still thinking about the girl. I'm sorry.
You just can't appreciate fashion. I'm not gonna lie though, this shit right here is actually kind of like, yeah, like this is a look. Like this is some Kanye would
look.
make.
That's a little
Don't
look. Yeah,
lie.
like you said,
No,
I'm getting my
'cause it's too-
jacket
it's
on
too
and
up There's no, you don't
You're
look
making
like
me
a hobo.
move too fast. Damn it!
Like you don't think this kind of?
You don't look like a hobo. You don't look, no? That's not Kanye.
Shut nigga.
That's not Ye.
That's not yay. That's not yay. Oh shit! All right.
Silently count to 20 in my head.
20.
I count
You gotta
to
piss.
20.
What happens in those 20 seconds?
Men always have more to say, and women always want to fill that space. And I've said this to friends, and they're like, well, then when do you know when they're done? And I've told them, men will tell you when they're done. They'll literally be like, yeah, that's it. And then you know it's your turn. It has transformed my life because there was so much I wasn't learning from men in my life because was like, like, that's how we are. And that's also not a bad thing, by the way. It's just how we are.
I tend to agree.
20 seconds?
20 seconds a bit much, but it's a good experience that she's doing 20 seconds. Because someone that is not listening, that 20 seconds is not 1, 2, 3. It's counting to 20. It's not 20 seconds. And there's a big difference in that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Even that's
7,
long, nigga.
8, 9, 10. That was like 7.
That's long.
It's long.
It's long.
But sometimes, also when they do that, sometimes when someone thinks about something or says something, it also gives you the time to think about it. What was said. Let's see what you're saying.
I'll be honest, I think I would hate this so much because on dates I don't really talk much, and it's not because I don't have space to. It's just like I ask questions. I like learning about people. So talk about myself on dates is not exactly the most exciting thing. But the idea that like the girl's done saying something, then I say something, then there's like a 20-second or even 10 seconds.
Yes, but you also advertise when you're done. When you talk, you always say you. Yeah, I think that's about it. You say that whenever you're done with your thoughts. I think that's the grasp of what I was trying to say. I've heard you say that shit so many times where you announce that you're done.
But I do that when we're working.
Okay, you don't do that when you...
No, because obviously we're keeping the airtime running, so I'm letting you know, like, okay, because like you might be waiting for a moment to chime in on this topic. I do that in that context.
So with girls...
But like when we with the homies, I don't like, yeah, I'm done saying. I don't do that.
No, but there's an indicator. I'm not gonna say like, oh, I've completed my train of thoughts. I'm not saying that you're gonna announce it.
Yeah.
I'm done speaking. There's indicators that you're done. So I'd be surprised. I'd be interested to see it.
But what she said was,
seconds.
after they're done, I wait 20 seconds, right? And,
maybe 5.
And she said, and there's always more. Now, again, this is not my experience. Like when I stop talking, I'm just done. There's not like more that I want to chime in with every time. Or I don't feel like I get a chance to.
If you want to go back to the person, you're gonna see. So what about you? Within that 20 seconds, she said, I'm gonna wait till 20 seconds. But and the more comes. From what I understand, what she's saying is the whatever comes after doesn't come after 20 seconds, but it comes within that period. Time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Where if you don't have anything to say and you want her to say something about that, you're gonna go naturally. If we're talking about a conversation, you're gonna be like, hey, so what do you think about that?
I agree. I think what I'm trying to say is it's probably not a great thing for me personally. No. But I think that for a lot of people who may have a bit of, I can understand why this kind of exercise might be good.
And I think this exercise will be maybe not 20 seconds, yeah, concur. But if we go past the 20-second thing, okay, just wait a little bit more. What she's saying is just wait a little bit more to hear more what he has to say. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But if he does, that's a good thing to open up. People in relationships sometimes they're like, you don't open up sometimes. You don't open up sometimes. Bitch, you talk all the time. And some people, what they do is that they talk, they learn to talk less and less. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's talking about her experience, of course, and she's saying, hey, maybe I was not letting the space to people to talk. And I think that is a good realization to make whenever you are talking to people.
I agree.
Ask yourself the question, am I giving the people space? So I think she was on point with that.
Sometimes people are not even aware that this is happening because they just think they're contributing in a really good way in terms of the conversation. That's just for what they're trying to do. Not realizing, oh, there's someone across from them that hasn't really been able to voice themselves. I notice people don't actually pay attention to that. Or what they end up noticing is like, I've been talking for a long time. Has this person is like, you can't look at their face and pay attention? Like, I guess it's because I'm super sensitive. So when I'm sitting across from someone, if I say something and I even see their face twitch, I'm like, oh, you didn't like what I just said? So I'm always keenly aware, not just so like, how long I might have been not speaking, but how the person's reacting to everything I'm saying.
Because the thing that happened is that people think that they're having a conversation because they're talking. Talking and having a conversation is two different things.
Sure.
When you're talking, it just means that you're talking. A conversation, the main key in a conversation is you listening.
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't do enough of that.
Yeah.
They don't have the balance of both. They're talking and they think they have a conversation. That's a conversation.
Well, it's also genuine. Like, I'm not sure, like, where this got lost, but just actually having like a genuine care or dash curiosity about like what's going on in people's lives where you can maintain that. Like, dude, I have ADHD and I can still have like this. I can apply to people.
What you're having.
Yes, I have some people in my lives that occasionally you'll just kind of drift off because they'll just keep going and you're like, all right. But realistically, it's like, no, like
monologue, not a dialogue. I've seen that happen where people.
Plus, I'm in my mind all the time. Why the fuck do I need to like just hear my own voice?
Well, I
do that here.
Some people that I knew were quiet. They're not quiet. They just don't have that space to talk.
Yeah,
uncles, people in my family and stuff like that. Their significant other talk all the fucking time, all the time. And sometimes I gotta be like, hey, wait, what were you saying?
But you think they're not opening up because they never have an opportunity to speak?
It's just that they understood. Eventually, they understand that that's the dynamic. Okay. And they're like, I'm not fighting to talk. It's like, it's not that important. I find like sometimes men give up talking easily. That's one of the first things that we talk about. We're like, you know what? It's not that bad. In a relationship, I've seen people just buying peace. Often. I've seen that in friends. I've seen that in acquaintances. I've seen that in dynamics as well. People.
You have no water? Shit.
Okay, no, he's not quiet. He bossed down. Because when that other person is not there, god damn. When you ask the good questions and the person feels like, wait a minute, I can actually talk with that person. That person open up. so much. When I meet the parents of my friends, and at some point I'm gonna be in the kitchen with the mom chilling and everything and stuff, but I'm gonna be like, this dude is quiet. Let me go over there and be like, hey, so, and I ask the question, what do you do? And he understands that he has room. Sometimes it's the first time they got rooms between the wife that talks a lot and the kids. They hush up because they want the dynamics to go smoother, but they erase themselves. That happened more than you think. But that's maybe what I've been able to see. But whenever I go meet people and I talk to their parents and I take them separately, you talk to the older people, especially the men, and you give them space, yo, you're going to hear the best stories, the best advices, the best opening of libraries that you're going to be able to understand. That's often what I have. When we were in Haiti and we was talking with, nobody was caring about the driver because that's not his place to talk. If we talk about the hierarchy of the thing, it's not his space to talk. But you, as someone that's out there, you want to be like, hey, so what's your story? What do you think about that? Why do they say this? You ask the proper question. We was mad cool with him at the end because we let him talk. We were not like the others that was like, it's just a worker. I'm done.
You sure? Yeah. I'll give you another 10, 15 seconds.
You can count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So that's pretty much what I was trying to...
No, that's why, I mean, all right, so, like, I came in right as, at the end of the 20-second thing, and I was like, 20 seconds is insane.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how I feel about this topic just yet. Probably something I'd have to think over. I also just don't think, for me, it's been my experience, so it's kind of hard for me to relate. But I don't know. I think some of these things you said might be true. So it's one of those things I just don't know.
And I'm not even trying to flame the girls that are talking. I'm just saying, like she was saying, I think she's really right when she's saying what we're doing is not a bad thing. We need talkers and people that talk, but it's good to be conscious of that. I agree with what she's saying. She's dope for that.
Yeah, I do think, here's probably a statement we can all agree on. I think generally women do feel a bit uncomfortable with silence, or they think something bad is happening. And I will also say that even from the men's perspective, if we're with a woman and it's silent pretty often, we will also think it's bad, not because we think silence is bad, but because we're just not used to it with ladies. So it's like, oh, is everything okay? Is she not enjoying herself? Because normally I'm used to women talking a bit more. So I think I probably agree with her on that point. You feel like it's been hard for you to voice your opinion and talk to ladies?
It depends to who. If I was with a group that was majoritarily women, oh my God.
Yeah, but you have experience in that. You got some girlfriends?
Yeah, but I'm like...
Why?
Because I'm not fighting 9 other motherfuckers to talk, to say my piece. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Really? Because when we were the Negroes, you be like, nigga, I got something to say.
Because they give me space.
You would sometimes snatch that space. Be like, give me that shit, nigga.
Because they will hand it to me.
Yeah, okay. Oh, bitch. Chill. Don't be taking it like that.
I'm super chill.
I'll take it.
Nah, I'll take it.
Ooh, pause.
You can take up space and people are going to be like, what was that you saying? That's the homies.
Okay, got you.
The girls, it's a bit more complicated.
Tell me. Well, fill me in on the details. I've never been in those kind of...
The sensitivity is different. It's very different.
I haven't been to the hair salon, so you tell me.
Oh, bitch, let me tell you. So...
Queen.
Yeah, the sensitivity is very different. If I was roasting girls the way I was roasting my boys, motherfuckers were crying a whole lot more.
But isn't that just a matter of temperament not matching and not necessarily they don't give you space to talk?
No, that's a separate thing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I acknowledge that that's a separate thing, but I'm just telling you that it's very different in the dynamic.
Sure. I agree it's different dynamic, but I meant like more in terms of talking space.
When I get to a group of people that are not like homies like that, or sometimes I gotta even the homies like that are girls, I have to remind them like, hey, let me talk. I was saying something here. You have to reclaim that thing more often when the boys. Not that there's a discipline, but even if the boys tend to want to talk over, they still step back and give that, step back and look at myself. They step back and give that space. Where the ladies, it's just a different dynamic. It's not wrong. It's you have to learn how to navigate that. And sometimes you don't want to. You don't have the power to navigate. You don't have the strength. You don't want to. You're like, hey, you know what? It's okay. It's your turn. You got something to say? And sometimes, yes, I do, but it's with everything that is gonna come up with. Like I have to every time I'm gonna say something that's gonna rile them up, I'm gonna have to manage emotions and also my space. I gotta. Yeah, sometimes I'm just like, nah, I'm good.
You know what? I think I just realized how maybe correct you are, because and I actually don't even think it's just a thing with girls. I think it's just a thing even with guys as well. But I realize, and you can attest to this, my role in a lot of conversations is just generally like mediator, or like making sure everybody get a chance. So I find myself a lot of times like, yo, he hasn't spoken. What were you trying to say? And I have to kind of give space for some other one who's in the part of the group, like, yo, what was you trying to say? So you can get out. And you guys actually can see it too, even online, because when I did some of those debates or whatever, I ended up being the impromptu, being like, yo, he hasn't spoken yet. Let him get his shit off. So
Yeah.
I find myself doing that. So I think that's probably why for me it was kind of hard to relate to this,
I will
because
admit
I'm
that.
able to get it for other people in terms of talking time. But even if I'm on a date, like if I need to say something, it's never been a struggle for me to speak up and say it. So I think that's why it's always been hard for me to relate.
No, he would actually be really good at that.
To what's being said. But now that I'm thinking about the group dynamics I've been in, and I've seen people struggle to be able to get their point across or take up some space, and I've had to like interject to be like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but
I mean, dude, you hung with Destiny.
he's been waiting for a hot minute. Let him get
That
his shit
had to
off.
be rough.
Yeah. So yeah,
It's like, dude, shut up. Just let him get a point in.
it's coming back to me now.
There's that dynamic where, and the difference is, I'm not saying that with boys it doesn't happen, with girls it doesn't happen. It's just that with boys, the feelings don't get hurt as easily as with the girls.
Yeah.
So whenever you do, hey, yo, let me talk my shit. Oh, what was, okay. So you a big boy now. Like, yo, it's not what we're talking about. Chill.
Yeah.
We good.
Yeah.
It's just, so you can't really talk about, and I'm not saying all my friends like that. Don't go and say like, well, your friends are top. I'm just saying there's some people that are like that.
You okay?
I'm cool. You? I got nothing else to say.
I'm just gonna wait another 15 seconds.
20. We're good.
Oh, dude, thanks for the gifted.
All right, well, listen, let us know what you guys think in the comments below, and we're
Seriously?
gonna just pause right now for a good 15.
And you too.
See if you guys in the comments have anything else you want to say. Oh hell no! I'm not.
My
doing
God,
that.
I'm not 15. That was not even 20, dude.
I'm not doing that on dates. That's doing that on dates.
Shit, you was 5 seconds away. You almost made it.
Oh my God! If you did that on dates every time you was done, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
20 seconds. That's insane.
That's
Yeah, that's insane. All right, what else we got? Oh, I know exactly what else we got. Not that. Here we go. This is actually here.
You answer the question. You're not running this interview.
It's one of those situations where we get to watch a bunch, like 2 idiots specifically, get flamed. So.
Oh.
Hassan has some what I can only consider dumbass takes here, and immediately realizes it. So
incredible.
Let's watch.
Amazing. The way he got up. That
It's
little
weird not
arm
to be even a
wiggle,
hater where it's just like,
zesty as
nah,
hell.
dude. Like you got some bad takes here.
Into the sauce, into the weeds. Dave Portnoy explodes after anti-Semitic sign is shown in a Barstool bar. I covered this yesterday. Obviously, completely unacceptable. Of course, as you guys know, I'm not allowed to do such things. But there was apparently this other situation where ABC begged Dave to do an interview.
Hassan finally watched the content nuke
by his own words, his own statements.
Really?
Okay. And
I'm gonna get my
since
update
it
on
was
that one,
local,
then.
I agreed. Then the reporter tried to say Barstool and I and white men were responsible for the incident. Austin started recording once it got contentious.
First of all, what time is it? It is 7:15. I'm out here in beautiful Scottsdale for the
Party now. What do you think of that? Why is it that every time I bring up Tech Tone, someone immediately comes in here to be like, "Oh, the Diddy." Yeah, dude. I broke up with one of my girlfriends. Something you will never experience. Sorry to show you the cold hard truth for a moment there. Because she wanted to go to a Diddy party. Yeah. I guess I had the foresight,
the Bet Gala tonight.
Don't sag me after that. Don't hit me with I was just reading what people said, sag.
And obviously this thing at the bar, the Jews sign, the anti-Semitic sign at my bar, still going. So all press being like, will you talk about it? Yeah, I'll talk about it. So ABC News
It's not that they're misrepresenting your Coachella after party statement. Yeah, no, I went to a.
What is it about the everyman? If I actually talked with a little bit more of my accent, where everybody would just be like, "Yo, this guy, he's been out there. You know, he eats pizza. He definitely says some misogynistic words that that I'm gonna like. Though we make fun of the dames. You know how it is."
I went to a party at Coachella, and I also was grossed out by it.
Honestly, that's my problem with Hassan, the way that he glazes idiots like this.
And the party was thrown in part by P. Diddy many years ago.
Philadelphia. They reach out. They beg me to do an interview. They give me the reporter's name. It's some report.
What grossed me out was like I talked about this years ago on stream about how like it weirded me out. I had consumed some very legal mushrooms, very legal shiitake, I think, or maybe portobello, and I went into the backyard and there was this like tent style structure that they had built in the backyard. I mean, it's like one of those like advertising parties, you know what I mean? Like it's like sponsored by, I don't know, Pepsi or some shit. Like it's just how it is in Coachella. And I went to this backyard where there was a gazebo.
You know how it is.
And I looked up at the gazebo and they had this like,
when you're in the VIP lounge at Coachella, boys, yeah, everyman stuff. Like,
crazy.
Let's go down to the docks and do some work.
They had this crazy projection at the roof of the gazebo. And it was like this child. And I think they had like they'd made this, it was a young boy. It was like an AI video. And this was before AI was popping. So I thought it was like extra weird. It was like maybe CGI. Yeah, it was like a young boy and then a young girl like opening up a Christmas present. And I was like, is Alex Jones right? Is Alex Jones actually right? What is going on here? And I left. And I thought it was weird. And I reflected on it. And I explained it to you guys on a stream in like 2019 or something.
And then they do a bait and switch, and a new reporter shows up to do it this morning.
Great
she starts like,
Thanks,
okay,
Haas.
fine enough, asking questions about the bar, how did it happen, responsibility, blah, blah, blah. And then she shifts. And then
when was this? 2012, you said? No. It wasn't 2012. It was in Coachella. It was like 2019, I think.
She does whatever
the girlfriend breakup was at a separate instance.
a media scumbag does. She's like,
bro, you should have not said that. In 2019, the fuck are you talking about? Also, it doesn't even make me look bad. It's me being creeped out by Diddy. What the? It wasn't like a Diddy party. It was a Coachella party, which I even forgot about. Going to and talking about. How many viewers are we pulling in 2019 streaming? Like 200?
Carlitos, take care.
It was really funny because like people did the classic thing where they clip me in context. They clip me in context to be like, wow, Hassan went to Diddy parties. And it's like, but then you look at the context and it's like, it's just me talking about how grossed out I was and how freaked out I was about what I saw on a projector. You know what I mean? From 2019. Yeah. The two clips they were using was me calling out the weird behavior and dumping my girlfriend for wanting to go to a Diddy party. Yeah. It's not if people don't like you, they're not going to watch. No, I know. I'm just explaining this to people that might be confused or something. All right. Can we just watch my goat, Dave Portnoy, tackle anti-Semitism now?
like, well, she pulls a quote out of her ass from like, I don't even know, a made-up journal, some professor at like the Sportocratic University of something. It's like they say that Barstool Sports creates a culture of harassment and that basically I'm responsible for this happening at my own bar.
Just a reminder, these are the guys that brought back Locker Room Speak, and included in Locker Room Speak is blatant racism, sexism, and misogyny.
I never heard the
So, I mean,
quote. Oh, you're saying some liberal college professor said they don't like Barstool? So I was like, well, who said it? And
Oh, and they also are just like, no politics or religion unless it's talking about us. You know what I mean, MAGA?
what is this even journal? We go back and forth. Austin, who's here, started taping it. This piece of shit, let me put it in right now.
Here's who I would say is causing that type of environment. All these colleges who let Jewish kids get harassed on campus 24/7. I've been speaking out about this since it started. So these professors, I'd love to know. First of all, that sounds like a made up.
Oh my God, this sucks. I didn't think he was gonna hit the. I didn't think he was gonna hit them. Like, college campuses have gotten out of control. There's like,
oh, your hero, your goat. Your goat.
They got Hamas everywhere.
Your goat.
I didn't realize he was hitting those notes. I gave him.
This has got to be so weird to like be a wannabe bro, but also like do the thing where it's just like, oh, you're telling me that that's like playing into the toxic masculinity bullshit that I also have to start railing against, and it's also
too much credit. Yeah, because he was so. Okay. I mean, I mean, first of all, he's still valid to do what he did in terms of the obvious act.
What is it about guys that like Barstool that have to fucking do this?
Actually, anti-Semitic incident.
Dude, I remember the first time that one of my friends tried to sell spittin' chiclets on me. I hated that fucking show. And I was just like, you do realize that this is like all the worst aspects of like sports culture, right? It's just like, it's hilarious, right?
That took place at his bar. And I'll take it one step further and say that it was nice of him to even turn around and be like, I'm gonna actually like use this as a teachable lesson instead of trying to destroy the lives of these kids, these drunk college kids or whatever, which is like an unexpected level of grace from a guy like this. Like, it was a surprisingly mature attitude to take in the situation. I'm a big sucker for people who are invested in rehabilitation. So I even mentioned that. But now he's over here being like, oh, the college campuses, they got Hamas terrorists everywhere, dog.
I don't know what that quote is. The Society of Sport. Where are the professors from? Where are the professors
Like,
from?
I don't think Dave Portnoy gives a single shit about Israel. Here's a guy who is so, by my estimation, here is a guy who is so far removed from Israel. There is 0% chance. There is 0% chance he's like a big Israel guy. Okay. I
happen to know this one.
As a matter of fact, I feel like it almost feels like a lot of the big time.
What is it about this whole thing where you're just like, bro, he's too cool. There's no way. He's just an idiot. He's just an idiot like me, you know, bro. You know, like, you take enough protein and like, you work out enough, you just kind of, you know, you become an idiot. You don't even think politics. You don't even really care. You don't care. You know, it's cool.
Israel accounts are using him now to be like, oh, he loves.
No, he's too stupid. He's being used by Israel accounts.
He loves Israel now. He's Mr. Israel. He does not give a shit. He's like, Israel, what is that?
I love Dave Portnoy.
It's not a Boston suburb. I don't care. Is that? Oh, you mean Israel Adesanya? Yeah.
What is this? Did you hear like a Bill Burr bit or some shit? And you're just like, Boston. Yo, you from Boston?
You're that guy. All right. Don't talk to me about any other.
It's the same as like, oh, you're from the west side? You from north side?
Israel related.
West side? South side?
What do they got?
Whoa, we all got our things, guys. Oh.
A pizza? Is that a pizza store? I don't want it. Didn't even know he was Jewish.
I called the pizza thing.
Until now. Yeah, I don't know when. I think I found out that he was Jewish when I saw him wearing a yarmulke.
You didn't even know he was Jewish until now?
And waving the Israeli flag at the Bryce Mitchell fight, the neo-Nazi fight. Like, he's not. What? He is so Boston. He is Boston through and through. Okay, when you're that Boston, I feel like you.
Fuck?
When you're.
Dude, it's like you heard a Bill Burr bit and you were just like, yep.
You're that Boston, you turn into a man who is Irish Catholic, no matter what. It doesn't matter what your background is. Oh no, don't show me this. There's no country that's consistently attacked by the enemies then used restraint.
Oh no! Don't show me something that's totally inconsistent with my view of my hero Dave Portnoy.
Defending himself despite superior military more than Israel. I want peace for all innocents in the Middle East. I also fully support Israel. Oh God, stick to pizza reviews. Oh God, spoke too soon. I was wrong. He is an Israel guy. I wonder.
Oh, he actually looks legitimately embarrassed for once. Weird.
If he's a post-October 7 Israel guy.
Send you the article. How about
Well, why don't you answer where are the professors from?
Okay, let's look back and then go back and see. If you want to waste time.
Well, no, you're quoting two people. I have no idea who they are from a made-up journal. So tell me where the professors are
They're
from.
from the University of Virginia.
Okay, so no, that's a real university. I'd like to know where they're getting their information. I don't like quotes that I have no idea where they're coming from. I totally disagree for what you just said. Who's creating more hate right now in the world? Did you say Barstool Sports and the white men or college campuses?
No, listen. The reason why
are you really gonna still go to bat for this guy, huh?
I didn't think he was like this is because he has moments of clarity sometimes where he cuts through like all the Trump shit, and we cover it a lot on this broadcast where he'll be like, "Listen, I don't know,"
and you somehow were like, "Yeah, he's a cool one. He's one of the cool guys."
What the fuck these Republicans are doing?
Oh my god! He did the thing where he was just like, "I can get through to her, guys. I can get through to her. I think that she would really like me."
With abortion, just leave abortion. Back to the individual woman. I'm not exactly a big time feminist, but I don't think we should be touching women's bodies like that. You know, that type of shit. And it's like, hate when college campuses create hate and division. Yeah. Barstool shilling gambling their college age fans. He's kind of out of the morality game. No, I never said he's a moral arbiter. I'm just saying that there are interesting moments of moral clarity in Dave Portnoy's life that I think makes him a interesting figure to cover, which is precisely the reason why I thought he would have probably hit a different note on this, and he wouldn't be like one of these like, oh, these college campuses are where hate is actually coming from type of guy.
You go ahead and answer.
No, that was a question to you.
I'm the journalist. I'm asking.
Well, I don't play by those rules. What does that mean? You're a journalist? I'm a journalist. I run a big media organization. I just asked you a question.
Let's answer the question.
No.
He's a Boston man. You thought he wouldn't be racist to Arabs? No. That's a good question. No, I I didn't think he would be woke on that. I would have just thought that maybe this would be another one of those issues where he's just like, I kind of understand where the kids are coming from. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought. Does that seem that far-fetched to think of Dave Porter being like, I kind of get it. They really got to stop killing all these kids, man. That type of shit. Maybe I'm wish casting.
No, Hassan.
But because he has that air to him. Rehabilitation.
Oh my God. How do you do this for a living and you glaze that hard?
For white people and just white people, it's a classic. Oh, you're talking about him? No, I think one of the dudes was like Muslim. I think one of the dudes that did it was like literally named Muhammad or some shit. I don't know if I got duped by Hosborough accounts or not.
I asked you a question. You answer the question. You answer the question.
You're not running this interview.
All right, then the interview's over.
Look at the way he got up, yo. Look, this is supposed to be his big moment. Look at the way he got up. Hold on.
I just asked you a question. No, I asked you a question. You answer.
That was so sassy.
The question. You answer the question.
You're not running this interview.
All right, then the interview's over.
Oh, incredible. Amazing. The way he got up, that little arm wiggle, zesty as hell.
Fucking asshole. So you can't ask me questions. I'm a journalist. You ambushed me with a made-up fucking quote from a made-up fucking, fucking journal from two professors I guess at Virginia.
He's so angry.
You mean the study that you guys did where there was a comprehensive breakdown of everybody online and how much sexism and racism there is on our website and how much they love us?
He's spitting.
Let me ask you this. Where do you think more hate is happening? Barstool Sports or college campuses across this fucking country. This piece of shit, ABC, the person who set it up, gave me one reporter, bait and switch to the other. Fuck ABC. Fuck ABC. People.
The fact that his son actually thought this guy was kind of cool and it wasn't ironic. That kind of, dude.
Ooh, it makes me mad. I forgot how much I hate fucking journalists, this fucking piece of shit.
Update. There's more to the drama. Quick update. Mo Khan is no longer taking any responsibility for involvement for Fuck the Jews sign at Barstool Samson. He is basically lawyering up and blaming it all on his friend now and is saying he was just a citizen journalist. It is a 180 for my convo with him yesterday. Needless to say, his trip to Poland has been revoked. Okay, he found out. Okay, double update. He found out that Auschwitz is not in Germany and is, as a matter of fact, in Poland.
Yep, he did find that out.
All right, another update from the sign situation at Barstool Samson.
This has been very instructive for Dave. He's learned new things like Auschwitz is not in Germany, but instead in Poland. I'm proud of him. Okay, these are baby steps.
Street, which I am so sick of dealing with, but obviously going to deal with. So last time I'm like, I thought about it. I'm going to send the two people responsible to Poland, to Auschwitz concentration camps, and try to make it a teaching lesson.
He keeps saying, I want to send them to concentration camps. I'm going to send your ass to Auschwitz. Really teach you a lesson.
I talked to both of them on the phone. Both of them took accountability. Both of them were like, yeah, we did this. And we're willing to go and try to learn. Well, then I see a now deleted, I think it was an Instagram or Snapchat story of one of the kids, Mo Khan, the one who posted the video. And he has this long speech, we'll put it in, claiming he was just being a citizen journalist. He was just documenting his college life.
I need to set the record straight regarding the incident that took place at Barstool Sports. As part of my regular series of posting videos on my experience as a college student in Philadelphia, I documented what took place as a citizen journalist. Okay, dude. I sincerely regret any hurt or ill feelings this caused. Neither I nor anyone whose username was tagged in the video I posted, paid, or requested that I sign. The credit card and ID on the table wasn't mine either. I do not support the awful message contained in that sign. I made the poor decision to record and upload it. Since the video went public, I faced serious threats to my safety, which has been overwhelming. I shared that not to shift focus, but only to show the weight of this for everyone. I abhor hate in all of its forms. I was raised to respect and be amicable with all people. I hope honest and open dialogue can come out of this incident so we can address the deeper realities of the world we live in. Bro said, I don't want to go to Poland, man. He's like, nah, not for me. Broccoli hair apology. Yes. Broccoli hair chat GPT apology. This is 100% a chat GPT ass apology. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, he went with the it's bigger than all of us. I abhor hate in all of its forms. I was raised to respect and be amicable with all people. I hope honest and open dialogue can come out of this incident so we can address the deeper realities of the world we live in. Chat GPT, can you please write an apology for me paying for a sign at a bar that said "fuck the Jews"? With what I've learned and will continue to learn, I hope to help create a safer space for everyone. Thank you to those.
Oh my God, this is ChatGPT.
Out with supporting guidance. It means more than I can say. Oh my God, what the fuck?
He had nothing to do with the sign. Didn't buy it, had nothing to do with it. Then
he found out. At first he thought, oh, we're going to Berlin, baby. And because, he also thought that Auschwitz was in Germany. And then he found out, no, he's actually going to Poland because that's where Auschwitz is. He was like, no, I didn't do this. Somebody else did this. I don't want to be a part of this. Get me off this ride. I thought we were going to fucking Berghain or whatever. I thought we were going to Berlin. We were going to get some doner. Okay? Mustafas Gemüse Döner, I thought.
Even know what it was. He's just being a citizen journalist. Quite literally a 180 from when I talked to him. So I called up Mo. He presses record. It's a little message. Hey, this call is being recorded. He's like, I'm with my parents or whatever. I'm like, Mo, what's going on? Like, we need some accountability. You hand up, I did it. I fucked up. I'm stupid. Like, let's try to learn from this. And he's like, well, you know, I had nothing to do with it. I felt pressured into admitting that I had anything to do with it. This is the kid who uploaded the video laughing and being like, fuck the Jews. The kid who uploaded to Instagram. He's like, well,
I'm not going to lie. Dave is 100% right. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but like he literally extended grace to these dudes who he could have obliterated. Okay? He could have...
And that's when you turn around and obliterate them.
Genuinely been... I mean, he could have...
Dude, why do you glaze this guy so hard?
Been way fucking worse. He has a massive media franchise.
This is so weird, man.
And this dude got a free trip to Europe, to Poland. Okay, fair. But still, to Europe. And it probably would have been like a Barstool thing. You know, he probably would have made content out of it. And instead, he turned around and boofed it for no reason. I think Dave is 100% correct in being like, what the fuck are you doing, dumbass? Like, I gave you the unironic opportunity of a fucking lifetime, and instead you just turned around and flipped it for no reason.
name's already out there.
Also, I'm joking about Poland. Poland is sick. It's come on. It's fake. I'm being fake mean.
I'm like, yeah.
Dude.
Hey, asshole. You fucking uploaded this to Instagram. I didn't put your fucking name out there. Other people got it because you...
Here, I'll own this one. Ohio, it sucks.
uploaded it to Instagram. You had a good laugh about it.
Ohio sucks.
He's like, no, it wasn't me. I would never do that. I'm like,
Ohio sucks.
well, I'm getting a million DMs about you, including like another anti-Semitic joke like six months ago.
Oh my God, you're so dumb, dude. This kid is so fucking stupid and also anti-Semitic as shit. Oh my God, oh my Lord, Zoomers are so fucking cooked. It's over, dude. Throw this country in the
I second that.
trash. We are so cooked. We are so unimaginably cooked. This country is in the shitter. Zoomers unironically have the most Hitlerian politics. What the fuck happened? I saw the here. This video actually is.
It's weird how he's the one who actually has like a Zoomer audience.
Sums it up perfectly. Okay, hold on. What's the guy? What's this dude? What's his fucking name? The generational divide between old Zoomers and young Zoomers. There's a major generational divide between old Zoomers and young Zoomers, and I watched a fucking YouTube meme video earlier today. It was pretty good.
Isn't he in his 30s?
From A Small Thing or Man Carrying Things. Thank you. Man Carrying Thing.
No, don't do that.
He did a fantastic, quick little meme on it. Hold on, where the hell is it?
Well,
nope, that's not the right one. Oh, basically the two types of Gen Z.
How was my day? Let me tell you. I began it with a charitable contribution to a progressive political candidate in my district. Local politics are important to follow if you want to strengthen your community. Then I proceeded to take my 2 rescue dog. I changed their names, but they only respond to those ones now. After which I drove to my job where I make minimum wage with 0 benefits. Then finally, I joined my college friends for a rep screening of a beloved 1980s horror classic. What did you do? Cried. That's it? I liked some racist tweets and then cried. At least you sound remorseful about it. I wasn't. I'm only a few years older than you. I feel like we shouldn't be this different. And yet we are. You always do this. Do what? You think everything can be fixed. Well, if we all work together, we can make the world at least a little better. Soy boy. Wait, I get it now. It was COVID. It hit everyone hard, but you guys were still in high school or college. It isolated you. It made all of your social lives online. It's why the Minecraft movie is the first sense of
All right, Hassan, good fight.
community you've ever felt. Or you're just the sad dingleberry hanging off of the millennial's metaphorical ass. You're a Walmart brand millennial. We're the real Gen Z. Maybe this is merely the result of Gen Z being both teenagers and in their late 20s. In a few years, the differences will probably even out. That's kind of a boring conclusion. Yeah. Have a nice day, everyone.
You should have ended it with the Gen Z saying Heil Hitler or something. But yeah, COVID hit when I was in college. What am I? I don't know.
Your son's early Gen Z. I'm old.
But like this is.
I don't have kids, but that means I'm old.
Straight up
Don't
a
give us
real
that credit.
generational divide for.
You mean dumb
Like, it's so correct. He fucking
Kurt coming in with the
he fucking nailed it.
takes.
Birthday between 2005 and 2012. You are literally a drama pervert online.
Kurt, don't get me canceled.
With an anonymous account with Hitlerian tendencies. Probably used to be a fan of mine at a certain point, and turned into one of the weirdest reactionaries I've ever encountered in my whole life. Where you talk about like being a Strasserite. I guess Strasserite is old hat, but like the modernized version of a Strasserite. And you're basically Hitler Youth, okay? You're basically fucking Hitler Youth. And then the type 1 is truly exactly like Bernie bros that are still holding on, which is comprised of my entire fucking audience at this point. These are the guys that stuck around.
Kirk, did you miss the Piers Morgan segment? Holy shit!
And still think that change can happen as long as we
Bro, I'm not even kidding. If you missed that, you gotta go watch that.
push hard enough.
It was.
And these are the guys who were like, I actually did my due diligence and I went and I protested a little bit. And then I realized none of
that was wild.
Fucking matters. So now I'm a nihilistic edgelord who believes everything that Adolf Hitler believes.
Nice.
Literally. Why are you acting like your generation didn't have 4chan? I think millennials are fail-ennials, okay, for sure. And they're boring, they're annoying. They got a shitty end of the bargain in terms of like graduating from college post 2008 market crash. But the generation is so large that it extends all the way to fucking 40. So there are people who actually avoided that outcome, or at least like suffered in that outcome as well. Having said that, fail-ennials are closely resembling this archetype still. I think they're not. Their politics are not as brain broken. Obviously, the worst. I don't really do.
Oh, because you're the most based of all of them because you're the rightest of right. Shut up.
I don't really do generational politics unless
you're off the bed.
we're
Good
just
night.
Memeing. But I would say that fail-ennials.
Good night, Kurt.
Are like a lot of fail-ennials, I think, like grew up.
Also, thanks for roasting your rep.
Up on Tumblr, younger fail-ennials like myself. I didn't grow up on Tumblr, but like people of my generation did, and developed some weird politics because of that. But it was like still. They either became like
college age
libtards or have Bernie-crat tendencies. No one holds a candle to how brain broken Gen X is, though. That's it. Gen X is the absolute worst generation, hands down. Like they're worse than the fucking boomers. We all joke about boomers. But like when we talk about boomers, we're talking about Gen X, the lead poison generation. They are so awful on every metric. They are so violent. They are so reactionary. They make up the MAGA base. Them and the young Zoomers whose brains were also broken by COVID. Gen X helped raise Gen Z. True. Yes. But they also, that goes both ways. Gen X, if you have like awful parents with awful politics, you end up usually having radical politics in the opposite direction where you become, like a Marxist-Leninist or whatever. Whereas I think the younger Gen Z are brain broken specifically because of COVID and not because their parents' politics were awful. Slash was sending me some fucking
don't worry about it, man.
Annoying.
I'm just glad I can use your music again.
Sending me those like
because honestly, that was the biggest bitch of it. Like I knew that I couldn't use your stuff, so I was like, oh fuck, man. Like radio time kind of went out the window.
Annoying fucking dime square ass.
Except for the like 2 songs you sent me over Discord. Those were the like I legit was like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm gonna use.
Dummies.
Perfect timing. But alrighty. I think we got one more video and then I'm gonna hit y'all dusty trail. Yes, no, I did have this video that I wanted to watch with you guys because yeah, hey, we need a good news update. Let's go for it. Why is that muted?
Some fought back and some bent the knee. and I took that. When President Donald Trump targeted law firms with executive orders, some fought back and some bent the knee. And I took that personally.
Look at me, I'm Orangezilla.
Those who capitulated looked like fools, and as a bonus, they are also losing clients. Now, everyone already hated firms like Skadden and Kirkland & Ellis, but some got really taken for a ride. Case in point, the law firm of Simpson & Thatcher, which agreed to perform $125 million in free legal work for causes acceptable to the Trump administration. And shortly after Simpson & Thatcher bent the knee, one of their huge clients, Microsoft, dumped them. The firm was working on a massive case related to the company's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, but Microsoft dumped them and hired the firm of Jenner Block, a firm that actually stood up to Trump's executive orders. Now, as we predicted and opined on this channel, the law firms who responded with
I was about to say it, man.
we'll
I'm
fight
glad
you
did.
in court are looking pretty good. But now they've been justified. Federal District Court Judge Beryl Howell in D.C.
As someone who knows my name, please don't.
has now ruled that Trump's executive order targeting Perkins Coie was unconstitutional, rendering the order now null and void. And the judge's order is scathing. Judge Howell issued a permanent injunction blocking the executive order in its entirety. And she started off by saying, quote, "No American president has ever before issued executive orders like the one at issue in this lawsuit, targeting a prominent law firm with adverse actions to be executed by all executive branch agencies. But in purpose and effect, this action draws from a playbook as old as Shakespeare, who penned the phrase."
Every time I see this highlighter effect, you do realize that this is what Illuminati ended her career over.
The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers, William Shakespeare, Henry VI. When Shakespeare's character, a rebel leader intent on becoming king, hears this suggestion.
As someone who used to actually enjoy her stuff,
he promptly incorporates this tactic as part of his plan to assume power, leading in the same scene to the rebel leader demanding away with him, referring to an educated clerk who can make obligations and write court hand. Eliminating lawyers as the guardians of the rule of law removes a major impediment to the path to more power. See Walters versus National Association of Radiation Survivors, explaining the import of the same Shakespearean statement to be that disposing of lawyers is a step in the direction of a totalitarian form of government. The importance of independent lawyers to ensuring the American judicial system's fair and impartial administration of justice has been recognized in this country since its founding era. In 1770, John Adams made the singularly unpopular decision to represent 8 British soldiers charged with murder for the roles in the Boston Massacre, and claimed later to have suffered the loss of more than half his practice. I had no hesitation, he explained, since counsel ought to be the very last thing that an accused person should want in a free country, and the bar ought to be independent and impartial at all times and in every circumstance. The instant case presents an unprecedented attack on these founding principles. By its term, this order stigmatizes and penalizes a particular law firm and its employees, from its partners to its associate attorneys, secretaries, and mailroom attendants. Due to the firm's representation, both in the past and currently, of clients pursuing claims and taking positions with which the current president disagrees, as well as the firm's own speech. In a cringeworthy twist on the theatrical phrase, "Let's kill all the lawyers," EO 14230 takes the approach of "Let's kill all the lawyers I don't like," sending the clear message, lawyers must stick to the party line or else. Now, in a footnote, Judge Howell addresses law firms like Simpson Thatcher, Kirkland & Ellis, and Skadden Arps. Quote, "This message has been heard and heeded by some targeted law firms, as reflected in their choice, after reportedly direct dealings with the current White House, to agree to demand terms, perhaps viewing this choice as the best alternative for their clients and employees. Yet some clients may harbor reservations about the implications of such deals for the vigorous and zealous representation to which they are entitled from ethically responsible counsel, since at least the publicized deal terms appear only to forestall rather than eliminate the threat of being targeted in an executive order. Only when lawyers make the choice to challenge rather than back down when confronted with government actions raising non-trivial constitutional issues can a case be brought to court for judicial review of the legal merits, as was done in this case by plaintiff Perkins Coie LLP, plaintiff's counsel Williams and Connolly, and the lawyers' firms, organizations, and individuals who submitted amicus briefs in this case. As one amicus put it, our judicial system is under serious threat when determining whether to file an amicus brief could be a career-ending decision. But when lawyers are apprehensive about retribution simply for filing a brief adverse to the government, there is no other choice but to do so. If the founding history of this country is any guide, those who stood up in court to vindicate constitutional rights and, by doing so, serve to promote the rule of law will be the models lauded when this period of American history is written. Now, if you're illegally targeting some of the most powerful law firms in the country, you're going to want a good lawyer. Not any of those law firms that capitulated right out of the gate. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's absolutely nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. Now, if you've been watching this channel recently, then you'll know that I, along with over 500 different law firms, signed an amicus brief in support of Perkins Coie. And the amicus brief that Judge Howell just cited is a different amicus brief, but I wholeheartedly join in the sentiments of the Pickering law firm in that particular brief. That brief was filed by a Massachusetts solo practitioner who, on his own, decided to stand up to Trump on behalf of his fellow lawyers. And the contrast between Kenneth C. Pickering and firms like Paul Weiss and Simpson Thatcher could not be more stark. And turning to the First Amendment, Judge Howell wrote, quote, "One obvious implication of these First Amendment protections is that government officials may not subject individuals to retaliatory actions after the fact for having engaged in protected speech. This prohibition also extends to retaliation against individuals for the specific viewpoint expressed by the First Amendment protected activities. Since the government may not use the power of the state to punish or suppress disfavored expression, nor use threats of legal sanctions and other means of coercion to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech, retaliation and threats of retaliation to effectuate viewpoint discrimination is uniquely harmful to a free and democratic society. To prevail on these claims, plaintiffs must show that the firm engaged in conduct protected under the First Amendment.
Never stood a case. Dude,
EO.
This is like 90% of like the briefings that the Trump team is like putting out there. It's all bullshit.
230 took some retaliatory action sufficient to deter a person of ordinary firmness in plaintiff's position from speaking again, and 3, that there is a causal link between the protected First Amendment activity and the adverse action taken against the firm. And the judge ruled that plaintiffs easily satisfied these requirements. Quote, "Here, no genuine dispute of material fact exists as to any of these 3 elements, and thus plaintiff is entitled to summary judgment on counts 5 and 7. EO 14230 openly acknowledges the plaintiff engaged in speech and other activities protected by the First Amendment. Section 1 of the order, which sets out its purpose, cites 3 reasons for the enumerated action items in sections 2 through 5 that federal agencies are ordered to take against plaintiff. 1, the firm's representation of Hillary Clinton during the 2016 presidential election. 2, the firm's involvement in litigation against election laws, including those requiring voter identification, and 3, the firm's alleged discrimination in hiring and promotion and efforts to purposefully hide the nature of this alleged discrimination through deceiving language. The associated fact sheet adds a 4th. Perkins Coie LLP has filed lawsuits against the Trump administration, which are also described as partisan lawsuits against the United States. Judge Howell ruled that President Trump's intent to retaliate against Perkins Coie because of its political views was obvious. Quote, "The first, second, and 4th reasons reference the firm's representation of clients, namely President Trump's opponent in the 2016 presidential election, parties in election litigation, and parties challenging Trump administration actions. Well-settled law establishes that advocacy by attorneys to the courts falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment, meaning that plaintiffs' representation of a political opponent of the current president and involvement in election litigation and lawsuits against the Trump administration explicitly qualifies as core First Amendment speech." Now, the Trump administration also claimed that law firms which champion diversity are breaking the law. As for the claim that Perkins engaged in unlawful employment practices, Judge Howell noted it's not illegal to hire black lawyers and female lawyers. She saw the government's assertion for what they are. Quote, "The government's briefing reveals the true motivation lurking behind the facade of discrimination allegations. The administration's disapproval of plaintiff speech in favor of diversity. This revelation makes clear the pretextual nature of EO 14230's cited reason regarding plaintiff's reported discrimination. For instance, the government points to the firm's statements about efforts to contribute to the advancement of our historically underrepresented attorneys and success in hiring new partners who are women or attorneys of color. Once again, however, the government provides no evidence to suggest that any of these statements show any suspect or illegal actions by plaintiff. Even more probative of the fact that plaintiff's speech is at issue is that the government argues that statements in the amended complaint repeatedly asserting plaintiff's commitment to diversity and showing no apparent intention of backing away somehow support the government's actions targeting the firm in the order. These 4 reasons are the sole rationales provided for in the issuance of EO 14230, and each, on their face, implicate First Amendment protected activities. The judge also found that the executive order was enough to chill speech. Quote, "The second requirement for a retaliation claim that plaintiffs show the actions taken against the firm were sufficient to deter a person of ordinary firmness in plaintiff's position from speaking again is satisfied by plaintiff's showing of irreparable harm and further bolstered by the reactions of plaintiff's peer law firms. The fact that Paul Weiss quickly negotiated a deal, including an agreement to provide the equivalent of $40 million in free legal work rather than face the potential injuries of this similar executive order targeting that firm firm demonstrates the coercive power of such targeting by the Trump administration. This conclusion is further confirmed by the reaction of additional peer law firms that chose to negotiate deals with the Trump White House to avoid being targeted by similar executive orders. Now, President Trump claimed his executive orders were meant to protect the public interest, but Judge Howell found, quote, EO 14230, the accompanying fact sheet, and the context surrounding the order's issuance each express President Trump's disapproval of plaintiff's First Amendment activity and demonstrate that EO 14230 targeted plaintiff because the firm expressed support for employment policies the president does not like, represented clients the president does not like, represented clients seeking litigation results the president does not like, and represented clients challenging some of the president's actions, which he also does not like. This is unconstitutional retaliation and viewpoint discrimination, plain and simple. Plaintiff is therefore entitled to summary judgment on counts 5 and 7. And Judge Howell also explained the vagueness of the government's attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Quote, the order goes on to mention the administration's goal of ending discrimination under diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, leading to a possible inference that such policies and not any concrete evidence of discrimination are the problematic conduct that the plaintiff should avoid. The terms diversity, equity, and inclusion, taken collectively or individually, however, could refer to a wide range of actions and programs, formal or informal, as well as basic thoughts and beliefs. The order provides no definition or guidance as to what form of program possibly described by these terms is considered unlawful discrimination by the Trump administration, leaving plaintiff to guess at what is and is not permissible in the government's view, while already facing the threat of adverse actions during the guessing. The government's own briefing reflects this uncertainty. While repeatedly accusing the plaintiff of engaging in racial discrimination, the government at various times also state that 1, plaintiff should be investigated by the EEOC to determine whether they are violating the civil rights laws. 2, the government is merely trying to advance valid social policies regarding discrimination rather than enforcing any legal prohibitions. 3, diversity initiatives are legally suspect and thus plaintiff's practices provide ample basis for review. 4, the government is merely raising legitimate legal issues of just how far DEI policies and programs can go and whether such policies cross the line into illegal discrimination. 5, plaintiff engaged in aggressive DEI practices. And 6, plaintiff appears to have engaged in what the government characterizes as discrimination. When even the government cannot decide what exactly the grounds for its actions were, plaintiff is truly left unable to know what conduct to avoid. On top of that, in a topic that may only be interesting to legal weirdos like myself, Judge Howell did not get into the issue of whether the executive order qualified as a bill of attainder, but she made it very clear that had she gotten to that issue, she would have found that it was a bill of attainder, and specifically against one particular entity, in this case, the law firm. So at the end, the judge therefore concluded, quote, the U.S. Constitution affords critical protections against executive action like that ordered in EO 14230. Government officials, including the president, may not subject individuals to retaliatory actions after the fact for having engaged in protected speech. They may neither use the power of the state to punish or suppress disfavored expression, nor engage in the use of purely personal and arbitrary power. In this case, these and other foundational protections were violated by EO 14230. On that basis, this court has found that EO 14230 violates the Constitution and is thus null and void. For the reasons explained, plaintiff is entitled to summary judgment and declaratory and permanent injunctive relief on counts 2 through 9 of the amended complaint. The government's motion to dismiss is denied. Now, it's possible this might go up on appeal, though this administration has shown that sometimes when they lose the really obvious cases like this one, they don't even bother to appeal it, so that's also a possibility here. But this case is now ripe for appeal if the government so chooses, and if they do, they're gonna lose again because this is unbelievably illegal conduct. And the lesson here is that lawyers and law firms simply cannot capitulate to a person who says he isn't sure if presidents have to uphold the Constitution. Now, as legal cases go, this was a very, very easy decision. And that makes it particularly interesting to see how the media has covered Judge Howell's ruling. Over 190 outlets reported on it, with about 60% coming from the center, 25% from the left, and only 15% coming from the right. And when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. Of the few right-leaning sources that picked it up, most headlines referred to Judge Beryl Howell as an Obama judge and characterized her quotation of Shakespeare in a mocking tone. From the left, the common theme was to emphasize that Trump's executive order was ruled unconstitutional.
Hey guys, using ground news. So I'm going to take this opportunity to do a little something that's, I don't know, you can check out my ground news and make a decision there. So here you go.
With one source even calling it cringeworthy. Then from the center, sources were most likely to use the word block instead of harsher phrases like strike down. But the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news. And that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer.
I will not let him do the groundwork, but I will just say that I was calling that. Also, yeah, we're done. Man, he does a 2-minute commercial for Ground News? Oh, maybe I am slacking. Damn. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Ah. There we go. Alrighty. Do we have anything else? Oh, yeah, right. I'm going to be able to call in. Nope. All right. Give me 1 second here, guys. Cashmere. All right, cool. It's actually kind of good news that there's no big updates from Kashmir. Let's do one final look around here. Multiple people in custody after pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University Library. Over 30 protesters were detained with hands tied behind their backs while supporters outside shouted, "Free Palestine."
A video obtained by CNN shows pro-Palestinian protesters at Columbia University on Wednesday, including scenes of some protesters being shoved and blocked from leaving the main library on campus. In a press release, the university called the protests a disruption, adding that no protesters involved chose to immediately identify themselves. Protesters, who are asking for the university to divest from companies that have ties to Israel, called for the library to be renamed the Basel Al-Araj Popular University, according to a Substack post from an activist group on campus. On X, New York City Mayor Adams says the NYPD was entering the campus to, quote, remove individuals who are trespassing. New York Governor Kathy
What's the rename of the library have to do with it?
Hochul said she
I'm a little confused about this.
was briefed on the situation and added, quote, everyone has the right to peacefully protest, but violence, vandalism, or destruction of property are completely unacceptable.
Really? Guys, this is where protest marshals are a big deal. I know that we have people in this community that know all about this, and I feel like we need to I feel like we need to have a chat and do this again, because there are ways to protest and there are ways not to protest. If you are committing vandalism and you are getting arrested and then you're claiming victimhood when doing that, and you're literally knowingly breaking the law, I'm sorry. That's where you need to have a discussion with a protest marshal, because you are actually damaging the fucking cause. So I'm just going to say, ugh. There's a reason. There's a reason these things are fucking organized, but whatever. You know? Get mad at me for fucking bringing up the actual facts. The IDUBBBZ thing, right. I gotta finish this. All right, we got one more thing. Let's do it. Let's finish this IDUBBBZ Hassan saga once and for... Whoa. For all? Here, give me 1 second. There we go.
Tomorrow. And then the rest of it is just him on Frogan. I guess I could skip some of that part, and then I'll watch the summary. Azan, have Ian talk about the event? Yeah, so what happened? Here, let's talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
So what took place? So you guys are no longer affiliated or something, right? Like,
yeah. So we decided. I mean, obviously, I think year 2 was very eye-opening for Anissa and I. We got into a lot of drama, and we tried to, be very corporate about the whole thing and just like let things play out and not really speak on much. And this year, I said, enough's enough. I need to fucking. I was not happy with what Ethan was saying, and it was very upsetting. So I'm like, I gotta bring back Content Cop. And it feels good to put it out. I'm not interested in much of a back and forth. I think Ethan really, thrives on that, and
he does
really about that. I think it.
Let's see. So Ethan's video on me got 3.4 million views. It's been up since January 31st. Let's take a look at what the IDUBBBZ Content Cop is at. Oh, wow. Almost 7 million views.
That's pretty good. I'm not one to gloat over view count, though. So you're not going to see me cheering too hard.
Yeah. No, I'll cheer for you.
Thank you.
Kind of seems like, bigger number, better person type situation, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what. In, I don't know, some response of his or in one of his videos, he was mocking Anissa and I's podcast, saying how low the view counts were. And that's really a moment where I was like, oh, this is like a different human being. Like, this is like...
Oh, yeah.
It's very strange because I'm like, I'm not like looking necessarily to have like an ownage moment, especially with something as silly as like, here's a fucking podcast that we're doing for a year straight. The purpose isn't to get fucking views. That's the whole reason that we're doing it on a separate channel and I'm not promoting it. And it's just sad to see.
I don't like the way Hassan does this. Look at the person you're interviewing.
See him do all the fucking low blows. I didn't expect it.
I mean, look, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. I didn't realize he was like this, but maybe because like...
Isn't it weird? I don't have the ability to do this.
He chose his targets better in the past, and I didn't really know.
I need to be able to look at the people that I'm talking to.
Anything about what he was up to with other people. Yeah, I guess this is just how he makes his content, which is just like trying to belittle and bully people. And when he meets a fucking force that he can't actually bully, basically the best thing to do, I think, is just like avoid talking about him in its entirety. But the reason why I did was because he was coming after smaller content creators and like virtually every single person that is a pro-Palestinian advocate in the space that we're in.
He thinks this is weird.
And like,
I think this is weird.
I feel like
IDUBBBZ is looking at Hassan, and Hassan can't even like feign eye contact.
He attacked.
Does he have a problem with that? Am I missing something here?
Pretty much every single person that has ever been like, yeah, I don't know.
If that's the case, then I'll walk that back. But this is weird.
Oh, but
look at IDUBBBZ. Like
Ethan, I feel like he's definitely pro-Israel from his output, and he like lost his fucking mind. He just genuinely hammered it on over and over again, and tried to deplatform me and tried to deplatform every single person. He successfully deplatformed a couple people. It was really ruthless, and I don't like. I think back. I'm like, has he had? I was outside of myself. Has he had someone on his show as a guest that is pro-Palestine? Like the only guy is the Sneeko guy that he brought forward as a pro-Palestinian advocate to fucking show how anti-Semitic pro-Palestinian advocates are. And I guess Lonerbox, who was not even pro-Palestine, he went to Israel to do a pro-Israel trip alongside Sex Pestany. So he said Ethan said he was supposed to be the pro-Palestinian voice. He's just crazy. And he had Sam Cedar on as well. And he fucking now says he owned Sam Cedar and he destroyed him. And he looked like a fool then too. He looked like a fool with me as well. So, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, he says Sam is pro-Hamas.
He's the legend.
Man, oh God, that was so cringe. Oh my God. It's got to be real weird to leave the hug box and like see the rest of the internet and how they're reflecting on this. Like I had normie friends calling me up to be like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? Like, why is he behaving like this? And on the other hand, you look at his community and they're so laser focused on like whatever they can massage to look
hot meat cattle
good after
hot meat cattle.
A 5 hour and 30-minute session where he just looked like a fucking fool.
What does it mean, a hug box?
Like an echo chamber, like a hug box, where you're just constantly relying on people who agree with you to make you feel, to shower you with praise.
I mean, one of my critiques is I feel like it would be it's important as content creators to have a good filter for what's like entering your brain. It seems like you have like clearly a lot of fucking raw exposure, like your chat.
Yeah.
But I think with someone as sensitive as Ethan, not like, you know, from a, not as a, an offensive thing to say, but I think he doesn't do well with that direct feedback. And I think it is good to protect yourself from it to an extent. But I agree. I think there is a limit to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this goes from here. I assume he's still going to do a bunch of dumb shit over and over again and, you know, be a loyal servant of the weirdest pro-Israel stalkers online, you know? What did you think of the context, Nuke?
I don't like the attempt at political commentary combined with Ethan jokes because it's very confusing when he's trying to make a point. Like the beginning when he says there's a big problem, communism. I don't really understand if that was meant to be serious or not.
I didn't understand that either. He was trying to, it felt like he was trying to make a joke, but it also kind of also corresponds to the rest of the commentary. So I guess it's not a joke. Like he legitimately thinks the real problem is me radicalizing the youth.
Yeah, but there was a lot of that vibe throughout the video, and it's hard to take it very seriously.
People ask me all the time how I deal with this, like you just asked, as well, like you just talked about. And like there is a relentless sea of attacks that come from every direction. Liberals, other leftists criticize me. Liberals criticize me. Obviously, the entirety of the right, far right, Nazis. And they all have their own version of this criticism. Sometimes it's the same. Most of it is just like delusional shit that they believe that they saw on a meme that they are trying to repeat. And the reason why I don't give a shit about any of that is because I have my moral convictions. And I know what I'm doing is getting people to reconsider a lot of the social conditioning that they've taken for granted their whole lives from their upbringing. Right? I'm sure throughout this process, there was, 50,000 people watching throughout the entire day over the course of 11 hours. I'm sure there were some people that
11 hours
heard me say something and went, I've never thought about it like that. And I think that's what matters at the end of the day. That's the reason why I don't mind all of the relentless attacks or anything like that, because I can sleep soundly at night knowing that I've had a decent impact on someone's life, caused someone to go on their journey of learning, journey of development. And as a consequence of that, I have this amazing community of people that can just fundraise on a dime like that. You thought we would, I told you we'd probably do 100,000 and you were like, let's do 75. Right?
Yeah.
And we blew past that instantly.
It's
like
amazing.
we raised $185,000, and I'm just so profoundly fortunate. And I feel like for every issue that I speak out on, if I didn't use the platform that I have, if I didn't actually fundraise like this,
oh my God, is he doing this for the creator thing?
Didn't use all the privileges that I have for what I think matters, for advocating for things that I think are important, then I think that would be pathetic. And to loop this back around to Ethan, I think he's a pathetic man. And I don't think he's ever going to actually understand why so many people despise him. I do. I understand why a lot of people find me to be horrible. Many of it is because they're misguided from clips. Some of it is genuine ideological disagreements. Some of it is the way I carry myself and how I pop off on a random chatter every now and then that people don't like. But I think he will never understand why people find him to be repulsive. He's just never going to get it. He's just going to consistently, as his crew leaves one by one, he's going to replace them with active sycophants, and it's going to ruin.
Shit, now you're starting to sound like him.
The content that he was able to make initially, and he's going to be surrounded by the likes of Keemstar and all these right-wing fucking losers, wondering how things changed. And because he's already been there before when he was doing edgy shit, I think, and then he saw what it was like when he wasn't doing that, when he was on a journey of becoming a more progressive person, he already knows what both sides look like. And I think the more he ventures into these treacherous waters, if he tries to continue doing political...
I just watched that number go up in a way that I was just like, what?
Commentary and like right-wing political commentary.
Dude, I've been trying to...
The more he's going to lose his sense of self-worth. That's the way I see it.
Hassan.
So that's part of the reason why I often don't fight back against a lot of these people that are fueling these hate raids and brigades, is because I know I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And eventually all of that is going to be background noise. And those people, they have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting...
Way to glaze yourself? That was really weird. That's some weird self, like... He was like, I'm so humble. I'm like the most humble person you've ever met. I'm so humble. Humble, humble. Humble Hassan. That was weird. While simultaneously raising money for Creator Clash, which I'm going to be honest, as somebody who has now watched 2 videos on this, I still don't know what they're exactly raising money for. So, anyway, oh, fuck, where are we at? 6:04. We got 10 minutes. Oh. Ow. Let's see, Matt Bender's on. Bender is. And you know what? I'll be just chatting. All right, and then each fighter is fighting for a specific charity, if I remember it correctly. So which one is he actually like raising money for? Because, you know, charity can't ever be, like, abused. Not saying that they would, just saying that I'm a little skeptical anytime. Like, I don't know, man. This one does kind of get to me a little. Ooh.
So this right here is fascinating, y'all. I don't know how many of you remember, but we covered a story about how the ethical hacker group Anonymous, they released a video basically warning.
I saw this. Let's go. Or I saw the title of it, I was just like, oh yeah, that's right, I had this on the backup.
Like, it's on now, bitch, talking to the Trump regime. And I remember covering that, we were speculating, like, what are they going to do? Well, we now know at least one of the things that they're doing. Global X, the company doing many deportation flights for ICE, has been hacked. Hackers claim to have stolen flight manifest information and flight details, and have also defaced the website. So when you went to the website, it would say this: Anonymous, Operation Dreadnought. Anonymous has decided to enforce the judge's order since you and your sycophant staff ignore lawful orders that go against your fascist plans. You lose again, Donnie. A federal judge ruled on May 1st, 2025, that the Trump administration's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to remove alleged members of the Venezuelan gang from this country is unlawful. The president cannot summarily declare that a foreign nation or government has threatened or perpetrated an invasion or predatory incursion of the United States, followed by the identification of the alien enemies subject to detention or removal. The proclamation makes no reference to and in no manner suggests that a threat exists of an organized armed group of individuals entering the United States at the direction of Venezuela to conquer the country or assume control over a portion of the nation. Thus, the proclamation's language cannot be read as describing conduct that falls within the meaning of invasion for purposes of the AEA.
A Zionist handler?
Allowing the president to unilaterally define the conditions when he may invoke the AEA and then
Why the fuck? What?
Summarily declare that those conditions exist would remove all limitations to the executive branch's authority under the AEA and would strip the courts of their traditional role of
That's a weird question.
interpreting congressional statutes to determine whether a government official has exceeded the statute.
How did I come off in any way Zionist?
Scope. The law does not support such a position. That was the Trump-appointed federal U.S. District Judge Fernandez Rodriguez. And then they go on to say, we are anonymous, we are legion, we do not forgive, we do not forget, expect us. So they hacked the airline or the airline company that's doing a lot of the deportations. So there's an article here on this as well about how they were hacked. Hackers have targeted Global X Air, one of the main airlines the Trump administration is using as part of its deportation efforts, and stolen what they say are the flight records and passenger manifests of all its flights, including those for deportation, 404 Media has learned. So, because of what they're doing, we also will get, you know how we don't know a lot of the people who were sent to the slave labor gulag concentration camp in El Salvador? We didn't know all of them. They're trying to get us the names of all the people who were sent. The data which the hackers contacted 404 Media and other journalists about unprompted could provide granular insight into who exactly has been deported on Global X flights, when, and to where, with Global X being the charter company that facilitated the deportation of hundreds of Venezuelans to El Salvador. And then they go on to quote from the piece. The hacker says the data includes flight records and passenger lists. The hacker sent 404 Media a copy of the data, which is sorted into folders dated every day from January 19th through May 1st. 404 Media cross-checked known information about ICE deportation flights that come from official and confirmable sources with information contained on the flight manifest and flight details obtained by the hacker. Information about Kilmar Abrego Garcia's flight is in the hack data. For example, the hackers obtained what appears to be detailed flight information about Global X flights 6143, 6145, and 6122.
No. Adrius Stoney. No, I am not. And if you want to know the whole thing with my stance between India and Pakistan, you can watch the very beginning of this broadcast.
From Harlingen, Texas's Valley International Airport on March 15th. These flights are at the center of a class action.
I'm an objective reporter that does not take sides on specifically that issue because I don't know enough about
lawsuit filed by 5 pseudonymous Venezuelan men.
What foreign governments am I taking directive
against
from?
the Trump
Jesus Christ.
administration,
None.
which eventually went to the...
I'm a free-thinking dude. I'm a free-thinking stoner on the internet that likes to watch videos and share things with people that I have, common ground with.
Supreme Court, and which took
even people that I don't have common ground with. I'm also a good faith debater, and you know what? I like to have fun.
Off during and immediately following a court proceeding in which their lawyers were trying to get a restraining order to prevent the flights from taking off. During a district court proceeding in Washington, D.C., the federal government argued that it had no flight information to share with...
I'm 100% independent, and I am now going on my 7th hour, so if you want to donate to keep this stream going... Please do.
The court, quote, the government surprisingly represented that it still had no flight details to share during the hearing. The judge's opinion in the case reads, when pressed, government counsel stated that the operation details he had learned during the recess raised potential national security issues, so they could not be shared while the public and press...
Yes, I'm very close with the nation of Botswana.
Listened. So that's just a lie. Let's be clear about what they're doing here. They are saying the law is clear. The courts have ruled. You are flagrantly violating not just one court order, multiple court orders. And so what they're saying is, if nobody's going to make you comply, we're going to do that. We're going to try
to
do that. All the
who's got the
shit that you're trying to keep secret, it's all coming to light. We got all the information. We're going to give all the information to the media. We're going to learn about all these innocent people that you sent to this concentration camp, and we're not going to take it standing down. Guys, I gotta be honest, I don't know how anybody can look at this and disagree. I don't get it. Like, we talk about this all the time, right? But like, Nobody does anything when something
Big
is
James.
clearly illegal, clearly unconstitutional.
Big James, I'm 38 years old. I guess I'm getting to that point.
Clearly immoral, clearly unethical, and nobody does anything about it. What kind of a fucking society are we living in? Right? And the courts don't really have an enforcement mechanism, but this is like a backdoor enforcement mechanism, right?
Yeah, focus on me, not Tim Pool.
Imagine, for example, they could, in the future, do some sort of cyber attack on the entire network that Global X flies on.
Meanwhile, I've had this 3,700 goal up for 2 months.
And make it so that
yes, they're paying me well there, dude.
The planes can't take off at all, right? This honestly, it reminds me of...
Seriously, every once in a while, the jokes are there, but then I do see that other side where I'm just like, oh, fuck this guy.
Noam Chomsky talked about when is it justified to do, for example, say property violence. And he said, you can imagine a scenario where there's a shipment of weapons that are about to be sent to Vietnam that we know, based on reporting and the facts on the ground, these weapons are going to be used to massacre innocent landless peasants. And what Chomsky says is, if somebody were to go into the weapons depot before the shipment goes out and the building's empty, nobody gets hurt, and they were to destroy the weapons, he said that's an example of ethical property violence, where technically you're committing a crime because you are, messing up the property, but it is clearly the morally correct thing to do. It is clearly the just thing to do. It is clearly like you actually have more concern for the law and for justice and for reason. If you say, we're going to take all these weapons which are about to be used to massacre innocent people and we're going to fucking throw them in the ocean, right? Or we're going to destroy the guns and leave the wreckage sitting there. And that's one of those things, it's like in philosophy class, you would talk about this. Is it justified to, you don't have any money, your kid is really sick, the medicine's sitting right there, you can't afford it, nobody's loaning you the money to pay for it. Is it the moral thing to do to say, I don't have the money, so I will just leave that and let my kids suffer and die? Or is it the moral thing to do to grab the medicine? In philosophy class, you have these debates, you have these discussions. And, I think the reasonable and correct position in that one in particular is the medicine shouldn't cost any money anyway. Yeah. In a civilized society, tax money should fund universal health care, including if you need medicine, when you're sick, you get help. That's it. That's how a civilized society works. It's paid for by tax money, universal health care system. Nobody should be priced out of getting medicine. So the clearly moral thing in that scenario is what? Yeah, take the medicine. Save your kid's life. I think any reasonable person would say that. And now we're at the point where people need to get clever. They need to get creative. They need to get crafty in fighting back against this regime because they are so lawless and they act in so many unconstitutional and clearly immoral ways that for us to just fucking lay down and take it, that is more criminal than doing this, right? So, look, I think they're just getting started. I don't think they're going to stop. I think this is one of many things. And by the way, I don't know anything about hacking, but I'm sure they had to work like crazy to figure out exactly how to do this, exactly how to get this information. This isn't something you could just whip up in one afternoon and figure it out. I'm sure that there's a network of people who are highly intelligent, who really had to dig deep to try to get all this stuff. But now as a direct result of them, we'll get all the names of the people. And, you can imagine a scenario where it would make sense to take down the computer networks of the people who are using said computer networks to commit crime after crime, war crime after war crime, atrocity after atrocity. You have to make it untenable for these people to keep violating the law. You have to make it untenable for them. And the way I view it is very simple. They're not breaking the law here. Mm-hmm. Like they say, they're enforcing the law.
Yep.
That's what they're doing.
The way that they see it.
Now, they're doing it free of their own volition. They're doing pro bono work here, but this is what they're doing. They are enforcing the law. And I think everybody should look at it that way. And we need this group to get 1,000 times bigger so that there's some mechanism by which we can hold these people accountable. I mean, the fact of the matter is, you all know
they
this.
They were talking about Trump for that second.
Trump should already
not
be impeached, removed, and then criminally charged for the dozens of crimes he commits every day. All these assholes in his government should be in that position. But the Republican Party is a cult. All the politicians bend the knee. And so here we are. Where now you can't charge him criminally while he's sitting. He's not actually going to get through impeachment because then you'd need to have a very large number of Republicans to vote for it, and they're not going to fucking do that. So what are we supposed to do? Sit back and watch the fascist show as the country gets destroyed? No, it takes brave people doing creative things to get us to a better place. So there you have it, man. That is something there. That is something. You go check out the whole article. 404 Media wrote about it. As I said, I think they're just getting started, and I think this is going to get a lot more interesting. All right, y'all.
Hell yeah.
I love y'all very much.
That is the most Kyle Kalinske face I think I've ever seen. Punch Schnazis. I like that. Right to the point. All right, guys. Anything else I want to see here? You're back, Cademan. How's it going? Matt Bender is on live.
Be
Let's
there
check
too,
him out.
But myself and Brandon will be co-hosting alongside Sam Cedar. A very special Thursday show with Sam.
What?
So tune in then. And then, if I recall correctly, I was asked a couple of days ago.
Been on over 6 hours? Yeah. It's my regular.
Sam will leave a little bit early, and then it's basically myself and Brandon fully taking over. So all the boys club.
The boys are
just
back.
The boys.
The boys are back.
Sushi.
The boys are back. The boys are back and looking for trouble. All right. Well, looks like Bender's taking off. Give me 1 second. I gotta find something else for us to watch. I thought that we were gonna be able to call in the Bender show. That's not happening. All righty. What do we got? Breaking news. President Trump reveals major trade deal will be announced on Thursday morning with China. He's going to end the tariffs. Government can make, they can make a recovery, don't you know? That's going to happen. No empty shelves. Everything will be peachy keen. And we'll all forget about this, and then Trump can just go back to gaslighting America into thinking that he's super cool. Tell me where I'm wrong. Appears that Global X has got their site back. Too bad. Oh, really? Anything new from Pakistan? Is India conflict? I'm looking right now. Here, let's go to the first.
And in front of their families.
Here, they've been playing this.
Family
on
members were
First
deliberately
Post.
traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message.
I don't know what
the
it
attack
is,
was
but
clearly
First
driven
Post is like some
by
of the
the
most
objective
propagandistic
of
shit
undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth...
But no, there really isn't, actually. It's been relatively quiet, which is good. You know, that's a good thing. Here. I'll do one last peruse around. Oh, shit. Did this really happen?
CPS, a lot of the people were making CPS jokes who were donating. CPS Officer Miller, Ela Klein's a terrorist, Shredder's Cheddar Fund, Klein Family Giardia, Hitler Klein, Content Protective Services. CPS, a lot of the people were making CPS jokes who were donating.
Still caught up on the fact that this is an individual that lives literally like in trash that people, because my thing is about like just the character of the person that you're watching. Like if I knew I was watching somebody, even if I kind of agree with them, but they lived and were okay with living in that state, that would that would be the biggest deterrent of all time. It's like in terms of like listening to that person. Because I could not possibly listen to somebody who doesn't give a fuck about shit. Because mind you.
Yo, all right, I'm gonna bring this one up here. Check this out. And this actually plays into what I was just saying about Hassan, like how he can't even look at him. Like he's just so trained in like whatever the fuck he does. Like this is weird to me.
I haven't heard any other than the anecdote you gave. I haven't heard a single lick from his mouth about his politics. Right?
Like right here. Like I know you gotta look at chat and shit, but like look at the person that you're talking
this is
to.
an individual that lives literally like in
They're talking about Asmongold, by the way.
That people, because my thing is about like just the character of the person that you're watching. Like if I knew I was watching somebody, even if I kind of agree with them, but they lived and were okay with living in that state, that would that would be the biggest deterrent of all time. It's like
I guess this would make it
listening
more
to that person, because I could not
Wait,
possibly listen to
Let's
somebody
see.
who doesn't give a fuck about shit.
I'll stream like this. Fuck it.
I haven't heard
Like,
any.
I guess this
other
is
than
just
the
how, like,
anecdote
people
you gave. I
stream,
haven't heard
so-
a single lick from his mouth about his politics. Right? I'm solely still caught up
Right?
on the fact that this is an individual that lives.
No, I just realized that I was looping. My bad, man. My bad. I'm just a cool streamer guy. I'm a cool streamer guy that you don't give a shit. Yeah. Actually, this ain't a bad look. Damn. I'm kind of catching it right now. I'm like, oh, you know. All right. A little bit of drip there. All right. What do we got? Anything else? No, I think that it's time. I think it's time that I go upstairs and spend some time with my ye old pupper. She is yeah, a little bit sick, so I think it is time to call the stream. But I will be on tomorrow. I will be on probably about like 4:30, possibly 5. Got something going on right around then, so it'll be just a little bit later. The only people that look cool in sunglasses are in the movies and in a mirror. About to start, so. Oh, really? Nice. Well, I hope you have a good stream. Yeah, it is definitely time for me to hit ye old dusty trail. But thank you, Cademan, for the raid earlier. I appreciate that. Here we go. Let's get this on. There we go. All right, y'all. I will hit you guys tomorrow. I'm going to. Cademan. Did you start yet? If you start, then I will reverse raid you. Come on, you got a minute. Gotta get out of here. Otherwise, I have just got to leave you unrated, which I do not want to do. You're still offline. That's all right. No pressure, man. Oh, wait. Skid's on. Hold on. Wait a minute. One's on politics. Race, religion, politics. Oh boy. This is happening. Average Joe. Jesus, this whole like section is not great. Damn, dude. Oh, Cademan's on. All right, here we go. Here, let's start raid. All right, guys. Shout out, Cademan. I appreciate you.
That deleted longer than yesterday. Oh, that works.
All right, guys.
So, what on today?
There you go.
Is on today.
All right, guys. I think Cademan's setting up. All right. Good night, y'all.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.